this is an experiment. It's also sort of living theater, because Rupert and Ralph and I have, by natural inclination, been discussing the kind of things we're going to discuss this weekend privately and with each other in many circumstances and all times of the day and night for a number of years. So it's our natural mode. It's just that we've never done it before with a lot of people looking on. So hopefully we can attain to the level of spontaneity and non-recursive chance-taking that goes on in those kinds of conversations. Maybe that's enough to say. I should introduce my two co-presenters. Most of you know them already, of course. Rupert Sheldrake is the author of A New Science of Life and The Presence of the Past, books which stirred more controversy in British biology than it had seen in 30 years, and got the British journal Nature to call his first book a candidate for burning, which suddenly turned the thought of Rupert Sheldrake into a civil liberties issue, because that's pretty strong talk. Rupert's idea, which he will, I'm sure, unfold for you in his inimitable style, is very dear to my heart, because they dovetail and support each other. We're both rowing our canoes the same way. Rupert and our colleague of many years standing, and my acquaintance since 1972, a hellraiser from the 60s, the man who, well, no, I won't even say that. A hellraiser from the 60s, a man who brought mathematics to a new fever pitch in the field of dynamics and systems modeling. Ralph has been sort of the rock of Gibraltar of the psychedelic end of eggheadism, at least for many people that I've lived around. So he runs the Center for the Study of Visual Mathematics in Santa Cruz, is a professor at UC Santa Cruz, author of Foundations of Mechanics, and countless other books, plays, papers, and so forth and so on. So it will be the three of us attempting to sort of weave together our different perspectives on a very large and sort of hard to grapple with paradigm shift that is taking place in the way the Western mind does its business with reality. And, you know, it may be the last paradigm shift we ever get. So when this cat lands, it's going to have to land on its feet, because immediately facing it will be the theater of activity that is the consequence of the old way of doing it, which was a very bad way of doing it. So we have to be prepared for a whole new dynamic, whole new way of linking systems together, thinking about solutions, thinking about the past and ourselves in the world. Okay.
Right, well, I'm Rupert Sheldrake. As you've all gathered, I'm here with my wife, Jo.
Where is she?
Oh, there she is. I just said I was here with you and you vanished, but then you appeared just on cue. And with our little boy Merlin, who you may see around, he's nearly 2, and with our babysitter from England, who's called Mandy, who's just 18. 6 weeks ago she was in her village in Yorkshire, and then she came to work with us and didn't realize that within a few weeks she'd be at Esalen. Well, she's here too. I'm a biologist by background. I studied biology because I was interested in animals and plants. And when I was studying it at Cambridge, I began to have terrible doubts about what I was doing, because everything that really interested me about animals and plants somehow vanished when I got into the biochemistry laboratories. I was majoring in biochemistry, and I did a PhD in biochemistry there. But there's a curious thing about biochemistry. You're doing biochemistry to study the molecular basis of life. Yet the very first thing you do in the laboratory is kill whatever you're studying, grind it up, extract the enzymes, and then in a test tube study the properties of some of these molecules extracted from this killed organism. And it began to occur to me that perhaps this wasn't the best way to understand life. But I didn't quite know what to do about it, because everybody else thought it definitely was the best way to study life, and in fact there was no other valid way. So this set me thinking, and I then came to realize there was a whole tradition of biology called vitalism, which had tried to adopt a totally different approach to the understanding of life, a school which flourished in the 19th century and which went on till the 1920s. When it underwent a transformation into the organismic or holistic philosophy of nature, which really treats the whole of the universe as alive. This was a totally new idea, a new perspective for me. And I began to see that the science of biology could be reformed, that this idea that living organisms are truly alive rather than being just machines. That's the official doctrine. The mechanistic theory says living organisms are just complicated machines. Believe it or not, still the official doctrine of academic biology and academic medicine. And this set up a tremendous tension, and I began to see there was a new way of doing it, and I began to see the outlines of a new theory. I had several insights into how this might happen. I stayed at Cambridge for about 7 or 8 years doing research. Then I went to India, where I worked in an agricultural institute. These ideas went on developing. I then saw how I could bring them all together in a synthesis and into a new way of seeing how biology could be done. And I wrote a book while still in India called A New Science of Life. In it, the basic idea I'm suggesting is that there's a kind of inherent memory in all kinds of animals and plants. Each species has its own collective memory. So each member of the species draws on this collective memory and in turn contributes to it. This means that the instincts of animals, for example, the behavior of cuckoos, the spinning of webs by spiders, are like a memory, a habit of the species. This inheritance takes place by the process I call morphic resonance, by a kind of invisible, intangible memory, a kind of resonance between present and past organisms of the same kind. The same theory helps explain how our own memory works by a resonance between our own past and our present states. It leads to the idea that our memories aren't stored in our brains, but that we're tuning into them by this process of morphic resonance. Anyway, this theory, which I'd been developing, as the more research I did, the better fit I found it made with the facts. I found there was already considerable circumstantial evidence for this idea. But as you can imagine, this idea wouldn't be very popular in the realms of academic biochemistry. And it didn't win over instantly all my colleagues in the biochemistry department at Cambridge either. So when my book on this subject was published, which I wrote in India, there was a considerable controversy in the scientific world. The theory is testable by experiment. Various experiments have been done. It is being tested. I've been developing and working on this theory for the last 10 years. My last book, The Presence of the Past, that came out recently, develops it in more detail. And currently I'm writing a book called The Rebirth of Nature, which is about the idea that the entire cosmos is alive rather than just inanimate and mechanistic. What difference that makes. Well, when A New Science of Life came out in 1982 in America, it came out a year earlier in England, I came to California because it was published in Los Angeles by Tarcher. I'd never been to California before. And I suddenly found myself in a wonderland which I hadn't even thought about. I'd lived in India for the previous 7 years. Before that, I'd spent most of my time in Cambridge, England. I had been educated in America at Harvard, spent a year there doing philosophy. But California was something that I hadn't even dreamed of. I found myself here at Esalen. I found an extraordinary new range of things going on I hadn't known about. And when I was in San Francisco, a friend who I knew from Europe said to me just the day before I left, there's somebody you must meet. He's called Terence McKenna. He said, you get on this bus in San Francisco, you get off at Santa Rosa 2 hours later, and Terence will appear in a large 1956 Buick or whatever, and that'll be Terence McKenna. I didn't know much about Terence, so I went up there, and in this large 1956 Buick, we headed off into the woods in Sonoma County, where Terence lives. And there I met both Terence and Ralph, who was there for the day. We had a most interesting time. I found that part of my interest in these other realms of reality, of course, like many people in this room, was stimulated by experience with psychedelic substances. This was before I went to India. When I arrived in India, I found that India is a kind of psychedelic realm anyway. You know, it's just an amazing place. So in Terence, I found somebody who knew about that whole realm, who shared with me an interest in India, since it played an important part in his development, and who had views about the nature of reality which complemented my own in an extraordinary way. My own theory is about memory and habit in nature. Terence, I found, had developed a theory about novelty and creativity in nature, a theory about the quality of time and the creative process as it is related to the ongoing flux of events. And Ralph had a kind of mathematical theory which was just the kind of thing that the view of nature I was trying to develop needed, the idea of nature being drawn by goals or attractors. In the mathematical science of dynamics, there's this model of of reality being pulled from ahead by things called attractors. It's a teleological, animistic view of nature, which dressed up in the guise of mathematical models, which I found most fascinating. And so for me, the meeting with Ralph and Terence was a step further towards seeing how one could begin to dream of a world in which nature was seen as alive, in which the imagination permeated all reality, in which animals and plants are seen as part of the living texture, the living components, the cells in the life of Gaia, and Gaia in the life of the cosmos as a whole. In fact, a view of the world as alive, which recalls in some respects the old cosmologies of the ancient world, where the cosmos was seen as a living organism, where they thought of the whole cosmos as having a soul, the soul of the world, the anima mundi. And so I found Terence and Ralph both people who were interested in looking at trying to form a new understanding of what we could call the soul of the world. So our discussions over the years, over the last 7 years, have spun around many aspects of these things. And when the idea came up of us coming here together at Esalen to do something together in public, we've so far talked a great deal in private and react synergistically in a way that I've found extremely stimulating and inspiring. When this opportunity came up, I was delighted that it was possible to be here, and I'm delighted you're all here. And what we're hoping to do is to talk about aspects of the world soul. And it turned out when we were discussing this, each of us seemed to be representing a principle. And these 3 principles in interaction form a kind of trinity. And the structure of our trialogue is going to reflect the different interactions of those principles. The principle which I'm representing is the principle of evolutionary creativity. How is it that the whole of nature is somehow creative in an evolutionary sense? the basis of my entire theory suggests that the laws of nature are not fixed eternal truths that have always been there, but habits which have evolved in the course of evolution itself. So I think there's a kind of habit principle in nature. There must also be a creative principle in nature to give the universe its evolutionary and yet regular way of behaving. So in these trialogues, I'm going to be representing the principle of evolutionary creativity, the evolutionary principle, including the habit that builds up and the creation that leads to new forms.
Well, in many ways, my history is similar to Rupert's, in many ways different. I think what we share most notably was a very early involvement in nature and a fascination with what used to be called natural history, which means bugs, rocks, butterflies, and stars. And my own life has not been particularly academic. I graduated from the University of California, but managed to stretch the degree-taking process out over 12 years that went from 1965 to whatever that is. And a lot of traveling in India. I thought I was an art historian. In my early LSD experiences, I seemed to see motifs and structures that gave me an interest in Tibetan Buddhism. And I went to India with the intent of studying the Tibetan language and quickly found that the whole thing was just overwhelming and that I was just, a human atom in the sea of India, and that the notion of encompassing or understanding what this was clearly the task of a lifetime. And several times in my life I have acted out this sort of ricocheting relationship between the humanities and the sciences, at times losing myself in the study of certain schools of poetry or literature or painting, and then at other times spending years reading philosophy of science and epistemic basis of physics and this sort of thing, always trying to get a resolution on the content of my experience, my lived experience, which included the psychedelic experience, which for me from very early on was this kind of tremendous mystery or conundrum which was set down in the middle of my being. And it still continues like that. I keep returning to that, testing all the ideas against the fullness of experience that represents. Well, for me, just having the sort of mind that I do, this meant model building and an interest in the models of others. And in the 1970s, I carried out a critique of scientific method and the implicit philosophical assumptions of science, and convinced myself that it was pretty much just whistling past the graveyard, that it was all done with smoke and mirrors. The actual understanding of what it means to be a living, thinking organism is nowhere tangential to what science is telling us about the world. And so I became interested then in revisioning causality. It seemed to me that the problem lay somewhere with the definition of time, that there had been a misunderstanding. And of course, when you read dissident views on time, or when you did in the 50s and 60s, you read Carl Jung, who wrote about what was called synchronicity, which he called an acausal connecting principle. And I spend a lot of time on that, but it isn't ultimately satisfying. if you analyze it carefully, it isn't ultimately an explanation. It's more like a counter mapping. It tells you that connectedness can occur differently than in the stream of cause and effect, but it doesn't exactly explain to you why this is. So then I became interested in other views of time and elaborated my own theory, which Rupert mentioned, about novelty. I began to see that what I was groping toward was the notion that time is not a flat plane, but it's some kind of topological manifold, some kind of surface over which events flow, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, in the same way that water makes its way over a landscape. And where flow is rapid, phase transitions occur and turbulence enters the picture. And turbulence is mathematically a very different creature from laminar flow. Ralph is an expert on all of this. But anyway, I wanted to follow very deeply and to its ultimate conclusions this notion that what we had left out of our model of the world was the idea that time is actually composed not of a homogeneous medium, but of some set of elements or interconnected parts which are in flux. And out of this I created progressively more and more formal models, and they were like novelty engines. And before the word fractals was even invented, these curves, these recursive equations that I was working with were in fact fractal, of the fractal type. So I think what's happening, is there's a general awareness of a need for new mathematical objects and new models of process to connect up the world in a meaningful way. I think it was P.W. Bridgman in one of his essays said that a coincidence is what you have left over when you apply a bad theory. If you're getting a lot of coincidences after you get your theory in place, then maybe the theory is not so good. Well, our world is haunted by coincidence. The main difference between our world and the world that science tells us we're living in is that science denies the quirky, freaky, cosmic giggle, high-plottedness, completely improbable, totally quirky humor that binds everything together and that makes it something other than an engine in which atoms blindly run, in Whitehead's phrase. Well, this kind of thinking and looking for colleagues and support led me first to Ralph, who was great good support, but he held my hand long years before I even thought I understood him. I'm not sure I understand him now, and by him I mean only the tiny iota of him, which is this crusty little theory out of which we make our bread. Rupert, I read The New Science of Life and had read all the other radical biology which preceded it and knew that there hadn't been anything for 15 years, that Schrödinger brilliantly anticipated the discovery of DNA, and then Joseph Needham and L.L. White, and, Eric Jantsch should be mentioned, actually, as a precursor of us all, I think. Eric Jantsch was a great pioneer, a great soul, and he saw very deeply into whole systems, as did Ilya Prigozhin, the Belgian thermodynamicist. And I think a lot of all of what we're doing comes out of that. What Prigozhin showed that just brought down the house was that there could be perturbations of physical systems that were unpredictable and that would cause the whole system to actually move to a more ordered state than the initial state. And this perturbation to higher states of order looks suspiciously like a violation of the supposedly inviolate second law of thermodynamics. So that looks, like a doorway into an energetic hyperspace, somehow a way around the no free lunch rule. We'll talk more about this, but these guys, Prigozhin and Yonch, anticipated and were in many ways inspirational to what we all are doing. So then, before I hand this on to Ralph, in terms of the way the weekend will be structured and to give us something to hang all this on, Rupert mentioned the triadic structure of the dialogues, and that he would be representing the creative evolutionary impulse. I will represent the divine imagination, the imagination, a la William Blake. In other words, this domain, this legacy of the human mind in which culture and dream and personal and historical aspiration takes place. We're seeing all of these things as aspects of the world soul. You see, the notion of morphogenesis, the notion of fields that shape form, eventually this question of how intelligent is the world soul or how mind-like is the Gaian control system is just going to give way to the perception that the answer lies probably to the left of, well, more mind-like than yourself, because it is not we who are in a position to define these things. So the notion of the world soul is properly vivified and pictured and endowed with qualities and properties that are exponential. So I will take that position. My great concern as far as these dialogues is concerned is novelty, the emergence of the unpredictable and the truly new out of the background of the recursive and iterative processes of nature. How can there be novelty, and what exactly is it? And since very clearly we are the cutting edge of its self-expression, then unraveling this question about what is novelty is going to take us very close to the question of what is human nature. What are we doing in this phase space? What is the nature of the turbulence that we necessarily have to describe as ourselves? Well.
Next of all, I'd like to introduce Terence McKenna. This is Terence. You weren't.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Rupert, Terence, I'm Ralph. So, creation, imagination, my mask is chaos. So I was brought up in a field of music, but I was attracted to mathematics early. And when I was 14, I played in the State Symphony. After that, I started in mathematics, and I became a professor at Berkeley when I was 23. I had an easy way in mathematics, and the way the system works, the carpet is unrolled in front of you. You have a few choices, but basically before you even know what's happening, the carpet is unrolled, and you're down the runnel into whatever you can do that's useful to the system. In this process, I lost nature. My interest in anything natural atrophied. I mean, as a child, I suppose I was interested in everything. And for this loss, I mean, I don't know the names of trees, for example. I can smell them, but I can hardly tell them apart. But there was a great gain because I love it out there. I love to be off the planet. I always did. and to this day I spend very little time on planet Earth. So it went on in this way, and by 1967 I was a professor at Princeton. I had written 3 books on mathematics that you need a microscope to read. And I had been studying for a long while chaos, but we didn't call it chaos then, and we didn't see in it any role in the natural world or in social transformation or in the evolution of consciousness, because we didn't think about anything out there. You know, we're just working on this. But personally, my expectation was that anything I invented or discovered or assisted in developing would become abundantly useful in the human sphere in about a century or so. So one day after my 3rd book was done and I was exhausted, and I looked up and all the students were out in the courtyard demonstrating about the Vietnam War and to open the university to women students and so on. I said, what exactly is going on? Here, they said, take this. And so, like many people in that year or around that time, in 1967, my career had a bifurcation. And I went off the track. And maybe I was, as far as the track was concerned, I might have been permanently burned out by then. I mean, morning, noon, and night in the world of mathematical symbols, it's enough, you know. So I went off the track with psychedelics, with meditation, but especially with searching, with trying everything. And eventually I was living in a cave in the Himalayas. And I got, again, a call to come back. And when I returned to California, I was standing on a street corner in Santa Cruz in white pajamas. And a car stopped. An old friend from a previous lifetime said, there's somebody you have to meet. Get in the car. I had nothing to do. It sounded okay, and in that time, I believed that everything goes perfectly. You just go along with the flow, as they said. I didn't know it would be a 2-hour drive. So I got in the car. There was the 2-hour drive to Berkeley, and I was literally dumped out of the car on Terence's front step. I never heard of Terence at that time, 1972. Mm-hmm. And I went in, and what happened then, I would still say, although we've had many wonderful talks and exciting, thrilling, and nutritious times in the meanwhile, that was quite a miraculous chat. Many subjects came up, not psychedelics. I mean, many subjects came up, and every subject was the occasion of a discovery of a most miraculous resonance of ideas. How to grow mushrooms, outer space, I don't know, anything you could think of, all passed by in the course of an hour or two. In this way, we became friends, and this habit we had, this activity that we do, I mean, we never go for a hike or something like that. We sit in the evening and talk, and what happens is synergistic, miraculous growth, evolutionary. Well, I did in the course of time return to mathematics, even doing what I had done previously, chaos, but then chaos had become known. You see, my estimate of a century was off. It was a numerical error, one of my worst, one of my best, because life is a lot more fun since 100 years became 10. See, like it's going faster now. And I began in my work to think about applications to the problems of the world, to the evolution of consciousness, to the destruction of the planet, and so on. And in this revitalization of my work, and eventually the whole field of mathematics, my conversations with Terence, whereas I think we thought of them as just good fun, that they did have a really fundamental influence on everything I've done since. So fun, or I would say fun is insulting. I mean thrilling because of going to the edge, going beyond the edge, having company there, finding things which you can bring back and they work and become part of everything you're doing. And along the way, Terence introduced me to this person he mentioned, Eric Jansch, who bothered me to write a paper, and that was the first time that I had tried writing for a journal or a book or something, the kind of thing that we had talked about, which I always considered to be just a little too far out to be, condensed onto paper to show to people who read. I mean, who are they? They're scholars in universities or something. So Eric Jansch bothered me to write in this way, and what came out, I think, although I wrote many in a way more practical, understandable, and valuable things in the meanwhile, if they're worth anything, they seem to be worth more than that. Nevertheless, that paper contained, as a kind of clairvoyance, the very definite prefiguration of everything that's happened between then, 1975, and now, which is quite a lot of development on the frontiers of mathematics, of reconnection between mathematics and the other departments in a university, most especially the social sciences, the things, therapies and the understanding of society and history and all what might be the most valuable when we come to try to interact with the creation of our future in a conscious way. Then, a little later, as Rupert said, I was in Terence's living room. The phone rang. Terence answered, and he says, "We have to go to the bus station to pick up Rupert Sheldrake." I said, "Who's that? Sounds vaguely familiar. Who's that?" So in the car on the way to the bus station, Terence gave me, as only he can do, the compressed into a nutshell poetic essence of Rupert's book on the hypothesis of formative causation. And we plucked the lad from the bus station and took him home to the spider web. And then we found, I felt, another miracle, and that the synergy of two was extended to three. For me, a totally unexpected new frontier. I mean, the close relationship of two people is well known, and the close relationship of three people is known but rare. And in the time since 1982, now there's 7 years of this, I think we have all been nourished in many ways and inspired by our relationship, by the reception of information from the field that takes place without effort in the context of our talks in private in the living room. So this weekend, as described as an experimental weekend, I think there are several different experiments. And one is to see if our trialogue can be exported or shared. And there have already been a few experiments with dialogue, sharing dialogues in public, some more and some less successful. Trialogue is the next frontier, because it's very problematic even in private. And another experiment that we will have to attempt this weekend is the more the clear identification, or the self-consciousness of what each of our roles is in the process that takes place. So my role is chaos, and the reason is that actually Rupert and Terence have very well expressed their expectation for the assistance of mathematics in the development of their own thought. You need models, you need structures, and there is this new language of attractors, which seems to apply not only to the physical but also the biological, and not only the biological but also the social sciences. So this language, before chaos theory, was already a useful tool, an important technology for model building, for trying to understand the complex, the mysterious. But particularly with the advent of chaos theory, providing us with models for chaotic phenomenon, that opens up to view, to the process of the mathematical assistance of understanding, opens up to this view all of those processes which previously were too complex to submit to any kind of understanding, verbalization, dialogue, beyond some kind of wave of the hand exciting. It's a miraculous, this also works, but it does, a kind of a poetic resonance phenomenon in which, without words, essentially, the idea is transferred from one individual to another. So it's opened up these complex phenomenon characterized by chaotic, irregular, that is to say, not well ordered in the previous paradigm, space-time structure. For example, relationships among people, the states and change of states of society, the whole process of history, the intuitive experience, subjective experience of relationship, and so on. All of this, what we always wanted, to come under the view of a better understanding, suddenly is possible. But although it's possible, it's not done. But we can do it. So we can try to do it. And that means, if this is at all possible, that when these tools would be applied in the areas of thought, you know, what these two guys are thinking about, what they have told you about, that the possibility there is to escalate those areas presently troubled by a certain vagueness, a certain difficulty in communicating the definite, what you think about it, to somebody else, the vagueness which makes possible the condemnation of orthodox scientific community trying to burn the book and so on, can sweep that confusion away through the application, the construction, the provision of the same kind of definite mathematic, trustworthy models in these areas: consciousness, creativity, imagination, novelty, evolution, conscious participation in the creation of a future well worth living and able to live on a long-term basis on this planet. We are trying, as the frontier of our own. Our experiment then is not only to somehow reproduce or share something we have done, but to continue our process over the frontier of our own understanding to a new understanding for us, and including you in the process.
One of the things that comes out of chaos theory that is very important, I think, for everybody to keep in mind, because it is anchored in the bedrock of mathematics, for whatever that's worth, is that the flutter of the moth's wing can trigger the hurricane. This is not a poetic statement. This is the fact of the matter within this kind of description of nature. In other words, very small changes create cascades into where whole states shift and are perturbed. And this is the kind of situation that we are facing as a society and a planetary species. We have the resources, we have the knowledge, but what we seem to lack is the will to implement these things, to actually step back from the abyss. So it has to come through a change of mind. And this new mathematical stuff is telling us that the intimations of mysticism, the intimation of a possibility of transcendence is all firmly grounded. We just have to now, it's almost as though mathematics is the extreme cutting edge of human understanding. How can we quickly export these new understandings that release us from a need for closure, that free us from an either-or universe? How can we quickly export these models from the realm of research mathematics into the realm of daily life? Well, I think that the way it's done is through replication of memes and generation of new ideas. So for me, more and more, the motivation to do these kinds of groups is I really see it as politics, almost at the viral level, that we are trying to create new languages and new concepts, and not only create them, but teach them to you, and we ourselves repeat them over and over again, and you feed back into this, and then we refine the meme, and then a meme is like a gene. It can be replicated. It can be replicated by either being simply repeated or by being told to others who then repeat it. And we have not seen language as the playing field of the creation of the new paradigm, but that's really where it is. We can transform ourselves no more quickly than we transform our language. And the way we transform our language is by really pushing on the envelope of the act of communication. You know, the caterpillar in Alice in Wonderland says, "Say what you mean and mean what you say. I do." And it's this is the thing, a search for a clarity in a new domain of language. Rupert's notions revision causality. That means induct you into an entirely new way in which things happen. And this is, after all, where we're all spending a lot of our time. The models that Ralph is working with show that the world is not an engine running down toward a heat death, but a tremendous kaleidoscope of unpredictable, creative, open-ended activity on every level. I mean, it's really a dazzlingly kaleidoscopic vision. It's like a Sufi hierophany or something, but we're seeing it on the screens of computer simulations of this mathematical domain that is also the neural domain, that is also the social domain, that is also the ecoplanetary domain. This is not air. This is not mysticism. This is the real facts of how it is, how the world fits together. It fits together through the infusion of its invisible soul, the mathematical and field-oriented structures that make it into a whole, a cosmos in which we are living and which we can find our way in if we will open ourselves up to this image, see ourselves as microcosmic reflections of this macrocosmic order, the soul of human beings as a reflection of the world soul, and then building of a modern vocabulary to describe and revivify these things and hopefully make it, the world, into a better place. Well, I think that's the notion. Do either of you want to say anything?
Yes, I can't resist telling the story about the bunny. I'm going to tell you the story about the bunny, which is the fastest travelling meme in London right now. The story happened recently in London, according to the Friend of Friend network through which it travels. Two neighbours on bad terms with each other. One lot of neighbours have a dog. The other have kids who have a bunny that lives in a hutch in the garden, or the yard, as you say in America. Well, the woman with the dog in one house was on bad terms with the other, and when one evening there was a scratching at the door, she opened it, and there was her dog with the dead bunny in its mouth, all covered with mud. And she was absolutely horrified. She couldn't bring herself to tell the neighbours what had happened. It was just too awful. So she panicked. The only thing she could think of was to wash the bunny, which she did, and then she shampooed it. And then with a hairdryer, she fluffed it all up until it looked as good as she could make it look. And then when the neighbours had gone to bed, she crept into their garden and put it back in the hutch. And then she went to bed. In the morning, as she'd expected, the dreadful moment arrived when there were sobs and cries and sounds of astonishment and agitation from the garden next door. So after a while, she went and looked over the fence and said to them, "What's the problem?" And they were all looking into the hutch. The kids were shrieking. And she said, "What's the problem? Is the bunny dead?" And they said, yes, yes, it died yesterday morning, and then we buried it in the garden.
Thank you all very much for coming. I appreciate it. I'm sure my colleagues do as well. We decided that Rupert would kick off this morning, and so he shall.
So, Terence, I want to start by explaining what I think the problem is that we're discussing, because I think if we try and summarize it and get it clearer, it should be easier to see how we're trying to bring together the idea of creation and imagination. So let me explain to everybody what I think the problem is as well. There's a crisis in science at the moment, a profound crisis which is going to change science as we know it. And the reason why the crisis is so profound is that two of the most fundamental models of reality that the West has ever known, these two fundamental models are both within science, and they're now in tremendous conflict. They've come into head-on collision. And this means that shock waves are going through the world of science. The existing worldview of science is an unstable combination of two great plates of theory, like continental plates crashing into each other. And where they meet, there are going to be major theoretical earthquakes and disruptions and volcanoes of speculation. The two models are concerned with the very basic nature of reality. One of these says that the basic nature of reality is permanent, that there's an unchanging permanence underlying everything that we know, see, experience, feel, and so on. And in classical mechanistic physics, Newtonian physics, that permanence is seen as twofold. First of all, there's the permanence of the laws of nature, the eternal mathematical laws of nature, considered by Newton and Descartes to be ideas in the mind of God, God being a mathematician. This is a very popular and recurrently popular idea among mathematicians, the idea that God is a mathematician. And it was a view that strongly appealed to them, and their image of God was as a kind of a Christian God, but with a kind of Platonic or Pythagorean mind, containing essentially the mathematical laws of nature. So that was one source of permanence, permanent mathematical laws. The other source of permanence were the permanent atoms of which matter was supposed to be composed. All material objects were supposed to be made of atoms which were permanent. And these atoms were in movement. They combined and permutated, and our own bodies and everything we see around us would be permutations and movements of those atoms. Those were permanent too. And the movement that they were taking part in was also permanent, a constant amount of motion. And these permanences were summed up in the principles of conservation of matter and energy. The total amount of matter is always the same, total amount of energy is always the same. Nothing really changes in the realm of matter and energy at the most fundamental level. Nor do the laws of nature change. Well, that's the permanent view of nature, which has been the basis of physics and of chemistry. And to a large extent it still is the basis of physical and chemical thinking. The other view is the evolutionary view, which comes to us from the Judeo-Christian part of our cultural heritage. And in that view, the original part in the Bible is there's one thing that does change in time, in history, and that's humanity. According to the biblical account, human beings are undergoing a kind of evolutionary process from Adam through the patriarchs, first Noah, then the patriarchs, then the history of the people of Israel, then the movement from Egypt through the wilderness to the promised land, then the subsequent history of the prophets and the kings, then the coming of the Messiah. This was a process in history which showed a kind of progressive unfolding development, but it was confined to the human spiritual realm. In the 17th century, this idea was secularized in the notion of progress through science and technology. By the end of the 18th century, the idea of human progress was a dominant idea in Europe. By the 19th century, human progressive evolution or development was now seen as part of a progressive evolution of all life through the theory of biological evolution. And right up in this century, only in 1966, did physicists finally abandon their eternal or static cosmology and come to an evolutionary conception of the universe. So with the Big Bang, the whole universe is now seen to be evolutionary. This is a very recent revolution in science, and it totally changes our worldview, because the most fundamental thing in science is its cosmology, its basic model of the cosmos. And our cosmology has changed now from this static, permanent, or cyclical view of the universe to one which is evolutionary. Now, if nature is evolutionary, if all of nature is evolving, what about the eternal laws of nature, which scientists have taken for granted for so many centuries, concepts going right back to Pythagoras and the ancient Greeks? Were all the laws of nature there before the Big Bang? Well, if they were there before the Big Bang, where could they possibly be? There was no where to be, there was no universe. So if the laws of nature were all there before the Big Bang, then they must be non-physical, idea-like entities dwelling in some kind of permanent mathematical mind, be that thought of as the mind of God or just the mind of a kind of disembodied mathematician. They were thought to be permanent and all there before the universe. This assumption is still held by most of our modern cosmologists. It's something that physicists have not yet begun to question seriously. But as you can see, it's like an idea that's had the carpet taken from under it. It's sort of hanging over an abyss. Because there's no real reason why we should assume the laws of nature are permanent in an evolving universe. If the universe is evolving, then the laws of nature could be evolving as well. And in fact, the very idea of the laws of nature may not be appropriate. It may be better to think of the habits of nature evolving. The Big Bang is like the cracking of the cosmic egg. That's its mythological correlate, the notion of the ancient mythological idea of the cosmos beginning through the hatching or the cracking of an egg, followed by the growth of the organism that comes out. It's an embryological metaphor. And we now have a kind of developmental model of the whole universe. It's like a developing organism. It's not like a machine at all anymore. The universe is a growing, developing organism, which is differentiating within itself, forming new forms and patterns, an evolutionary process that on Earth has given rise to all the forms of animal and plant life, all the different kinds of microbes, to ourselves, and to the many and varied forms of human culture. So the question arises, how does this process happen? I myself have been working on a theory which I put forward in my two books, A New Science of Life and The Presence of the Past, which tries to understand these habits and how the habits of nature can evolve. What I'm suggesting is that there's a kind of memory inherent in each kind of thing in what I call its morphic field. And that this, as time goes on, each kind of thing has a kind of collective memory of everything that's happened to all previous similar things. So, for example, when a crystal crystallizes, the form its crystal depends on the way similar crystals have formed in the past. Things are as they are because they were as they were, to use Terence's felicitous summary of this theory. In the realm of animal behavior, the theory says that if animals like rats learn a new trick in one place, then just because they've learned it, rats of the same breed should be able to learn the same thing more quickly everywhere else. So you train rats to do something in San Francisco, and all over the world, rats of that breed should subsequently be able to do it more easily, through a kind of invisible influence, like a collective mind of the rats that's changing or developing. There's already evidence that these effects actually occur. And this evidence is summarized in my books. It leads to the idea also that in human learning, we all benefit from what other people have learned before. There's a kind of collective human memory, an idea very like Jung's idea of the collective unconscious. So habits build up, and what I'm suggesting is that the regularities of nature are habitual. They develop as habits. Nature goes along habitually. New patterns come into being, but through repetition they become habitual. The universe is an evolving system of habits. But obviously, this is only part of the story. If the universe is an evolving system of habits, how do new things ever come into being in the first place? What is the basis of creativity? Evolution must involve an interplay, on this view, between habit and creativity, just as our own lives involve an interplay between habit and creativity. So, habit, a theory of evolutionary habits, demands a theory of evolutionary creativity. And how can we understand the creativity that's given rise to new ideas, to Beethoven's symphonies, to theories in science, to new works of art, to new forms of culture, to instincts in birds and animals, to the forms of flowers and plants and leaves, to the many kinds of rocks and crystals, and to all the forms of galactic and stellar and planetary organization? What kind of creativity could underlie all those processes? Well, there seem to be two basic answers on the market within the conventional worldviews. One is the materialist view that says the whole thing is entirely due to blind chance, that there's nothing but a kind of darkness of blind material processes going on, and then by blind chance, new things happen. That's the materialist theory. And it really says, by saying it's blind chance, it basically says, don't think about it. It's chance, there's nothing more that you can say, so just forget it, take it for granted. Because there's no reason or there's nothing intelligible about it. It just happens, and there's nothing more you can say. The other theory is derived from the Platonic traditions of the Platonic theology, and says that it all happens because, in a sense, it was all made up in the mind of God. Everything that happens, every new form that appears, corresponds to an eternal archetype, a kind of eternal idea in the mind of God. But if evolutionary creativity is creativity that keeps on happening, it goes on as the world goes on, it's going on now. It's not something that happened once in an act of creation at the beginning. If it's going on now, it may be entirely blind, but there may be another model for understanding creativity. The other model for understanding creativity, I think, is provided by our own imaginations. Our imaginations are not full of fixed Platonic ideas, which are always the same, like Platonic minds. They're ongoing, changing, dynamical processes with a kind of creative richness that always surprises us. So the question is, if nature is alive rather than dead, if the universe, if the earth have a kind of mind or soul of their own, if living organisms are in some sense mind-like, or if there's a mind-like process at work in nature, then how does this express its creativity? And so then the question is, could this creativity in nature be a product of the imagination of Gaia, of the Gaian mind? Could it be a product of the cosmic imagination? Could there be a kind of imagination working in nature which is similar to our own imaginations? Could our own imaginations be just one conscious aspect of an imagination working through the whole natural world, perhaps unconsciously as it works underneath the surface of our dreams, perhaps sometimes consciously? And could this ongoing imagination be the basis of evolutionary creativity in nature, just as it is in the human realm? So those are the questions that I wanted to raise and ask Terence to follow through on, because Terence has studied the imagination more than most of us. And in a sense, I regard him as somebody who has a deep understanding of the dynamics of the human imagination and of its wider importance.
Well, certainly I think that the relationship between creativity and imagination is the place to focus if you want to understand the emergence of form out of chaos. Of all the arguments that you make in favor of the theory of morphic resonance, I think the most powerful one is this question, if the laws of nature are eternal, where were they before the Big Bang? It seems to me that just defeats the whole notion of eternal laws of nature, because you either have to hypothesize a kind of Platonic superspace in which, for reasons presumably unknowable, these were the laws that were present, or you have to somehow say that the laws of nature came into being complete and entire at the moment of the Big Bang. And it's very hard to see how laws of nature such as gene segregation and that sort of thing could exist in the situation of high-temperature physics and non-molecular systems that prevailed at the beginning of the universe. So my thinking about how pattern came to be in the universe has sort of taken all the orthodox positions and stood them on their head. And I think that's a useful place to begin. How would it be, or is it credible that perhaps what the universe is a kind of system in which more advanced forms of order actually influence previous states of organization? This is what is emerging in Ralph Abraham's work with the chaotic attractors. They are attractors. That means that they exert influence on less organized states and pull them toward some kind of end state. And for me, the key to unlocking what is going on with history, creativity, progressive process of all sorts is to place the state of completion at the end, but to see it as a kind of higher dimensional object which casts an enormous and flickering shadow over the lower dimensions of organization, of which this universe is one. So that, for instance, in the human domain, when we look at history, what we see is an endless series of anticipations. The golden age is coming. The Messiah is immediately around the corner. Great change is soon to be upon us. These are intimations of change. It's almost as though the transcendental object that is the great attractor in many, many dimensions throws out images of itself, which filter down through these lower dimensional matrices and actually are the basis of the appetition of nature for greater expression of form, the appetition of the human soul for greater immersion in beauty, the appetition of human history for greater expression of complexity. So when I think about these terms, chaos, creativity, imagination, I see them, it's like a three-stroke engine of some sort. Each impels and runs the other and sets up a reinforcing cycle that then stabilizes organisms, processes that are caught up in this, in the phenomenon of being. The phenomenon of being is this self-synergizing engine of out of chaos, through creativity, into the imagination, back into chaos, out into creativity, so forth and so on. And it operates on many levels simultaneously, so that the planet is undergoing a destiny. The model, deep time, the time of geology, was only really discovered around the turn of this century. And it is cosmically ennobling to think of the universe as a thing of great age. But I think that it's time to put in place, next to the notion of deep cosmic time, the notion of chaotic sudden change, cusp flux, and sudden perturbation. Because what deep time has revealed, as we've pushed our understanding of the career of organic life back 65 million years, 270 million years, what we see is tremendous punctuation built into the universe, in the case of the Earth, in the form of asteroidal impacts. This thing which happened 65 million years ago, nothing larger than a chicken walked away from it on this planet. So there's a strange paradox where, taking deep time seriously, the message of deep time is you may not have as much time as you thought, that the universe is dynamic, capable of turning sudden corners. So then the imagination becomes a kind of beacon. The imagination is, as it were, a scout sent ahead, or something which has preceded us into history, and in fact is a kind of eschatological object. It is shedding influence, the morphogenetic field, if you wish. If the morphogenetic field is not subject to the inverse square law of decreased influence over distance, then I, as a layman, don't see why, Rupert, we couldn't locate it at the conclusion of process. Because, one of the things that's always puzzled me about the Big Bang is it's a singularity. This is the term physicists use for it. This means theory cannot predict it, and yet it is necessary to make everything which follows from it happen. So you just say, there's no reason for this, we have no argument for this, but the rest of the theory needs it, so it's a singularity. And the immense improbability which modern science rests on, but cares not to discuss, is this: the belief that the universe sprang from nothing in a single moment. Well, if you can make that leap to believe that, it's very hard to see what you couldn't believe. That is almost the limiting case of credulity, I would think, So in order to say of the phenomenon, I would propose a different idea, that, I think it is eminently reasonable, and it is that as the complexity of a system increases, so too does the likelihood of its generating a singularity or an unpredictable perturbation. So the pre-existent state of the universe I imagine to be extremely simple, an unflawed nothingness. In other words, the least likely situation in which you would expect a singularity to emerge. But now let's look at the other end of the historical continuum of the history of the universe. Let's look at the world we are living in, which is full of 106 elements, tremendous gradients of energy ranging from what's going on inside pulsars and quasars to what is going on inside viruses and cells, tremendous organizational capacity at the atomic level, at the molecular level, at the level of molecular polymerization, at the level of membranes and gels, at the level of cells and organelles, organisms, societies, so forth and so on. In other words, the universe at this moment is a tremendously complicated, integrated, multi-leveled, dynamic thing. And every passing moment, it becomes more so. This is what evolution, history, compression of time, what all these things are attempting to indicate, is the increasing complexity of reality. Well, then, is it not reasonable to suspect that if a singularity is necessary to explain this universe, that singularity must emerge rather near the end of the complexification process rather than its beginning? You see, we simply have to reverse our preconceptions about the flow of cause and effect, and then we get a great attractor that pulls all organization and structure toward itself over several billion years. And as the objects of its attraction grow closer to its proximity, they somehow interpenetrate. They set up standing wave patterns of interference. New properties become emergent, and the entire thing complexifies. Well, to my mind, this is the divine imagination. This is what Blake called it. This is the only way I can conceive of it, that Rupert and I were chatting last night in our room about the aboriginal nature of God, this idea which is built into Whitehead, that somehow time is the theater of God's becoming, but it's also, from the point of view of a higher dimensional manifold, a kind of fait accompli. And this is no contradiction, or if it is, it's all right, because in these realms of higher ontology, you're always asked to avoid closure and hold the notion of a coincidentia positorum, a union of opposites. The thing is both what it is and what it is not, and yet it somehow escapes contradiction, and that's how the open system is maintained. That's how the miracle of life is possible. So I sort of think of the divine imagination as the class of all things both possible and beautiful. It's a kind of reverse Platonism. The attractor is at the bottom of a very deep pit into which all phenomena is cascading and being brought into a kind of compressed state. This is happening in the biological realm through the career of the evolution of life, which paleontological data makes clear. But it's also simultaneously happening in the world as we experience it within our culture. In other words, what we call history. History is the tracks in the snow left by creativities wandering in the divine imagination. And if you are a student of theories of history, you know that these tracks in the snow, what is taught in modern universities these days, is that these tracks in the snow are going nowhere. The technical term is trendlessly fluctuating. And we're told that history is this kind of process. It's trendlessly fluctuating. It goes here, it goes there. It's called a random walk in information theory. It means you just wander around. And, well, it's very interesting. Now we begin to see through the marvel of the new mathematics that random walks are not random at all. That a sufficiently long random walk becomes a fractal structure of extraordinary depth and beauty. So you see, really what has to happen partially this weekend is for us to see chaos not as something that degrades information and is somehow the enemy of order, but rather chaos is the birthplace of order. Chaos is not the problem, chaos is the answer. It's the inability to surrender that is the major cultural problem. This is because everybody's personality is structured around the male ego, this tumorous growth that has come upon us since the collapse of the Gaelic worldview that was practiced in the ancient Middle East. This shift of emphasis from collective tribal values to the me values and away from partnership and toward domination is typical of the resistance of this need to surrender to the imagination. It amazes me. I was somewhere recently, and two people who I didn't know were sitting at a table next to me in a restaurant, and one of them was explaining to the other one something about the dynamics of the atmosphere. And the person to whom it was being explained was very intently trying to understand this complex phenomenon. And I thought to myself, amazing. These people go at this as though the weather wouldn't happen unless they understood its functioning. And they place great importance upon it. We each place great importance upon our own ability to understand reality, as though you were an understudy for God or something, so that if anything happened and they tapped you, you'd be able to say, that's all right, I can handle it, I understand thermodynamics and all this stuff. No problem. Well, this is not exactly this abandonment to the partnership life lived in the creative imagination that I had in mind. Well, we could go on and on about this, but I hope this has stirred up something in you and we can go forward with it.
Well, I think I'm very interested that you start your description of the imagination from the cosmic attractor, or which sounds to me like a combination of Plato, Thomas Taylor, and Teilhard de Chardin. It's the idea of the omega point in Teilhard de Chardin is the attractor of the whole evolutionary process. It's all being drawn towards this end point, which is actually very like Aristotle's conception of God too. He thought that the prime mover of the heavenly spheres, as the heavens went round, was God. The heavens were not being pushed by God, they were being pulled by God, who was so attractive that the motion of the heavens was kept eternally, especially in the outer spheres, in very fast rotational movement. The fast rotation being the closest they could achieve to the divine state of eternal bliss. And God was the prime mover by pulling the entire cosmic process, by attracting it. So I think that this idea of attraction, it has ancient roots. It's something that in this century has been brought out by Teilhard de Chardin. I think actually we have to have some notion of an attractor for the evolutionary process of the cosmos. And this has now actually become part of common discussion through the anthropic cosmological principle, which is the idea of the whole cosmic evolution being, in some sense, designed so that it could give rise to human cosmologists. This is the conception, this is the form the argument usually takes within cosmology. The argument is the cosmos must be such as to have allowed the evolution of carbon-based life on at least one planet, and then to allow the evolution of human intelligence so that we cosmologists could be around to discuss it. Well, this in a sense is a fairly obvious point to make. You wouldn't think it was very controversial, but it is, because it implies that there's some purposive organization in the cosmos that's given rise to cosmologists. And other people as a kind of byproduct. Well, this is what they're busy talking about in modern cosmology, the anthropic cosmological principle. If there is an attractor in the evolutionary process, then I think, which I think there must be, I agree with that, then the question is, how does it work in the process of evolutionary creativity? One way is to make this attractor a kind of Platonic mind in the future, which is what Terence, you seem to be doing, making it the old Platonic mind containing all possible forms and archetypes somewhere out there in the future. And then this somehow interacts with what's going on now. The way I understood it from Terence's description was that there's an ongoing system in the cosmos, in the world where we are now, an ongoing system of habits built up through the past and what's happened in the past. And habits have a certain density. I mean, matter is in a sense dense because it's so deeply habitual. There's a sense in which habits are the basis of the kind of density and the sheer materiality of the natural world, and its sheer resistance to the imagination. The fact that everything's so deeply embedded in habit. And then, left to themselves, of course, habits would just fossilize and the whole world would just become intensely, repetitively habitual. But they can't be left to themselves because there's other active process going on, which is the cosmological expansion associated with the continued presence of chaos within the universe, which means that habits are permanently, or all the time, or at least intermittently, being disrupted by unexpected accidents like asteroids hitting the Earth. Or, as we see in our own lives, our habits are permanently being disrupted by unexpected accidents. This creates new conditions, new possibilities, vacuums where new things can happen. And somehow, as I understood it, between this, the needs, the vacuums, the ongoing crises of the present, the problems, the tensions, these then somehow interact with the cosmic attractor, and it's as if sparks pass between them. What's the situation or the problems now attracting to themselves those aspects of the divine mind which are appropriate to the present circumstances, creating a kind of imaginative penumbra around what's actually happening, a whole realm of the imagination related to what's going on, just as our own imaginations are related to what we're interested in. Our own dreams reflect our own preoccupations and interests and drives and hidden motivations. So the imagination working in that way by a kind of spark between this divine mind or cosmic attractor and the present situation. Well, that's what I understood you to be saying. And I think that's all right, except that I myself find it more interesting to, instead of say everything that can possibly happen is already there, which is in a sense a way of denying creativity. It says that creativity is simply the manifest of a future potentiality or possibility, which is also at the same time eternal. Because the future of the cosmos must at least have endured as long as the cosmos. And in a sense, the final unified attractor is in a sense a reflection of the primal unified state of the Big Bang. The two have a symmetrical relationship to them. They're part of a familiar model of history in which the end in some sense reflects the beginning, or in which the end in some sense is the beginning at a higher turn of the spiral, whichever model one prefers. But I'm interested in the possibility that the imagination isn't all there, all worked out in potential in advance, but rather that the world truly is made up as it goes along. And this is something that I think in Bergson's book, Creative Imagination, he very strongly emphasizes that evolution implies ongoing creativity. And we'll do anything we can to avoid this notion because it's so extremely difficult to conceive of ongoing creativity. You either have this tendency to reject the question and say, well, it's ongoing creativity, but it's entirely random, so you can't think about it, or substitute some kind of Platonic realm for creativity where it's all there already, in some sense. So what I'm trying to look at is a third possibility where the imagination really is made up as it goes along. And instead of emerging, as it were, from the light in the future or from a kind of Platonic mind, it may emerge from something much more like the unconscious mind. It may come into light from darkness. And the formative processes of the imagination may not be sparks leaping from the mind of God, but rather new forms welling up from the womb of chaos.
Well, it's very interesting to hear you say this because I shouldn't have predicted it. Let me see if I can explain why. It seems to me the problem revolves around this notion of purpose. Is there one? Is there not one? If there is one, what is it? Well, 19th century science was at tremendous pains to eliminate purpose from all of its model building in order to make once and for all a clean break with the contaminating power of deism, essentially. So that, for instance, in evolutionary theory as it was evolved in the 19th century, the great breakthrough for them, you see, was that they had a random process. They didn't know that it was mutation through radiation, but they called it sporting, or the production of variant types, a random process, and then a second random process, which was selection for fitness to the environment. And you run these two random processes head into each other, and out of it emerges exquisite order. Animals, plants, ecosystems. So they said, you see, we have no need for God or purposes or divine plans. We show that out of the chaos of the moment emerges order. And this tendency was so strong in 19th century and early 20th century biology that, for instance, they sought to entirely appropriate the word evolution, and it was not to be used in any other context. I had a biologist once say to me, if it doesn't involve genes, it isn't evolution. So you cannot talk about the evolution of the novel, the sonata, socialism. It has to involve genes. Well, largely through the work of Eric Jansch, who we mentioned last night, this was overthrown. I don't believe that everything is finished somehow in some deterministic sense at the end of the cosmos, but I do believe that there is some kind of intimation of purpose that keeps peregrinations of processes through time from simply becoming random walks. If you believe that all of the imagination is being made up in the present, then you're back with the trendlessly fluctuating theorists of history. Because if none of it exists in the future, then there is no compass point upon which to fix to guide the process forward. Now, I know you're familiar with C.H. Waddington's idea of creodes. And for me, that's been the way to preserve your intuition of that it's all being made all at once, and my strong intuition, and I think the logical necessity for this compass point in the future. And the way you do it is you say that the universe is not determined in what will happen, what will undergo what Whitehead calls the formality of occurring, but rather the universe is determined in the way I mentioned last night. Time is a topological manifold over which events must flow subject to the constraints of the manifold. And I call the surface of the manifold novelty, and believe that we can say where in history great outbreaks of novelty occurred and so forth. But that is not what's important for this argument. What's important for this argument is that without knowing any of its content, we can place the novelty of novelties, the novelty to the nth power of novelty. We can place it at the end of the historical process and then watch it operate as an attractor without having any information about it at all that is really of its essence, which I think comes very close still, though all this modern jargon has been hung on to it, to Neoplatonism. We have to maintain the unknowability of God, hence the ultimate unknowability of the imagination, but nevertheless we have to grant it as an attractor nevertheless. That would be my take on that.
Well, I mean, it's partly a question of, as I see it, of what role one thinks the attractor has. I think that the cosmic attractor, as Teilhard de Chardin conceives it, or as Aristotle conceives it, is drawing things towards a state of higher unity. That's how you could express it. Mm-hmm. So one could say there's a process that attracts the entire evolutionary process of drawing things towards states of higher unity. And not just states, but in general, but as many possible states as can be. Otherwise, why would there be so many forms of life, so much variety in nature? But it may be, you see, the question is, are the new forms arising in the attractor? Or is the attractor simply attracting what's already a diversity of forms through a process that lies between them, as it were, the imagination? I think that creativity seems to involve, the Jungians talk about the welling up of forms from the unconscious. And it's as if there's a kind of creative process like welling up or boiling up of new forms in incredible diversity. And they're forms which are conditioned by memories of what have gone before and existing habits. But they're forms which make new syntheses, new patterns. And it could be that if there's a kind of unifying process working upon a boiling up of new forms, that anything that comes out, as it were, above the surface of the unconscious or the darkness or the boiling process or the chaos, has to take on a kind of unified form, as it were, to come above that surface. That the light, as it were, into which it comes is a unifying principle. So it has to take on a unified form, but it could be any unified form. And as long as it's a kind of unified form, because it's a unifying principle into which the creativity is occurring or tending. I think in our own case, the one model for this is dreams. That dreams involve the appearance of these strange stories and narratives and symbols and images, which we don't create with our conscious minds. In fact, we usually just forget the whole lot, this wonderful display of psychic creativity that happens to each of us nightly is usually just forgotten or disregarded. But when we remember our dreams, they're bizarre and unexpected. It seems almost impossible to have an expected dream. And most of them have a continuous element of surprise somewhere hovering around them. And this curious feature of dreams, and it raises the question of where they, how they come from. The Jungians would say that they come from some structuring process in the darkness of the collective unconscious. And they'd see that as separate, a kind of imagination of matter or imagination of the psyche, not a kind of descent from some higher world, but a welling up from a... And so what I'm interested in is that the human imagination obviously works through dreams. It works during discussions, through language, through conversations, through fantasies, through novels, through our dreams, our aspirations, through advertising. And it also is revealed through psychedelics in a particularly extreme form. Now, in what sense is this imagination that we actually know about, that we know about from experience, related to the imaginative creative principle of nature? Is Gaia, as it were, awake on the side that's in the sunlight, and in the side that's in the darkness as it rotates, dreaming? At night, are the plants, the animals, the whole ecosystems, the oceans, in some sense, in a dream state, when dreams and spontaneous images of what might be possible come to them? So, is there a kind of Gaian dreaming, and does it happen on the night side of the planet? Is the imagination, as it were, located? How is it rooted in cosmic events? I mean, what would the Gaian mind feel like? What form would a Gaian dream take, or what form would a Gaian psychedelic experience take? That's how I'd like to know how you're thinking of it.
I think a Gaian dream would be human history. That human history, perhaps it isn't that the planet sleeps each night, but that perhaps it's been sleeping for 50,000 years and is having a dyspeptic dream that causes it to toss and turn. But if it could only awaken from that dream, it would just shake its head and say, my God, I don't know what it was, but I hope it doesn't come back. That human history has that quality. I mean, James Joyce should be mentioned here, saying, history is the nightmare from which I'm trying to awaken. And the whole structure of his novels, the integrating of historical data with daily newspapers and this sort of thing to give reality the quality of a dream. I think your mentioning of the psychedelics is important. You said it was an extreme and intense example of this. I think that it's so intense and extreme an example that it argues strongly that that the imagination is not the human imagination. While we may be able to analyze dreams and see the acting out of wish fulfillment or repressed sexual drives or whatever, depending on our theory of dreams, the psychedelic experience, it's preposterous to attempt to analyze it in terms of human motivation at its intense levels. It seems rather to be an ontological reality of its own that the human being has simply been privileged to briefly observe. But it says no more, your deep psychedelic experiences say no more about your personality than that the continent of Africa is making a statement about your personality. They are, in fact, independent objects. To my mind, the divine imagination or the imagination is the source of all creativity in our dreams, in our psychedelic experiences, in the jungles, in the currents of the ocean, in the organization of protozoan and microbial life. Wherever there is large-scale integration, rather than simply raw physics, but integration of laws of physics, integration of properties of membranes and electrophoresis and this sort of thing. It is the creative principle. Beheld.
So do you think then that in psychedelic experiences you're actually tapping into, tuning into, or experiencing something of the Gaian or the cosmic imagination?
Absolutely. And I think that psychedelic experiences and dreams are only different in degree, that they are chemical cousins somehow. And this is why I could see human history as a Gaian dream, because I think every night when you descend into dream, you are potentially open to receiving Gaian corrective tuning of your life state. The whole thing is an enzyme-driven process. We are like an organ of Gaia. We are the organ which binds and releases energy. A liver cell doesn't need to understand why it binds and releases enzymes of the liver. We bind and release energy for reasons perhaps never to be clear to us, but which place us firmly within the context of the Gaian mind. We have been chosen out, and this is not something to have great hubris about. Indolacetic acid has been chosen out in plant metabolism to play certain roles. We have a role, but our role seems to be a major one. We are like a triggering system out of the general background of evolutionary processes mediated by incoming radiation to the surface of the earth and then natural selection. Suddenly we come with an epigenetic capability. We write books, tell stories, dance, sing, carve, paint. These are not genetic processes. These are epigenetic processes. And they bind information and express the Gaian mind very well. As an example of how willing I am to introduce or to entertain this idea concretely, I've been talking to a lot of people about ecological crisis and the fate of the world and this sort of thing. Well, imagine in hindsight, the wisdom that we would impute to Gaia if we were to suddenly realize that what is happening on this planet is that nature knows that the sun is going to explode. And what we are is a kind of response to the anticipation of a wounding that 50,000, 5 million years ago, the geoheliocentric relationships began to vibrate out of tune. And as a consequence of this, a species was called forth that could organize an escape. And we are it. In other words, we are in a divine play. In line with this, and what made me even entertain these ideas, is I had a very bizarre experience recently. I was in Hawaii, and in our botanical garden there is a very large dead tree, and one limb of this tree sticks far out over the land. And Banisteriopsis capi, a large hallucinogenic South American vine, is planted at the bottom of this tree, and it just has swarmed up this tree and covered it with greenery, but it wouldn't go out onto this one limb that stuck out. And it bothered my sense of symmetry that this vine would not completely cover this tree. And I even thought about trying to climb up into the tree and thread it out onto this limb to get it to do what I wanted. So I was sitting looking at this tree and this situation and actually thinking about it. And suddenly the limb fell. It broke off. And then I thought, the vine sensed that it was unstable. It would not invade this domain that it sensed was structurally unstable. Well, then I said to myself, but how could it? What is the mechanism of this sensing of instability? And a friend of mine said, well, perhaps the wind impacts on weakened wood differently than on unrotted wood, and perhaps rhythms in the tree tell it to stay away from him. And then I realized, if one plant has that kind of sensitivity to the entering into a domain of danger, what must the ecosystem of this planet be doing in reaction to what we are doing to the planet? So I see the reason this relates to the imagination is because I see ourselves in communication with the imagination. It is sending images back into the past to try and direct us away from areas of instability. It really is, the Gaian mind is a real mind. Its messages are real messages, and our task through discipline, psychedelics, attention to detail, whatever we have going, is to try and extract this message and eliminate ourselves from the message so that we then can see the face of the other and respond to what it wants. So it isn't for me a philosophical problem. It's a problem that relates to the politics and action that we take as a collectivity and as individuals.
Just one more reflection on that. You see, if we tune in through our own imaginations to the Gaian mind, which certainly seems to me an attractive idea, and I think fits quite well, perhaps, with dreams, psychedelic experience, imagination, and so on. The question for me is this. We can relate to the Gaian imagination, let's take that for granted. But then, how is the Gaian imagination related to the imagination of the solar system, and that of the solar system related to the imagination of the galaxy, the imagination of the galaxy to the imagination of the cosmos? And then, how is that related to what we could call the imagination of the cosmic attractor, or God the Father, or
well,
the cosmic
I'm
Christ.
not sure that I want to follow you into the cosmic Christ. For me, the mind of the solar system, I think there should always be some physical stuff to hang these things on. The Gaian mind is not a problem. The Earth teems with life. A Jovian mind is not a problem, because the complex chemistry, the metallic behavior of gas ices under pressure, and all of this stuff seems to me to place enough cards on the table that mind could well emerge in that situation. Similarly, the oceans of Europa, there are a number of places in the solar system where there's enough complex chemistry that I can imagine these very large self-reflecting entelechies to get going over billions of years. But to move from that to the hypothesis of a continuous hierarchy of minds out to the level of the galactic mind, you have to ask hard questions. I mean, how long does it take the galactic mind to think a thought? Does it do it instantaneously via morphogenetic fields? And if so, then what are the transducing and signal sorting filters through which it goes? If it does it through light, then to say that its thoughts are vaster than empires and more slow is to suggest that they're very high-speed phenomena indeed. Empires come and go by the thousands before a galactic thought could reach from one side of itself to the other.
But I think that if we're thinking of galactic imaginations and the basis for them, one would be all the probabilistic processes and the stars and everything within it. If the communication is instantaneous, which it may be, or if it isn't, we don't really know, because I think a factor which changes everything is the discovery of dark matter, the fact that 90 to 99% of the matter in the universe is utterly unknown to us. This recent discovery effectively tells us that the whole cosmos and every material thing in it has a kind of unconscious, a material unconscious, an unknown dark realm which conditions everything that happens, the shapes of the galaxies, their interactions, and what's going on. But it's utterly unknown to us. And so we've now got a kind of cosmic material unconscious which could play the same role as our own unconsciouses. And so your search for the basis of the imagination in the known phenomena of physics and the visible realm is certainly an important one. But the fact is that there's so much more that physics itself has revealed which is there and could be the basis of any number of processes.
Yes, I assume that psychedelics, for instance, somehow change your channel from the evolutionarily important channel, which is giving traffic reports, weather reports, and stock market reports, to a channel which is playing, the classical music of an alien civilization. In other words, we tend to tune to the channel which has big payback in the immediate world, but that there are these other channels of the imagination, not so tailored for human consumption, seems obvious to me. I think that you're right. I mean, the memories and hence all objects of cognition are not in wetware, the wetware of brains. It's somehow plucked out of a super space of some sort via very subtle quantum mechanical transductions that go on at the molecular level in the brain. The divine imagination is the reality behind appearances. Appearances is simply the local slice of the divine imagination, but what you want is a kind of map or a global overview. Well, perhaps we should open this up if people have something they would like to say. This man leads the way.
Well, of course, you fired every neuron in my brain. I have a somewhat different view of the problem of the eternal scientific laws. In my opinion, the question of did these laws exist prior to the Big Bang is a non-question. It's like the old Zen question of what happens to your fist when you open your hand. Because in my view, these scientific laws are not objects in space and time. If they were objects in space and time, of course they could not exist before the Big Bang. In my view, these scientific laws are linguistic structures that we create, that we choose, in order to give reasonably good expression to the regularities that we measure in the world, and which we use for prediction and control purposes. For example, we have an equation to express the gravity relationship, and we have placed in that equation to key in the acceleration of the force of gravity. It's not 32 feet per second. It differs somewhat from that, and it differs depending on where you measure it on the Earth. And it's even conceivable to imagine that it might change with space and with time, because it's been going on for so many billions of years now. In Rupert's view, I'm sure that it would be unlikely to change very much, but it's perfectly possible for it to change. And the point I want to make is that science provides in that equation an opportunity to clue in this different change, if that change is necessary, for purposes of prediction and control. I think that the laws of nature can be used for purposes of prediction and control within the kind of developing evolutionary cosmology that Rupert has expressed it.
All right. Well then, yes. I mean, the thing is that there are two theological views, you see, that are possible about this. If the laws of nature are linguistic structures outside space and time, at least in the Judeo-Christian world, the prevailing archetype is the Word of God. They're the Word of God. They're the Logos, which is the traditional theological view of the laws of nature. So then it really comes down to a theological question. Do we think that the Word of God is a kind of eternally sonorous set of vibrations or linguistic structures that's somehow permanently there in the permanent mind of a transcendent God? Or is the Word of God something that God speaks, and like real words, is a series of processes in time? Spoken words are not eternally there. They're things that take time to speak. And the underlying basis of a spoken word is the flow of the Spirit or the breath. So are the words of God, if we take this Logos model, spoken words that involve a process in time, or are they like a sort of encyclopedia that's written words that can be sort of eternal?
No. In my view, they're not. I don't see the theological argument is a non-argument to me, because I reject the idea of the mind of God as having a structure in the universe. Or again, I come back to these scientific laws of nature as human formulations, created like tools, created like a set of wrenches in our kit bag, not a part of any eternal structure whatsoever. But at the same time, I recognize that certain of these laws that we have created are of such a nature that it would be very hard to conceive of us having a science without them.
Well, I think that there are a couple of issues here. First of all, what has always given science its tremendous cachet was its ability to produce in the realm of application and technology. So I agree with you that these things are like wrenches, but that is not at all satisfying to a philosopher of science who doesn't care about the application, but wants to know, is this or is this not in fact so? Rupert is suggesting that laws are habits, and that habits change over time. They're incremental. Therefore, in his view, no law is in fact a law. It's a tendency or a creeping gradient of some sort. Now, the argument for this is that we've only been measuring the constants we use to describe the universe. We've only been measuring them for 100 years on one planet. We say that the speed of light is 186,000 miles per second, and we've measured it on one planet for 100 years, and we extrapolate this statement to the entire cosmos. If, in fact, laws are local and invariant, then this is going to be a hard swallow, because it makes science no more than a series of localized opinions. It turns science into folklore.
The thing that personally I find a personal discovery of, and I don't think it comes from reading outside, is just a realm of pure geometric possibility, of pure form and symmetry. And this seems to me the underlying Pythagorean or Platonic concept, and that it does exist outside of time, and that it's some sort of template off of which possibility hangs. And that what undergoes the formality of actually occurring resonates against this template, and also most likely resonates against what has been materially manifested, so that it's going to occur in time.
Yes, well, I agree with what you're saying about a template. I mean, this is this idea of a topology that I want to put out. Rupert and I were, again, last night after the meeting, talking about the idea of God as a mathematical mind had come up, and I was saying how much a mathematically minded God would miss how impoverished that concept is, because the primary qualities of experience, which are color, light, tactility, and then even subtler things like appetition for the past and the future, and so all of this would be eliminated from the idea of the mathematical God. In a way, the way I see it is it's almost as though there is a wire frame. Yes, that the future is almost a kind of mathematical wire frame, and that's what God, quote unquote, knows in eternity. But the whole point of the game is into this wire frame flows the living richness, the perverse creativity, the unpredictability, the perturbations, the interference patterns that create them, the living fact of the felt presence. And then that wave of complexification dies down and leaves in its wake the fossil imprint of its passage, which is memory. So you have, the wire frame, then the moment of interface of the wire frame with the memory, which is what we call the present, which is absolutely what's happening, the richest part of it, and then the wake, the shock wave of the eschatological moment of the now, which is just the historical record of its having occurred. I always think in terms of politics, so I want to weld us into not three disparate points of view, but a movement with a forward thrust. So I've suggested that what you're witnessing is the birth of geometric compressionism, or morphogenetic compressionism, or psychedelic compressionism, depending on which one of us is talking. I'm sure you can figure out who is who. But the idea is drawing together that a new phenomenon has been discovered in the universe, which is its drawing togetherness, its tendency toward cohesion, its tendency to move toward greater and greater states of wholeness, and not incrementally, but in sudden, highly punctuated stages that allow phenomena like history or the 20th century to come into being. These are great leaps forward toward this cohesion that nature pushes toward. And as I said, I don't think that it's millions of years in the future. I think this millions of years in the future stuff was a very brief phase in scientific discourse, and that as organisms, what we need to come to terms with is the chaos, the turbulence, the turmoil, the ephemerality, and the high-stakes nature of the game. You know, even if no asteroid strikes the Earth, each one of us in this room will die. And so life is guaranteed to be interesting, even if you don't live in one of these epochs when there is asteroidal impact or geomagnetic reversal. Nevertheless, the ultimate challenge is built into the biological script. We each have our own apocalypse, and so I think we should live life in anticipation of it.
This gradient mind that you referred to.
Gaian mind.
Oh,
Gaian mind.
Gaian mind.
What is that?
Well, it's the notion that, for me, and I'm sure Rupert has a different notion, but for me it's the notion that the Linnaean species are an illusion of the classificatory impulse of the human mind, and that really what we have on this planet are not distinct species, but levels and levels of gene swarming and control, and that intelligence, creativity is such a positive adaptation for any biological system that possesses it, that I think the planet wouldn't have waited 5 billion years to allow self-reflecting intelligence in an organism such as ourselves. I think probably self-reflection arose in fairly early in the history of the Earth, and that the Earth is a minded, integrated kind of entity. How this works is hard for us to model because we've only had the image to guide us for 10 years or so. But the planet thinks, it perceives, life has appetition for more life and for an extension of itself, and the best strategies are cognitive, so that all of these things that we see happening on the planet that we take to be miraculously ordered results of random processes may actually be the result of the creation of a great engine of cognition. That history is the thought of Gaia, biology is the musings of geology, and so forth and so on. That we have been wrong to claim consciousness as the unique capacity of human beings. It is in fact a general property of organization, and the larger the organization, the more conscious it may well be. So that I don't feel human beings are set against nature. I think we occupy a special role in nature, but it's a sanctioned role. There is no such thing as getting out of control, because the control system is so deep and so vast that it's inconceivable. But what is happening may appear to be out of control because we are not in full connection with what the purpose of all this is. Yeah, Ruth?
Yes, let me try and put it a different way, answering the same question about the Gaian mind, because it's obviously one of the things we're interested in talking about here. Starting from a straightforward starting point, the idea of Gaia, put forward by Lovelock and other scientists, is that the Earth, using the name Mother Earth, Gaia is the Mother Earth of the Greeks, that the whole Earth is a living organism. And that if the whole Earth is a living organism, and I think in that organism we have to include the Moon as well, because the Moon orbits the Earth and in some sense sets its rhythms of time and tide, and is part of the Gaian system. that the Earth as a living organism, including the moon, the atmosphere, all the living things on it, the oceans and so on, behaves together in a way that has an organic, integrated, holistic quality, that the Earth is alive, and its life involves some kind of organizing principle. At that stage, a lot of people then say, well, if the Earth is alive, then in some sense it must be conscious, or in some sense the Earth must have a mind. And one of the questions I think we're exploring is just in what sense can we think of the Earth as conscious or having a mind? What might the Gaian mind consist of? The traditional view of the Earth is that it's an inanimate assembly of a bit of rock hurtling around the sun with a thin film of moisture and life on its surface. But that the whole thing's just an inanimate mechanism with no life, no purpose, no spontaneity, no creativity of its own. Merely the environment in which other random, purposeless processes take place. That's the standard view. But if the Earth does have a mind of her own, or a life of her own, a spontaneity of her own, is it entirely unconscious, like our own unconscious minds? Does it come to consciousness? Does Gaia have dreams? Does Gaia have imaginings? This is, I think, the questions that underlie Terence's use of the phrase, the Gaian mind. And I think it's a question that's bound to arise. Millions of people are now talking about Gaia, planet Earth, as a living whole. And the question really, one of the questions we're exploring is what kind of mind would this living whole have? Does this living whole have a mind at all? Is it just blind, instinctive? If it has a mind, does it have an imagination? And if so, what kind of imagination does it have? How much is that imagination colored by mathematical principles or geometrical forms which may permeate the whole universe? How much of it spontaneously arises on Earth in the evolutionary process? How much is it related to the cosmic imagination throughout the whole cosmos? So I think these are the questions it raises, and I think that that's another way of coming to it, just starting with the idea of the Earth as a living organism. It implies and raises the question of the mind of the Earth, if it has one, or the soul of the Earth. Some would say that the mind's just another aspect subjectively experienced of the physical changes in the brain. Others would say it's a kind of shadow or epiphenomenon of the functioning of the brain. If we take that view of the mind, we would expect to the Gaian mind, if it exists, to correspond to some set of complex physical processes going on Earth. Well, I think if we wanted to see it that way, we could make a good case for there being a base to the mind. I'd put the magma of the Earth's core, these flowing currents, as some perhaps like the limbus or the hypothalamus, the sort of long-term driving things with a solid nucleus inside, associated with changing magnetic fields and polar reversals every few million years, and the whole of this being the underground process, virtually unknown to us, which is driving the process of continental drift, earthquakes, volcanoes, and is actually shaping the morphogenesis of the surface of the Earth through the distribution of the continents. And then there's the Gaian breath, which is the atmospheric flows of the wind. Then there's the Gaian circulation of the oceans. There are many of these systems, all of which are indeterminate, all of which are probabilistic, and all of which could respond to, as it were, kinds of thoughts or impulses of Gaia. So one can find many ways of thinking about the physical basis for the Gaian mind, which would also include, in my opinion, the Earth's magnetic field, the magnetosphere, which trails like a great tail on the dark side of the Earth, which surrounds the Earth, and which, as it changes and responds and resonates to sunspots, affects the whole patterns of electromagnetic communication through radio waves. All of this, the field of the Earth, which would, I think, be one of the bases for the Gaian mind. Even the known fields, the gravitational and the electromagnetic fields, stretch far beyond the surface of the Earth. So all these would be possible bases for the Gaian mind, or basis of its interaction with what's going on, as well as the actual minds of organisms, animals and plants. I mean, the Gaian mind may be able to act directly on these minds through field-like processes. I myself would think of the Gaian mind and our own minds as more like field-like processes which interact with our brains, and the Gaian mind is interacting with living processes, the atmosphere, the Earth's core, the magma flows, the magnetic field, interacting with them but not being reducible to them.
I guess my question is really about the relationship to creation and creativity and imagination. Is there a qualitative aspect to that is evolutionary? The suggestion I'd like to bring up is that there could be a kind of evolutionary field creode, meaning that there is a pathway that when conscious beings are on a planet, the evolutionary field creode would be looking for a kind of an aesthetic, a kind of sensibility. And I would propose the symbiotic relationship as an example of this.
Well, creodes are pathways of change which have endpoints. And for those who've not been following the literature on creodes, the idea is when an embryo develops, for example, a liver, a group of cells develop into your liver, another group of cells develop into your kidneys, that the pathways of change they go through are attracted towards an endpoint, which is the mature kidney or the mature liver, that they're drawn towards that. And this pathway of change drawn towards an endpoint is called a creode. It's considered to be an object within a morphic or a morphogenetic field. Now, if there's the idea of the cosmic attractor and the idea of an evolutionary creode, as I understand what you're saying, is that one could say the entire evolutionary process of the Earth, or even of the whole cosmos, is a kind of creode, and Terence's description of the cosmic attractor would be the end point of the evolutionary creode. So in a sense, using the term creode brings us back to that model we were talking about just now.
I was kind of missing, listening to this discussion, what the meaning of the creation and the imagination would be for. What is the purpose of this object? What is the fulfillment of it?
Can I take a shot at
Yes.
this? Well, I'm not sure I understand all of what you're saying, but in terms of this qualitative thing, which is deepening, which is the purposefulness of it all, it's interesting when you look at the whole life of the universe and the way processes have evolved. There is a tendency that has been going on for a very long time that has been accelerated at each step. And what I call it is language seems to be seeking to decouple itself from matter. DNA was the first language, and it's a language written at the molecular level, and it's faithfully physical replicant is made of it, and then that template is used to create proteins, which are the statements in this language. Well, that's how all nature does it, except human beings. And we have this epigenetic capability. We can write books, dance, sculpt, paint, all the things that I mentioned. Well, then, when you look at the 20th century, the tendency to dance, paint, sculpt, and so forth has, through technology, become ever more released from the constraints of matter, so that now we paint on computer screens. We merge, we sculpt with computers, we sculpt with light and directions rather than in matter. So I think that why this is, who can say, but the only thing as complex as organic life is syntax. And syntax seems to have a life of its own. It is trying to shed the material matrix, which was its basis. Now, this, I'm sure we don't have time to discuss it now, but perhaps later, this creates strong reactions in people because we have a tendency to want things to be folded back into nature. We don't want this Gnostic ascent to the radiant unspeakable. But nevertheless, it appears that language, in a kind of hellish marriage with technology, has given us no way out except a forward escape into the further embodiment of language. This now is apparently the only way we can keep from destroying the planet, is by literally going off into the imagination, which is not a dimension of the physics of space and time. It's actually a syntactical dimension. So the integration of media and human beings and creative processes like CAD/CAM and this sort of thing seem to me to say language is shedding the primate body that gave it epigenetic articulation in much the same way that language shed the rest of organic nature when in one part of itself it moved off into the potential for linguistic expression that our biological organization makes possible. So for my money, language is on a journey to the eternal imagination through the process of creativity, having begun in chaos and having a kind of inevitable end in chaos, more properly, revisioned, remet, re-understood. Well, perhaps we should break for lunch. It's after lunch. Thank you very much. This was very useful, I think. I hope you enjoyed it.
Now, it's a little presumptuous to call this chaos theory because, as a matter of fact, there is no theory. We're in the exploration phase now, and this is experimental mathematics that we are doing with supercomputers. But I think it might help if you had just a little idea of chaotic dynamics and the idea of the thing. So I want to give a 2 or 3 minute primer so that you could understand what is a chaotic attractor. And here now we've seen 16,000 of them. What does one look like? And that will conclude my introduction, and then I'll pass them on to Rupert. So a good laboratory for the study of chaotic dynamics is the dripping faucet. And the dripping faucet was discovered as the ideal demonstrator for chaos theory because the lectures are usually given in a physics lecture hall, and they always seem to have a sink with a faucet in the front to do experiments or for the professor to wash the chalk off his hands. Anyway, you take the faucet, you can do this immediately you get home. You crack the tap a little bit, and the water drips out, drip, 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 and it's regular. If you crack a little more, then the drips speed up, but they're regular. And then you crack it a little more, and then it begins to sound drip, 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 like rain dripping off the roof. That's an example of a chaotic time series. If you measure the time between drops and make a list of these numbers, you have the paradigmatic case of a chaotic time series. Now, somebody decided to seriously study this dripping faucet after seeing it in half a dozen physics lectures. And this person, Rob Shaw, one of the leading people in chaos theory, did a very fine study by placing a microphone in the sink where the drop would hit it, getting an electronic beat, discretizing, getting it in the computer, and analyzing the results. And so all of this is taking place on that level 1, the lowest layer of the physical world. Then he made a mathematical model on level 3. He went up there, he made a mathematical model for the water drop gets bigger and bigger, so it's characterized by a certain mass. When the mass reaches a critical value, the drop falls off. And from this mathematical model, he then wrote a program, a computer program on level 2, and ran it and produced data that was exactly like the experimental data from level 1. So this is an example showing the value of modeling on these 3 levels for gaining some understanding. There's sort of a hermeneutical circle. You look at the data, try to build a model, you fail, but building the model tells you to observe in a different way. You observe in this different way, that helps you to build a better model, and as this circle turns, the level of our understanding grows. So Rob Shaw came quickly to a good model for this. I think he was lucky because it sounds simple. It's a very complicated system. It relates to waterfalls, for example, when the spray comes off the waterfall. And here's another example of a chaotic system. Could you write some equations and obtain a computer program that simulated the spray from a waterfall? I doubt it. The new way of looking at the data that came to him from the theory was to take the sequence of numbers, the time between drops. You just visualize a column of numbers. And you make a carbon copy of it and move it over to the side. And then you whack one number off the top and move it all up one number. Now you have a series of pairs. And then you plot these pairs on the plane as a set of points. So he did this. There's a film or video available for aerial press that shows the machine actually doing this. And from this totally chaotic data, viewed in this particular way, which is called chaoscopy, you get these points in the planes that if the data was really random, the dots would be all over the plane. Instead, they lie on a curve, a smooth curve. So from the observation of the data in this way, the smoothness of the curve suggests a kind of model that you can actually take off the shelf in the building where the chaos theorists are working and apply it to your data, you see. And the simplest model on the shelf of the chaos theorist's closet is called the logistic equation. It produces a series of numbers that are apparently random, but actually they comprise one of these simple geometric figures. So this curve, that the data plotted in this special way of the chaoscope, is a curve, and that is called the chaotic attractor. So there are models on level 3 which are good models for understanding certain behavior on level 1. And level 2 is an intermediary which can either create the model, the mathematical model, from the real data, or create experimental data from the model to compare with laboratory data. Well, to conclude, this video was made out of these simplest possible dynamical systems called the logistic equation. And it just produces a series, it's very similar to a dripping faucet. So you could just as well imagine that we have 16,000 dripping faucets in an array of 128 by 128. And the time between drops is represented as a color on the screen. Now, do you think that if you had 16,000 dripping faucets, you could get out of them a pattern like Calico Mountain? Now, well, it happens. I mean, there's a lot of theory behind this, enough to suggest that it's not some kind of artifact. No matter what kind of artifact it is, it's an interesting artifact. And I guess I'd like to call this a mathematical law. It has to do with the emergence of form from a field of chaos. We don't know what else to call it. It's not a mathematical law that was known to Pythagoras. And I don't know if it was always there since the beginning of time, long before the Big Bang, or if it just emerged into the evolving field of the Gaian mind through the fact that computers make it visible. I mean, I don't know. But at this point, I have, I hope, arrived at an actual connection between the work I routinely do as a specialist in the field of chaos and the discourse that we're trying to carry on here to increase our understanding of our past, our future, and our possibility of even having a future.
The problem I have with chaos theory is that I'm never quite sure what it's saying. There seem to me to be two things that are of interest here. One is that the actual detailed models which chaos theoreticians make. And they love finding fairly simple equations that will generate complicated and seemingly chaotic structures. And so there's this modeling aspect of chaos which is at the forefront of modern mathematical chaos theory and modeling. But the fact you can make mathematical models of chaos has given scientists permission to recognize that, in fact, there's a vast deal of indeterminacy throughout the physical world. In the 19th century, it was generally believed that there was no indeterminacy at all. Everything in the physical world was totally conditioned by eternal laws of nature. Laplace thought that the whole future and past of the universe could be calculated from its present state if there were a mind powerful enough to do the calculations and to make the observations. Now, that view, the illusion of total predictability, held science under its spell for generations. Scientists were dazzled by this imagined power of totally predicting everything. And it was a kind of illusion. They really did believe it. And of course they couldn't calculate everything. I mean, they still can't even calculate the weather very accurately more than a few days in advance. So in actual fact, this idea of total predictability was not realizable. But the idea was, well, we would, if we could do enough calculations, be able to calculate it in principle. What seems to me interesting is the fact that first with quantum mechanics, there was a recognition that indeterminacy, probability, intrinsic non-detailed predictability were inherent in small-scale physical processes at the quantum level. And here was a genuine indeterminism in nature which had to be admitted in 1927. Until then, practically everyone believed everything was fully determinate. After that, there's been a gradual recognition that indeterminacy exists not just at the quantum level, but at all levels of natural organization. There's an inherent spontaneity, indeterminism, probabilism in the weather, in the breaking of waves, in turbulent flow, in nervous systems, in living organisms, in biochemical cycles, in a whole range of phenomena. Even the old-time favorite model for total rational mathematical order, namely the orbits of the solar system, the orbits of the planets in the solar system, turn out to be unpredictable in terms of Newtonian physics. They can be modeled in a chaotic manner. Anyway, this indeterminism has been recognized at all levels of nature. So there's the idea that what we can model with old-style physical models is an abstraction from a very small number of idealized cases, that the natural world simply escapes the modeling, most of the modeling processes which were the dominant features of traditional physics. Now, it seems to me this openness of nature, this indeterminism, this spontaneity, this freedom, is something very interesting, and it corresponds to the intuition of chaos in its intuitive and mythological sense. Mathematicians have used this word chaos in a variety of technical senses, and it's not entirely clear to me how these technical models of chaotic systems correspond to the kind of intuitive notion of chaos. But what I want to do is to consider how form arises from chaos, starting from a simple, intuitively obvious way in which more form appears from less through familiar physical processes. And I'm thinking of the process of cooling. If you start with something at a very, very high temperature, atoms can't exist. The electrons fly off the nuclei, and you get something called a plasma, which is a sort of soup of atomic nuclei and electrons in a kind of gas. There's no longer individual atoms. The whole things, they disintegrate into a mélange, a mixture of their component parts, the plasma, which has its own kinds of properties. If you cool these plasmas down, when you reach a certain temperature, it's low enough for atoms to form, and atoms begin to come into existence. Electrons start circulating around nuclei. You get atoms forming. You get a gas of atoms. But the temperature's still too high for any molecules to form. And say it's a hydrogen plasma, and you cool it down, you'll get hydrogen atoms, but you won't yet get any hydrogen molecules. Cool it down further, now you get hydrogen molecules. You cool the system down further, and you get a stage where more complex molecules can come into being. But they're still gaseous. Cool it down further, and they turn into a liquid, which has more form, can form drops and flow around, and has quite complex, ordered arrays of molecules within it. Cool it further still, and you get a crystal, which is an extremely highly regularly ordered formal arrangement of the atoms and the molecules. So you get a progressive increase in complexity of form as you lower the temperature. And in traditional kinetic theory, lowering temperature means less random kinetic motion of the particles. So you're getting a cooling down and an increase in complexity of form as the cooling process takes place. Now, we all know from the cooling of steam into water, the cooling of water into ice, that we know about this process from everyday experience. We've seen this aspect of it, and we've seen how if you cool water vapor down, you get ice crystals emerging, and these ice crystals have a considerably high degree of order. So there's this formative process which we see through cooling occurs as the thermal chaos in the ordinary sort of everyday sense of chaos is reduced, because as cooling happens, more form emerges. The opposite happens if you warm things up. If you warm up snowflakes, they first turn into water, then they turn into steam, then the steam, the water vapor disintegrates into, the molecules break up into atoms, then those break up into a plasma as you raise the temperature. So there seems to be an inverse relationship between temperature, which is this highly agitated motion of things, essentially chaotic in the traditional theory of gases and plasmas, and an increase of form when things cool down. Now, in a sense, that's what has happened in the entire universe. We're led to believe that the universe started off exceedingly hot, billions of degrees centigrade, so hot that stable forms were not able to emerge. By expanding, it cooled down. The cooling process of the universe is associated with expansion. The cosmic expansion both creates more space in which new forms can appear, and by making bigger gaps between things, somehow cools the universe down, so the temperature drops. And as the temperature drops in the developing universe, according to standard models, more and more form comes into being. First you get atoms, then stars and galaxies condense, then you get solar systems, and through the cooling of matter you can get planets. These planets are the cooled remnants of exploding stars. The elements in us and in our planets are stardust, formed from supernovae. So there's a cooling down of these things that came from immensely hot sources. Then you can get rocks forming crystals. And in a sufficiently cool planet, and yet a sufficiently warm one, within a fairly narrow range of temperature, you can have the evolution of life as we have had on Earth. So this appearance of forms comes out of an initial state where these forms are not present, and they appear through a kind of cooling. There's a formative process going on, and we can call this one way of looking at the emergence of form from chaos or disorder. Well, how do these forms come into being? This is the big problem of evolutionary creativity. How do the first molecules, how did the first zinc atoms come into being? How did the first methane molecules? How did the first salt crystals? How did the first living cells? How did the first vertebrates? How did the first of anything come into being in this evolving universe as it expanded and cooled? Well, one way of looking at this is to see the expansion and cooling process, and indeed the flow of events, as being, thinking of it in terms of the flux of energy. And one of the great unifying concepts of 19th century physics is a unified conception of energy. Now, it's not entirely clear what energy is. Energy, in some sense, is the principle of change. The more there is, the more change that can be brought about. It's, in a sense, a causative principle. And it's a causative principle which exists in a process. In this process, the energetic flux of the universe underlies time, change, becoming, and the flux process itself seems to have an inherent indeterminism to it. This flux process, the universal flux, is organized into forms by fields. Matter is now thought of as energy bound within fields, the quantum matter fields and the fields of molecules and so on. And I think there are many of these organizing fields, the morphic fields. And the fields are somehow organizing the ongoing flux of energy, which is always associated with this spontaneity and chaotic qualities. So even organized systems of a high level of complexity still have this probabilistic quality. The fields that organize this energy to give rise to material and physical forms are themselves probabilistic. Chaos is never eliminated. There's always this indeterminism or spontaneity at all levels of organization. So there's a formative principle, which is the fields, and there's an energetic principle, which I think has the chaos inherent in it. It's a kind of change, which left as pure change would be chaos. One way of thinking of these is in terms of the Indian notion of Shakti as the energy indeterminate principle, and Shiva as the formative principle, working together in a kind of tantric union to give the world that we know. Now, if there's this formative principle that comes through the fields of nature, then one of the questions is, how do fields operate? How are these fields governed? How do they have the forms, shapes, and properties they do? Well, I think that the organizing fields of living organisms, of crystals, of molecules, and so on, are organized by, I think that they are what I call morphic fields, and that these fields contain an inherent memory, so that these fields are essentially habitual, and nature is the theatre of these habitual fields organizing the indeterminate flux of energy. The fields themselves, by having this energy within them, have this indeterminate quality too. But this then brings us to the question of creativity. How do new fields, new forms, come into being in the first place? Where do they come from? Well, this morning, with Terence, I was discussing how they may arise out of the interaction between chaos and some kind of formative, unifying aspect of the cosmic mind, which Ralph has hijacked for the Pythagorean sect by calling the realm of mathematics. That there's an interaction here between these two levels, giving the world of becoming that he's shown by the wiggly line in the middle. Well, this is one way of looking at it. And this brings us back to the question of the nature of what he calls the mathematical realm, this sort of formative realm. Is there a kind of mathematical realm before the universe, somehow beyond space and time altogether, which conditions all forms of creativity, all patterns and possible systems of organization that can come into being with the world? Or are these all made up as the evolutionary process goes along? These are questions we've already touched on this morning. I myself think that if we take the view of things coming into being as evolution goes along, if we think of the cosmic, the soul of the world as having a kind of imagination, we can think of these as coming into being as nature goes along, and we can see this imagination as having many levels. There'd be a kind of cosmic imagination, which would be the soul of the world, the anima mundi, the soul of the universe. A cosmic mind, soul, and imagination. Within that, there would be clusters of galaxies, each of which would have their own mind, soul, or imagination. Then there'd be galactic ones, then ones for solar systems, then one for planets, then ones for ecosystems, then ones for societies of organisms and individual organisms, organs, tissues, and so on. There'd be many levels of organizing soul. I think these morphic fields could be regarded as an aspect of the souls of systems at different levels of being. Then there'd be the possibility of a whole range of imaginations, that we don't have to leap straight from what's happening in a social insect colony or in an animal or a plant or in a social system, a human social system, straight to the divine imagination or the mathematical mind of God or the transcendent realm of mathematics. There's a whole level of imaginations in between, a whole level, and within the Earth, we're embedded within the solar system with its own particular kind of soul and imagination, and that within the galaxy. So there'd be a whole set of levels at which creativity could come forth from souls with imaginations. Now, I think the difference that we might have to consider between all this and the traditional doctrine of the world soul is that in the traditional doctrine of the world soul of Plotinus and of Plato, they had a threefold system where there was the intellect, with the intelligence, which was really the realm of forms or ideas or the logos. And embedded within that was the world soul, which had as its characteristic an attractor. The world soul had space and time within it, and was concerned with the realm of becoming, namely the cosmos, not with the realm of being, which was the realm of these pure forms. And as the prototype of the cosmos, the world soul had this cosmic attractor as its entelechy, its goal. And this was a striving towards the eternal perfection of the divine. And then within the world soul, there were hosts, hierarchical levels within levels of souls of all the different systems within the universe, each of which had its own autonomous existence. A holistic or holarchic vision of souls within souls. The view that they had was that the qualities of the world soul were all fixed by the eternal forms, the eternal mathematical mind. The view that I want to consider is that the world soul or the world imagination makes up these forms as it goes along, that there isn't out there a kind of mathematical mind already fixed, already full, that what we do is make mathematical models of various aspects of nature. And I think that the one thing that happens then is these models can be projected as if they're a real thing out there, as if the world soul is engulfed within a kind of eternal mathematical mind. That may just be a projection of ours. The world soul may have an autonomy. It may be no more mathematical than our own souls are when we're dreaming. I mean, there are certain numbers and numerical forms come into dreams, but there's no sense when we're dreaming that these dreams are being generated by equations, or that they're essentially mathematical in structure. The world soul may have an autonomy to it. It may have a kind of mathematical realm as part of it. But that if we think of it as having its relation to mathematics and its relation to the creation of form, the ordering of chaos into patterns and forms and structures, then this mathematical aspect of it may evolve along with nature, just as our own understanding of mathematics evolves in time.
Well, I think that we are talking about complicated things, complex, obtuse, and difficult ideas, and we're talking about them in a language which seems more or less appropriate. So as you speak, I get an idea, I get a picture. I mean, for me, it's frequently a picture. And I don't see that mathematics is substantially different from verbal description as a strategy for making models. I mean, certainly, if you talk about Plotinus, for example, we have you described a visualizable model for the all and everything, including within it the world, soul, and so on. If we draw that as a picture instead of a word picture, then that's officially mathematics. That's geometry. That's a geometric model for the thing. I think that with mathematics we can make a model for anything. And if you think there's a Big Bang, we can make a model for that. And if you think that there are 3 sexes on the moon, and then we can make a model for that, you see. So mathematics could be regarded as simply an extension of language. It's not that mathematical laws describe the universe. I mean, it's true that that's the old paradigm. But I'm thinking that mathematics is a particularly good language for describing, discussing, imagining things that are really complicated. And the more complex, the more structured, the more difficult to engulf in our minds, the more appropriate mathematics might be, or maybe music might be. But words, I think, are frequently inadequate. That they have evolved, our language has evolved through the necessity of sharing our experience on a level of complexity which is more or less traditional, and which is inadequate to understand the whole world, or the world soul, or the ecosystem, the biosphere of planet Earth or something. So mathematics has only a little more magic than language. And we could say, well, the conservation of energy, that's a verbal description of something that you could also say mathematically. So I think that your maligning mathematics in this way is unjustified. And I guess I've been quoted in the chaos book as saying that chaos theory is the biggest thing since the wheel. Well, I believe that. I also think the wheel was a really big thing. But on the other hand, I've been quoted as saying that chaos theory is no big deal. So whatever you say, I agree with you. But I mean, about determinism, if I could reply to that, it's a long time ago, but that was, you said you had a complaint about chaos theory, about determinism and prediction. And there are 2 or 3 reasons why chaos theory is good for you. One thing is, if you accepted chaos theory as a way of modeling anything that we're interested in, which personally I don't, not by itself, it's too simple, then it's still good for you, because according to chaos theory, prediction and determinism are impossible. Even though it uses the language that the deterministic thinkers used, when you look into the technical details of it, prediction is impossible. You only get a sort of a probabilistic something or other. Secondly, the models for anything that you want to talk about, such as cooling is a good one, they don't come from chaos theory, they come from bifurcation theory. And that is really good for you, because bifurcation theory exemplifies the best in mathematics. The most it can possibly do for you is rule out a lot of possibilities that you might imagine might happen, and then the mathematics says, well, no, according to the assumptions that you said you believe, then all this won't happen. Only this. And then you get a list of 3 or 4 of these so-called bifurcations. They're the only things you're going to expect to see in any system which is well modeled by the theory where these models come from. So when you have cooling, then you have, let us say, a control knob where you're turning down the heat under the pan, and the boiling is gradually subsiding to simmering, which is subsiding to a little bit of waving, which is subsiding to nothing. Then we have at each stage, coming from the mathematics, a model which has attractors, which has maybe chaotic attractors. But every time you change the knob, you get a different model. And therefore, if you can't predict how the knob is going to change, the models don't give any prediction at all, and they're irrelevant. And the only interesting thing is that the theory can tell you certain transformations you'll expect and others not. For example, Terence had pointed to the punctual aspect of evolution, that many transformations are saltatory, they are catastrophic, they are abrupt. And here the theory comes in and saying models of this type in this theory, most of the transformations are abrupt, and they have kind of a theory Y, which is a geometrical model, which is only of use to those people who are thinking of the structure of the theory as opposed to what is happening in the ordinary world. So this bifurcation theory is good for you, and it gets rid of all, if chaos theory wasn't enough, that says determinism is impossible using mathematical models, forget it. Then we don't even think those models are appropriate anyway. Instead, you have these models that are changed by a parameter, which experience bifurcations. We have a very good encyclopedia of bifurcations, and those are good models for sudden changes, as, for example, in the emergence of form, as, for example, in the Neolithic Revolution, as, for example, in the crystallization of the planets, of the stardust. So that's the good news. But the truth is that this theory can be used to model everything, so it never settles any question as to the origin of things or the true nature of the ordinary reality. And therefore it's worthless. What's good about it, like language, is it's good for communication, it's good for a certain feeling of understanding and gaining comfort in a new environment, because modeling is part of our basic process of grokking. And always the models are no good. They're no good as models, but they're good for the growth of understanding, the evolution of understanding.
Well, I mean, you put the whole case impressively and modestly, in the sense that you're claiming that mathematicians are making models, here's a new range of models. I mean, it's like before there were only mechanical instruments, and now we've got electronic instruments. A whole new category of models have come onto the market. And we can look forward to more models in the future. And there'll be the latest, the 1990 model will soon be out. And we've got this ongoing evolutionary system of mathematical models which enable us to model various aspects of reality. This seems to me eminently modest claim. But I suspect there's more in the background, because at least there is for some people, because the traditional assumption is that these models correspond to something. The reason why they work is because there's some aspect of nature to which they mysteriously relate. And that aspect of nature is, in essence, mathematical, which is why mathematical modeling is possible. Now, this seems to me the interesting question, why mathematical models work in certain areas. There are large areas where they don't work and they aren't used, and maybe they could be used and they could work, but I mean, I'm often meeting mathematicians or physicists who say quantum physics is the most brilliant predictive system that mankind has ever known. It predicts things to the 25 places of decimals, and it's obviously correct. Well, as an agricultural scientist, when I was working in India, predicting the outcomes of my crop experiments, there was nobody who could predict those. And those experiments were, vast distance beyond the capabilities of any quantum physical modeling process or anything based on the so-called fundamental principles of physics. You can produce sort of string and sealing wax models for crop production, and we had people doing that. We had a computer, and there were these simple models. But it wasn't that they didn't seem to me to be pointing towards a convincing demonstration that the whole thing depended on a hidden mathematical order. There were phenomena going on. Some of them mathematicians have modeled fairly well. Others, there's huge areas of reality that are hardly modeled at all yet. But the question is it that mathematical models somehow fix on features of the fields of reality? Are the fields of reality more real than the models we use to model them with? Or is there a kind of mathematics yet more fundamental than the fields? Is the electromagnetic field, the magnetic field, for example, the north and south poles of the magnet, is that field polar? In the sense it has a north pole and a south pole, it clearly has a polarity. And is the electromagnetic field polar in electric charge as well? There's a positive and there's a negative charges. These polarities we find inherent, for example, in the electrical and magnetic fields. Are those because there's some kind of Pythagorean two system or duality in some archetypal realm beyond nature that's reflected in everything that happens in nature? Or is that just the way fields are? And that when we look at lots of fields, we make an abstraction and we make conscious in a mathematical model something which is inherent in the nature of the organizing fields of reality, but which doesn't exist in some transcendent mathematical realm.
Well, you could ask different mathematicians and get different answers. I'll give you mine. And other mathematicians would say it doesn't count because I'm not a mathematician. And this answer, in fact, is the proof of that. But I think that for me, mathematics is a beautiful landscape, an alternate reality, and there's infinite possibilities not yet loomed into view, not seen, but I suppose they exist. It's just a fantasy. And there may be other parts which don't exist, but they'll be created by the efforts of people such as myself who just go there all the time and hang out there and study there and give it energy, which is the nutrition and so on. So there is some older part and some younger part in the mathematical landscape, and this entire system is in co-evolution, I suppose, with the evolution in ordinary reality. In this mathematical landscape, there is only small parts which have been used and probably ever will be used for modeling anything in ordinary reality. From the viewpoint of any non-mathematician, which is almost everyone, then those pieces of mathematics that have been used by somebody for modeling something familiar, like the simmering in the bottom of in the boiling water, those parts are the only parts of mathematics that are visible. So then they proclaim how amazing the perfect fit between the mathematical concept evolved solely in the context of the human mind and this boiling pot of water. How amazing. Something real, something only in the mind, the resonance, you see, but it's just like some small parts of mathematics that have ever become visible in that way. Furthermore, they became visible primarily in the context of mathematical physics. And mathematical physics, I guess, is unfortunately an evolutionary dead end. So you have to carefully watch out to take any inspiration from it, especially something like quantum electrodynamics. You have a really good one, mathematical physicists such as Stephen Hawking going on record in several of his books saying that theoretical physics is done. Everything we can figure out is figured out now. And other theoretical physicists would like to say, I'm sure that, we'll progress a little further, but basically, although Hawking is probably wrong, in essence, he's kind of right, because this whole subject is devoted to the study of the simplest possible systems. Now, when you talk about your experience as agricultural scientist and so on, there you are talking of experience in a realm which is infinitely more complicated than the most complex system that a physicist ever looked at. So the parts of mathematics that have been used by these physicists are the parts that are the least interesting to us. And I want to tell you this good news that, at least in my opinion, mathematics offers much more to the more complex sciences than it offers to physics. And the whole potential of mathematics to aid us in our own evolution comes from the fact that it can extend our understanding of systems that are too complex to understand without it. It might be good for that, you see. So that when you just change the weather a little bit and these peas grow at the expense of those and so on, the understanding of that complexity could be aided. I mean, in any ecosystem, you have so many different things. You talk about the butterfly effect, and we don't know that one oil spill off the coast here could produce desertification and bring on the equivalent of nuclear winter. This is possible, but we don't understand it, and we never will, but our understanding can be advanced by mathematics, because mathematics is the supreme tool for the extension of our language for dealing with complex systems. That's its main appeal for application, for ordinary use, for garden variety life. We can have models of emotional relationships, of love affairs, of arms race between nations, of the nuclear club, of the United Nations, of the Society of People of Nations, of the Society of Species, and so on. We can model these things with models that are no good, but they're better than no models. And the construction of these models is part of our evolution, and is part of the evolution of the mathematical landscape as well.
Yes. Well, that's all very moderate and reasonable. No extravagant Platonic claims. What interests me, I must admit that my interest in mathematical models has enormously increased since I came across attractors. And my ability to understand attractors, or at least even a little bit about them, was greatly increased by your visual dynamics books, which for the first time made these things visible. I should say, for those who haven't followed Ralph's work, that he's done more than any mathematician I know to make the essential features of this mathematics visible. He's produced four volumes of books on dynamics, visual dynamics. There's not a single equation in the 4 volumes, and through diagrams he tries to give you the essence of what dynamic systems are and what the science, the mathematical branch of dynamics is, how it models them and how it understands them. It's very illuminating. And normally mathematics is hidden behind an opaque cloud of symbols which most of us can't penetrate beyond. It's as if all we knew of music was looking at scores of symphonies but never actually hearing the symphony. These symbols refer to things which for real mathematicians are intuitions, visual intuitions. And so Ralph helps make that clear. But what interests me is in these attractors, no one else in any other branch of science has been able to think in terms of teleological principles which pull from in front. And mathematicians have sort of snuck in round the back, and because it's an abstruse branch of an abstruse subject, which the anti-teleological inquisitions of modern science don't really understand very much, it's somehow grown up in the back without anyone noticing. And now we've got this whole system of dynamical attractors, including chaotic attractors, that have been developing for years without those who police the frontiers of science noticing what was going on. Sort of illicit crops of models have grown up in clearings and backyards, as it were. And it seems to me that they've really quite changed our way of thinking about nature, because they have made it conceivable to think of what Aristotle called the entelechy, or what this pulling process. Now, what I'd like to know is how you think attractors work. I mean, I know you'll say that all we're doing is modeling what actually happens. We're not saying anything about the underlying reality or fields or structures that make it happen. We're just describing or modeling what actually happens in the physical world. The interesting thing is the models of attractors imply that a future state draws the system towards it. And I suppose you can say, well, the model isn't in the future, or the state isn't really in the future. It's only a description of what you've observed in the past. But the fact is, however one tries to get out of it, they do seem to be dealing with a new conception, a pulling rather than a pushing, something that's more Aristotelian than mechanistic, something that involves the pulling from the functional and cosmological reason that we get what Terence and I were discussing this morning, an attractor for the entire cosmic evolutionary process.
Well, I have to admit that when I heard this morning from both of you, I thought, I was astonished at this interpretation, and I can't say it's wrong, but I can say that it's different. I'm sure it's different from the way that any mathematician has thought about attractors in dynamical systems before. I think it's an arbitrary interpretation. I mean, here we have the track, and here we have the train going down the track. Now we know that the train is going to keep on going down the track, and it's going to get to the next station in 7 minutes. Is the station pulling the train? So the dynamical system, like when we think of the dynamical system, is the rule, which is the track. So when the train is a certain place, it's on the track, and where it's going to go next is going down the track. The rule is the train will go down the track. Some trains are going to jump track. But basically, the rule is the track where the train now is. And as a matter of fact, it leads on to where the train is going to be next. And then the rules apply again. I mean, we have a game that we're playing here according to rule, if you consent to play. And that is, the rules of the game are that when you're at this spot, you go this way. When you're at this spot, you go this way. And these rules, the rules of the game, the running rules, comprise the agreement. That's the dynamical system. Now, there's some mathematics somewhere, maybe there isn't even, but we imagine that then it has turned the crank on the axiomatic system, and it says eventually you'll get to the destination, the station, which might not be a point, it might be a circular track, or it might be a tangled up hidden track, which is a chaotic attractor. That doesn't mean that the attractor is pulling the train. So to think of the attractor as pulling the train, I think is suggested by the word attractor, which never really thought of this word in the early 1960s. Did we ever think that it would be interpreted in this way? But now I can see it's the obvious interpretation that anyone would make when they read this word. It means nothing. Okay. The second problem was confronted by Sir Isaac Newton when he chose the word attraction, gravitational attraction. As Voltaire said in 1730 when he visited London, this was years after, 30, 40 years after Newton, 50 years after Newton had developed these ideas, they were still not accepted in France. And Voltaire said the principal reason the French academicians scorned Newton's ideas was that he used the word attraction Voltaire said if he'd used a different word, his ideas would have been more readily accepted, because the word attraction, which for the French then, as it still does for us today, has connotations of sexual attraction and is steeped in sort of animistic and subjective associations, seemed to them perfectly absurd. The idea that the earth could be attracting a stone in a way that had anything to do with the way that an attractive woman could be attracting a man seemed to them absurdly animistic. And Newton was, Voltaire said if he'd chosen a different way, his theories would have been adopted 30 years earlier in France. Now, Voltaire may have been wrong, but the fact is that his ideas weren't accepted in France. And from the very beginning, the notion of gravitational attraction, because of these animistic associations, was a difficulty for people. But the fact is that Newton, by substituting gravitational attraction, managed to build a mechanistic cosmology that replaced an animistic cosmology by introducing animistic principles by subterfuge. In Aristotle's view of the world, stones fell because they were attracted to the earth. They were attracted to their proper place. They were attracted to they were going home. It was a kind of attractive process. Newtonian physics said, oh, no, it's completely wrong to think of nature working on attractions. Stones fall because of attraction. And then you say, well, wait a minute, isn't that rather a funny word to use? They said, oh, no, forget about any sort of animistic associations. This is a totally technical term. Now, so we've been through this particular thing before. What's happened is that in the evolution of science, since the mechanistic revolution, attraction has been reinvented again and again, and its inventors choose the name, and then the thought is that this is what they're saying, because the name has such an inherent appeal and plausibility, seems to correspond to the way nature is going. They then remember that science isn't meant to be like that and sort of pretend that actually it's just a coincidence. You could have called it something else. The Newtonian physics and the triumph of the mechanistic system, in my opinion, only works because what it was seeking to deny was introduced into it by a kind of subterfuge and pretended that this was a mechanical principle, whereas it was something else. And I suspect that the same is true with your fundamental attractors myself. And you see, I think even if you take your example of the train, the station isn't pulling the train. In a sense, what's motivating the train is the purpose of the people getting to New York or Los Angeles or London, unless human beings were purposive and had destinations they wanted to get to, unless railway companies had schedules and planned the way they ran the trains in accordance with what they thought supply and demand was. That train wouldn't be running. There's a sense in which the station is an attractor. If I want to go by train to London, I get on a train that's going to London because intent is my purpose to go to London. And the idea that the train can be modelled as if it's attractive, but actually it's just a fixed system, dynamical system running along rails that happens to turn up. Well, if you observe enough trains on the London Railway, you see lots of them going to London, say, within a model of London as an attractor, but it's got nothing to do with attraction. That's, in a sense, a subterfuge because it has got a great deal to do with attraction. People were there are railway lines running nowhere in particular. Very few people travel on that from railway companies close them down because they say there's no demand. So I think you see that there is this implication, and I think even in your chosen example it's really there. Well, I think it's a good analogy with Newton's attraction. And there are, with his theory, or equally in general relativity, some unresolved difficult problems about action at a distance in space. And I think that we have the same thing here, but it's a question of action at a distance in time. And there are two different times that are being confused, and I think the idea of two-dimensional time that a couple of people have already suggested could aid us here. The train goes down the track and arrives at the station, and that's the attractor, but it's not actually pulling the train. So there is an action at a given instant before the train arrives at the station. The arrival at the station is still in the future. The problem with thinking of the station pulling the train is that the cause is then in the future. That's the problem with this teleological approach. We're arguing that the station pulls the train because the people want to go there applies to a different kind of time, and that's the time on the scale of the evolution of the train system. And people used to get off the train there, and there was no station. They asked the conductor for it to stop, and after many people did, and then they built a station there, and so on. So I think the more interesting thing rather than a dynamical model with attractors and so on as the exerting an influence over the past to approach the future. The more interesting idea is to make a model for evolution itself, in which the train system, with its various distribution of stations, even the location of towns, the size of London, as opposed to the size of Britain and so on, all of this is evolving slowly in the course of another kind of time, a time in centuries. And now we have this pattern is coming forth on the trajectory in another space, which is also going to an attractor, which is the final configuration, the city plan, the location of cities, the network of train tracks, and so on. And the evolution of that is also going toward an attractor. But is it being pulled by the attractor? So I think it's not, because the people are exerting when they're getting on off the train wherever they want, and that's the real cause, as it were, the determinant of evolution is the free will of the moment, is the collective action of the citizens of the present.
Well, just one more thing I'd say before we ask Terence for his opinion. There's a sense in which we face this problem in our own psychology, there's a sense in which our own motivations. You see, motivations in the ordinary psychological sense are not pushing from behind, but pulling from ahead. And in courts of law, seeking to establish the cause of what happened. Motivation is very important. It sounds so willfully, like I say, and say, but if so, what was their motive? The motive isn't what, if they did it in order to kill them, in order to inherit money that they would inherit through their will, there's a sense in which a future state or an imagined future state is not pulling them. And there's a sense in which our own motivation, we have desires and goals, we have purposes and aims, even if just like coming to lesson this weekend, all of us had the intention of getting here, and the intention preceding our coming here. And the sense in which the goal of being here at Essen this weekend drew our behavior towards it, and that goal was in the future. So we face the same problem in dealing with our own psychological motivations, which we know most about. We know more about our own motivations than about the functioning of the course of nature. And I would have thought exactly the same problems arose. And the concept of morphic attractors in morphic resonance theory and in Aristotle's notion of the soul, the concept of the entelechy, is trying to deal with this fact that somehow in the present, the system, the person, the developing animal, the developing plant, in the present is subject to the influence of a potential future state that hasn't yet come into being. That future state is what directs and guides and attracts the development of the present system. Now, is that future state existing in the present in some other dimension or direction of time, or is it actually out there in the future and pulling from tomorrow or the day after tomorrow through time? I mean, these may be just different ways of trying to imagine how this is working.
Now we've arrived at the imagination.
Exactly, over to Terence.
Oh, very interesting. I had a lot to say about the earlier part, but I'll work backward through it. I think Whitehead had a phrase called appetition for completion, which is, I take to be what this attractor notion is seeking to concretize. If we didn't use the word attractor, if we tried to be true to the notion that the thing was being pushed from behind the process, then we would have to use a word like the propeller or the motivator. And in these cases, I think intuitively, or perhaps it's just the habit of my own thinking, these seem to be inelegant terms. They seem to immediately raise questions of operational detail that attractor doesn't. We know how things are attracted to something. They simply move toward them. But if something is propelled towards something, if something is motivated towards something, then we have to visualize an engine strapped to it that is moving it toward an end state which it somehow is able to magically find, where if you view the attractor as the bottom of an energy well, then anything put into the energy well will make its way to the attractor, because the attractor is the least energetic state. And so the whole system tends to move in that direction. The idea that the cause is in the future makes hash of the notion of causality. And so this is, I think, on the part of science, something that they're very concerned to eliminate, because the backwash from that assumption will make the practice of science much more difficult. Nevertheless, Ralph and his colleagues have been modeling for many years now plant growth, dripping faucets, coupled oscillators like groups of cuckoo clocks hung on the wall, and this sort of thing. The modeling task, ne plus ultra, is history. This is where you're no longer playing a little game to demonstrate something to a group of students or colleagues, but where you actually are saying our models, our methods are powerful enough that now we will take on the real world, not even the real world of biology, but the real world of the felt experience of being embedded in human institutions. Well, when you look at history, I think the whole reason history has bogged down in the 20th century is because of the absence of belief in an attractor. This is the hideous legacy of existentialism and all the philosophies constellated around it, that there is no attractor, there is no appetition for completion. Everything is referent to the past up through the present and no further. So that's what I think about the last part of the thing. What interested me more and appealed more to my own kinkiness, because it caused me to think something I had never thought before, even though on one level Rupert was taking liberties with my material. this notion about complexity and cooling, I saw, perhaps because I heard it from his lips rather than my own, I saw a dimension which I had never seen before, which is my tendency is always to carry any principle to the ultimate extrapolation. And if in fact the increase of complexity in the life of the universe is directly related to falling temperatures in the universe, then it seems to me it's reasonable to suppose that the most complex states in the projective history of the universe will occur at very low temperatures. Well, isn't it interesting then that phenomena like superconductivity and stuff like that has to do with low temperatures? And superconductivity is fascinating to cybernetic engineers because it's a way to preserve information from decay. You see, if you put information into a superconducting circuit operating around absolute zero, it will be impossible to disrupt that circuit without destroying it. And people like Erwin Schrödinger, as early as the mid-30s, suggested that since life seeks to stabilize itself against mutation, the obvious principle to be brought in to aid in that task would be something very much like superconductivity, well, I don't want to belabor the point in my little space of time, but in fact, the way in which charge transfer and things like that occur in DNA suggests that nature may have incorporated this principle into its mechanics. What this says to us in the present that is particularly poignant, I think, is that our cultural phase transition that we are going through vis-a-vis machines may signify that we are not, as I have always thought, very close to the maximized state of novelty, but that we're somewhere out in the middle of that wave that goes from the beginning to the end, and that what the cultural transition that we are doing is about is we are downloading all novelty so far achieved into a much colder and stabler regime, the cold and stable regime of silicon crystals and arsenic doped chips and this sort of thing. And this is, a fairly appalling idea, because I think we all have a horror of being replaced by machines. But on the other hand, prokaryotes were replaced by eukaryotes, and there have been several of these replacement scenarios in the history of life. So I think it's interesting that you make this point about cooling and complexity. It seems to me to imply that in my own theory, the 0 point may in fact be the absolute 0 point, and that what the time wave or the fractal of time really describes is the fluctuation of the career of heat over the life of the universe, and that in domains of high heat, information is degraded and novelty is lost, and there is a kind of recidivist tendency, and when temperatures fall, order reasserts itself and stabilizes.
Well, I think that the storage in low temperatures is interesting, because I think one of the things, when Ralph said this mathematics is like language as a modeling system, I think there's a very big difference between spoken language and written language. When you get written language, the first ones we know about are written on rocks, the ultimate low-temperature crystalline storage system. The Ten Commandments, as given to Moses, were written on tablets of stone. I mean, this is this kind of permanent storage system. And putting things in silicon crystals is a more sophisticated way, but this is essentially a low-temperature storage method. You couldn't do it. You couldn't write on water or in the wind. So I think that the language, and the written language, creates the illusion for us of an independent world. I think I myself think the notion of Platonic forms and this ideal, this transcendent eternal world couldn't have arisen until written language had arisen, because written language produced the model, and by what I think of as a kind of idolatry, these man-made symbols and structures, languages and mathematics, when written down, can be imagined to endure forever in some kind of other realm, as if there's some kind of celestial rock or celestial stone or celestial crystal in which they endure forever. But the reality of language, as it's existed for a far longer period of its history, and as it exists right now here as we talk to each other, is in spoken language. And spoken language is a process that happens in time, and the memory involved in spoken language, which comes when stories are retold, like the bards and the transmission in oral cultures. There is no written record, so the spoken record, the story, organically develops as time goes on, and there's nobody around to say, well, look, you've got the story wrong because in the book it's written like this. The thing organically evolves. And so I think a model of language is a kind of model of reality. An oral tradition has this constantly evolving and conserved, and yet conserved model. Whereas as soon as you've got a written one, as soon as you've got written records, or written mathematical formulae, you get the impression, an imaginary realm of sort of eternal forms, by just sort of projecting the notion of things written down. Anyway, that was just what I wanted to say in response to what you said. And I think that's one way in which we get this, or we could easily get, I'm not saying for sure the mathematically Platonic or Pythagorean realm is an illusion, but it would be easy to see how such an illusion could be produced.
Well, I imagine, just to be contrary, that mathematics preceded not only writing, but mathematics probably preceded language as well. Certainly, mathematics preceded writing. And in mathematics, we have, for example, a circle, a line. I mean, these are, for Plato, the ideals. Right? So do we need writing on stone to think of a line or a circle or a triangle as being eternal form? And the evolution of this kind of mathematics preceding writing was probably done by drawing in sand. And writing evolved by drawing in sand, and only later you had drawing on stone. So I think, it's just possible that the idea of eternal forms, laws, and so on emerged before writing on stone, and that writing on stone was just, as a matter of fact, a concretization of those. It just suggests a migration in evolution from the immaterial to the material, from the abstract to the concrete. I mean, it's the opposite of what a lot of people think.
Your theories are the theories of chaos. Using this gentleman's terminology here, is this a model? How does it relate to, is it a model for the chaos in society, in our world today? And what does it tell you about that?
Yeah, I used to answer when I went on the airplane, and the person in the next seat would say, what do you do? And I say, oh, well, I'm a math professor. I do research in mathematics. And then they always say, that's my worst subject. And the conversation would end. So I soon learned to pretend that it was something else. Well, I write books. Oh, yeah? What kind of books? Well, textbooks. Well, that would end the conversation. Once, as a kind of accident, I said, well, I study chaos theory. And the person immediately said, now that's a subject I know a lot about. That was many years ago, but I rejected that. And so at that point, I would have answered to your question, no. I didn't think there was very much relationship between mathematical models with chaotic behavior on the one hand and the chaos in life. What people are talking about when they say that's something I know a lot about, they're talking about a problem in their relationship or in the middle of the argument with their mate or something. So, but my attitude has changed over the years, and more I've been trying to make models in the social sciences in general, and now I have, for example, a project in psychoanalysis to model, working with a group of psychoanalysts to model the therapeutic situation. And their idea was, in the experience of their practice of psychoanalysis, they had the feeling that the patient would present, that's a technical jargon, I gather, of that field, would present chaotically. That the presentation would become more chaotic, and that was to them a clue that a trigger was approaching for an episode or something. So they came to me saying, could you model this? Could we have data where we could sort of meter the extent of chaos, like my parameter Gn in the ocean? And that was a few years ago, and so it's progressed, and now I'm working on, I call it aerodynamics, ERO, models for the love relationship, and for the synergy in society, social synergy in a group of nations, for example, what does lead to war and what leads to cooperation, how do you resolve conflict, and so on. So I do feel that it is, I won't say possible, it's conceivable in course of time, given its adequate evolution of the modeling art, of this hermeneutical circle the gentleman has described so well in the context of the ships and the models for the ships, that we could reach a point where we had models that were decent in some sense to aid us in the understanding of complex social relationships. A group of people, like 2, 3, a group this size, a group of nations, a world of nations, the evolution of society, and Terence's dream, a model for history itself. This is it's thinkable. It's not unthinkable. We're not at a point where we can meter the chaos in the room and say they're about to break for dinner.
Isn't what you've done today and yesterday sort of evidence of that with the thing that she's done with this event, the humming and so forth? It is presuming that we are all somehow going to get together through this in some way, make it better for us to communicate and be in the room through this particular instrument.
Yes.
And in relationships, what I know about relationships and working with people is it's a lot about energy. And the energy that gets or doesn't get focused with the 2 or 3 or if you have a group of 8 or whatever. And it's a lot of working with that energy.
Well, I'm delighted to hear this optimism because I had recently, a month or 2 or 3 ago, given a talk here to a group of social scientists about the possibilities of mathematical modeling. And their response was really angry and hostile. The very idea of a mathematical anthropology or a mathematical sociology they thought was really offensive.
People who had a different kind of investment in that situation,
right.
You would get different kind of
yeah.
It reminds me
response.
of when catastrophe theory had come out and people were looking at using it on politics, especially revolutionary politics. That there are certain political and social changes which occur peacefully and in an incremental manner, but those same changes will occur catastrophically if, for example, the economy is in trouble. So they were attempting to use catastrophe theory to model politics. They were unable to get enough data, I think, to make a practical model.
Actually, that's a good case because it was very promising, it's still very promising, but it suffered a kind of a sociological or historical accident where a wave of popular hostility built up over catastrophe theory in a series of newspaper articles and within the mathematical community, and it killed it. It killed a very promising strategy of model building for the social sciences. Anyway, it was very limited. It was a temporary stage on the way to what we are doing now with these systems. And I don't know if it will save the world or anything, but I can tell you it's a lot of fun.
Ralph, in line with the question about sociology, I haven't asked you this question for a couple of years. I ask it every couple of years. Do you still cling to the mathematical proof of the impossibility of monogamy?
I don't remember your asking that 2 years ago, Terence, nor ever before.
Do you remember making the statement?
Not only I don't remember, but I say I proclaim to you all it's impossible I ever made such a statement because, as I've just explained to Rupert, I don't believe in the resonance between the models and the actuality of ordinary life. I think that it evolves our understanding to play with models. Well, they do have a certain practical value, but I don't consider that the interesting part. So if I had a mathematical proof of the impossibility of monogamy in a certain model universe of model relationship in level 3, I might have spoken about that, and you made what Gregory Basin called a category error and thought I was talking about human relationship. But you know, I never actually speak about human relationship.
I wish you told me this years
Shall we stop?
Next question.
This whole notion of the role of modeling, I find very central to the discussion, especially where it's tied in with the feedback between the abstracting and the concretizing, and blends them together so your model, you sail your model out, and tied to this notion of the attractor. If you model an attractor, does your model have attractive properties? Does it begin to become a concrete or an attractive entity?
We'll have to ask Terence about this, since he's been using this word extensively today, appetition, and I don't know exactly what it means. Terence, are models attractive? I mean, are they habit-forming? Is modeling a habit?
I think so. I think if a model is a good model, it will begin to attract. It will begin to pull energy towards itself. It's almost like the idea of a self-fulfilling prophecy. And in a way, that's what I see the three of us and others mentionable as doing. We're trying to create a self-fulfilling prophecy where it's such a good idea that it will act as an attractor and the world will move.
Yes, a good dream for a future with a future.
Yes.
Well, maybe it's an appropriate time just to make mention of this area of mythology and ritual. That here we have a kind of model which has been thought to be crucial for the evolution of a society. And it could be that certain models are attractive in that realm. For example, the Trinity or one God. I think that it's possible, I mean, there's an alternative possibility in that the models aren't attractive exactly, but you have springing up thousands of new societies around the planet every few years, and some of them will survive. They're like mutations in the social sphere, and some will survive for a while and others not. And some may have a really huge history, like 3,000 or 5,000 years. Or our civilization, how old is this one? It starts with the Renaissance or in the time of Christ. Is, say, in the Renaissance, this particular model with its very complicated pantheon of gods and goddesses. I think it could be natural selection of societies that have adopted a certain model and made it a habit, whether attractive or not. And then the longevity is not because the model is attractive, but because it has a certain evolutionary advantage, or advantage in whatever is the selection mechanism. Or it could be that certain models, like the Trinity, are intrinsically attractive, and that's why there are so many societies with Trinity as their model, which had a long lifetime.
Just to follow up, well, where does it make it over? You know, where does the model cross over? When does Frankenstein's monster get, citizenship papers, or how does the model stay not part of the real world? Or, you see what I'm saying, or trying to get at here? That the model becomes it. I mean,
the model is just a plan.
Yeah,
but the model takes on a kind of social reality, doesn't it? In a religious system, like Islam, for example, the model of God, which Islam has, this strongly emphasized monotheism, actually takes on a social reality. It's reflected. If you have one God, then the earth is sacred, but then you have the idea there should be one sacred place on earth. So you have all pilgrimage to Mecca, all mosques pointing to Mecca. You have one God mirrored in this one central. So you have a model actually becoming a social reality. This is a common thing. But there's one, let me just conclude one further thought on this line. I think that the history of religions is one of the things that it tells us is that all temples, images, diagrams, all the paraphernalia of religion, ritual forms, in some sense have a modeling function. Some of them may be symbols that participate with the reality they're describing. And one of the constant dynamics in the history of at least Western religions is the way in which the models are taken to be the reality by people. It's a recurrent danger of models, and in the Judeo-Christian tradition it's called idolatry. It's that the model of reality the image of the God is taken to be the God itself. And I myself think that one of the problems of the mechanistic worldview is that the mathematical models of classical physics were taken by many people to be the actual reality governing the world. So the idea was there was this mathematical mind governing the world. And this became the God of the materialist or the atheist. This kind of, the mathematical models, the images of reality became the ultimate reality for them.
Here's a possible interesting example of a religio-poetic myth becoming a powerful attractor. Between the 11th and the 13th century in Western Europe, there was a very important paradigm shift that took place. Namely, the recognition of the importance of the feminine principle. And this affected life in every way. One of the ways to do this is to see the shift in the style of architecture, say, between the Romanesque construction that was used in the older portions of the Abbey of Mont Saint-Michel and, say, the Cathedral de Chartres. Now, Mont Saint-Michel was built for the glorification of Saint Michael, who was the most powerful of all the angels, the one who threw Satan out of heaven. A very masculine thing. It's a masculine building, very little decoration, thick walls, very little small windows, solidly built. A masculine style of architecture. If you go to Chartres, you see the apotheosis of the feminine style of architecture. This acted, I think, is in the sense of what you're calling an attractor, because between the 11th and the 13th century, beginning around the beginning of the 12th century, hundreds of these Gothic cathedrals were built in Europe, all for the adoration of the Blessed Virgin. Hundreds of them at an enormous expense, an enormous effort. Remember, this was a poor time, and Europe put an enormous amount of their effort into doing this, and I can only see this as the attractive power of a myth created around. Is it?
Well, it must be something like that. I mean, it must be something to do with the feminine aspect of creativity. You see, one of the things that Ralph and I were thinking about earlier today, we were having a conversation after lunch, that we find both masculine and feminine creative principles in mythology, and both masculine and feminine creative principles come in trinities quite frequently, the triple goddess, but then in the Christian world, the male trinity. And Ralph was saying, well, maybe there would be, since there seems to be this possibility of looking at it either way, there must have been somewhere in which the two threes formed a six, and the two creative trinities interlaced, and then it occurred to us that the Star of David is just such a diagram, two interpenetrating triangles. Or well, any six-fold structure. Anyway, this takes us into another realm of archetypes. It's 6 o'clock, and maybe it's time now to stop, because after supper we come to Terence and Ralph on creation, chaos and imagination.
At 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Chaos and the imagination. Now, someone asked about the relationship between the chaos on plane 3 and the chaos on plane 1, and I said there was sort of a resonant relationship. My appreciation of it had increased over these past years. I'm wearing the mask of chaos, but I'm not constrained to stick to the mathematical plane. So I should like now to speak about the chaos of ordinary life and the relationship of this chaos to the imagination. And along the way, I'll try to explain to you why I think chaos is the biggest thing since the wheel. I know, Terence, you've emphasized the importance of chaos and fractals in your own thinking and so on. So here will be either more of the same or maybe a further reason to regard the chaos revolution as good news. somebody came to me last year and gave me a splendid quote about chaos, knowing that I was writing a popular book on chaos, Gaia, and Eros. And it said, all creation begins in chaos, progresses in chaos, and ends in chaos. It's perfect for my book, especially considering that it comes from Homer. But I couldn't find it in Homer. I called a classics professor in my university, told me about all the lexicons and concordances where every single word in Homer. The word chaos never appears in Homer. It is known where it occurs for the first time, and it occurs for the first time in Hesiod. And he was kind of contemporary, more or less, of Homer, if a person at all, around 800 BC, the beginning of the bardic tradition of ancient Greece. And in Hesiod, this word chaos appears in a piece called Theogony, which is a theogony, that is to say, more or less a creation tale, but the stories of the creation of the gods and goddesses one by one. Well, they're not gods and goddesses, really. They're abstract principles. And the three main ones are chaos, Gaia, and Eros. So in this way, thanks to this gentleman, Augustin de Melo, I'll be forever in his debt, I found out about the Hesiodic theogony and the Orphic Trinity. Now, the meaning of chaos, the first time the word appeared in literature, has got nothing whatsoever, apparently, superficially, to do with what we mean by chaos in the English language and in ordinary life. It meant only to Hesiod, according to the lexicon, the gaping void left, sort of the gaping void between heaven and earth, out of which the creation came. So creation out of chaos, yes. But the chaos did not mean disorder or anything negative. It only meant this gaping void. Well, after reading in detail about the significance of this and the other, those proper nouns in Greek literature beginning with a capital letter, they don't mean people or anything like people. They're more abstract principles, particularly in Homer and Hesiod, and in the Orphic literature, the Orphic hymns. So these chaos, Gaia, Eros are, it's a trinity, and it's associated with, they're the gods of, or concepts of the primitive types. Chaos is a sky concept, and Gaia, of course, is an earth concept. And Eros is actually a bisexual, it says in the literature, but that means what we would call an androgyne, a double-sexed person or concept. Whereas chaos is definitely a feminine word as it appears in Hesiod. Gaia is feminine, chaos is feminine, and Eros has got this ambivalence. And they're the most abstract, earliest proto-concepts of sky, earth, and the creative tension in between. Well, after understanding that, you look up, you think of these different interpretations, sky, God concept, the gap in the opening and so on. When you look at the sky, the most obvious chief characteristic feature of the sky is the Milky Way. And it does appear as a kind of a gap between this and that, the two sides of the Milky Way. The sky, as understood by primitive people, is sort of like an Easter basket. And you have the ecliptic is around the waist, kind of a snake, and all what is below that is considered the underworld. And then you have this handle across the top to hold it, which is the Milky Way. It's the royal road of the gods traveling between the underworld and the overworld. And it's analyzed in extensive detail in a thick book called Hamlet's Mill. So looking further then at chaos as the Milky Way, you see, like the photograph that Terence has just showed, the prototypical chaos in the sense of randomness or disorder and so on. Understanding that, you can then connect the word with an earlier word, concept, or god or goddess, meaning the same thing as what you visually see represented in the Milky Way itself, and that is, in one of its most popular representations, Tiamat, the goddess of chaos, from Enuma Elish, the creation poem, the greatest epic poem of Babylonian literature, discovered in the library of Ashurbanipal at Nineveh. Recent discovery. How to read the text, another recent discovery, 1950s, came out. Maybe 1870 or so was the first discovery. There was this story of the origin of the gods and the creation of the world by Tiamat and Apsu, the god and goddess of chaos, who lived in the water, one more sweet water and the other salt water. And they created then the whole pantheon and the whole world and so on. But eventually along came Marduk. Marduk was a younger generation of gods, in the next generation. And there was a conflict between the older and the younger gods over how the world ought to be run. And apparently this conflict was taking place in the form of a social transformation, a transformation represented in the mythological by the demotion of Apsu and Tiamat from the pantheon of Babylon, the city Babylon, and the replacement by Marduk eventually became the god, Mr. Big of Babylon, around 2000 BC, coinciding with the sweep of patriarchy over that city, propelled on a new type of war chariot with spoked wheels instead of solid wheels. Am I digressing too much?
No, you've reached the wheel.
Well, I've reached the spoke wheel and its association with, is this accidental? I don't know, with the patriarchy, and the fact that the wheel itself as a mathematical model is the paradigm of order. What we mean by order is either the thing is static, it's constant, its order is that of homeostasis, like more or less the temperature of the planet Earth, or it's regularly changing in a circle, a divine mathematical form, according to Plato, as the planets were supposed to move before Kepler, who introduced the ellipse. Fantastic transformation, punctual catastrophe in the history of consciousness. In short, according to this epic, Enuma Elish, Tiamat was killed in the most violent way, ripped to pieces, creating the world, creating a new order by our hero of Babylon, Mr. Marduk, also Bel, Baal, and so on. His New Year's celebration was honored at the New Year time all over Old Europe, including at Stonehenge. At the New Year's festival, this epic poem was read. So annually was the reminder that chaos is bad, chaos has been killed, chaos has been replaced by order, an order associated with perfect periodic, the wheel, the cycle, the perfect roundness, and so on. For 2,000 years, this poem was read in a festival lasting 11 years called the Akitu Festival in Babylon, with similar, almost identical festivals in Egypt, the Osiris festival of Denderah, in Crete, the Dionysian ritual of the New Year, and in Canaan, in the Israelite festival surviving to this day, Sukkot, which begins next month. All of this, just to the importance of the chaos revolution now, is that chaos has recovered from being demoted, from being banished to the unconscious in around 2000 BC or so, from then up to now 4 or maybe 5,000 years of the repression of chaos. I mean, chaos is, to this day in our culture, a bad word. We have to watch out for chaos. It ruins your love life, it has to be replaced by order, scientists most especially hate it, and so on. The fact that scientists, of all people, in the temple of science, that Tiamat has to be accepted as a friend and replaced upon her throne, this is big news. Now, a little bit of lore about chaos. And now, about the imagination. Since we have developed this theme, I think, to all our satisfaction, the connection between chaos and creativity. the creative as, now we're connecting, I'm going to try to make a direct link from chaos to the imagination, but it's completely unnecessary because we've already got the line from chaos to creativity and the line from creativity to the imagination. So we know that imagination is linked to chaos. The repression of imagination, the evil shadow, the bad name of chaos, must therefore result in an impedance, a resistance to imagination. So the creative imagination manifests most profoundly by people like Euler, like Beethoven, like Wagner. This imagination should, of course, be functioning in everyone, but people have a resistance to their own creative imagination, and I'm suggesting that this resistance has a mythological base, a ritual base, and historically represents a very deep creode, a runnel in the morphogenetic field of a depth of 3 to 5 Waddingtons. Well, this is a unit that Rupert and I have worked out for measuring the depth of runnels. So we've got a really, it's not only a personal failing if you find it difficult to write poetry when you sit down at your desk. You see? Repeat what?
Whatever it was.
Yes. So $30 or $25 as the case may be. I could try another pass nearby, but I can't remember where we are.
The Waddington. They just want to hear the word explained.
Stealing a line from Terence's current book. There are habits. Habits, according to Rupert, are tunnels. They're, deeply worn paths, labyrinths in the morphogenetic field. But habits is a habit. There's a habit of habits. That's the line I'm stealing from Terence's book. And the habit of habits has as a mathematical model these creodes. That's the attractor and the basin. Any state in the basin tends to the attractor. The attractor is the teleology of its habit. So the habit of habits is the habit of living in a landscape with peaks and valleys, where we have the tendency to go down the track to the attractor. Do I digress too far? So the habit of habits is good, and some habits might be harmful. And one thing that creates a really deep runnel is the repetition for 11 days a row once a year for 2,000 to 3,000 years. So that makes it a more serious matter. I mean, it's going to cost you a lot if you're going to a psychotherapist to get cured of your difficulties in creative imagination. It's going to be cheaper to fix up something that only started last year. Like thinking bisexuality is bad or something. Mm-hmm. So we felt that we wanted to quantify the depth of a runnel, and I'm not going to say it's proportional exactly to the number of days of the repetition and the frequency, the annual or the, but there's, since Waddington introduced the concept creode in connection with embryology, as Rupert has explained, we thought it appropriate to take his name, like resistance, ohm, there's Maxwell's Henrys, there's Faraday's, there's Gilbert's, and
there's amperes,
and watts, as in Watts Tower, and and Waddington, as in the depth of the creode. And for a really deep creode, I recommend for your consideration the New Year's Festival of Akitu, together with its complete description, the subject of numerous books of length, 300 pages or so, by a fantastic field of scholarship known to few. We know about archaeology, anthropology, history, comparative religion, and so on. What about OT, Old Testament studies? The most voluminous, incredible field of the greatest scholarship, of the most minute details, all interdisciplinary, has produced, among other things, a comparative study of New Year's festivals around the world. Amazing evidence of morphic resonance on a planetary scale in society before radio, before sailing ships. Global manifestation, evidence of resonance with the Gaian mind on the same level as the distribution of these so-called Venus figurines of the Gravettian culture all over the planet. So, chaos and the imagination, the repression of chaos, the obstruction of imagination, the final development over these thousands of years of serious and perhaps fatal ecological problems that we have today. The suggestion of the growth of a problem beyond all bound, with nobody even trying to do anything about it, has associated with a lack of imagination. And therefore, an artifact, a consequence of a cultural flaw that came in with the patriarchy. Now, I'm not saying that patriarchal culture is bad because it's patriarchal, although I would say that too. That belongs in another context. I would say, besides all that, it's bad because it's repressed chaos. It's made chaos bad. It's made Marduk good, the god of law and order. No. We would like to reject that so the planet can be saved, so life and love can be saved. And lo and behold, along comes an event as big as the development of the wheel, as positive perhaps as whatever negative was the discovery of the wheel, due to the fact that without getting rid of the wheel, we don't have to give up our automobiles. We are regaining chaos for potential partnership with the wheel. Chaos and order, chaos and cosmos, chaos and the imagination.
Yes. Well, chaos and the imagination, and the notion here is in everyday life, in the dimension in which we find ourselves. I would like to sort of expand on what Ralph has been saying with my own perspective on it. Chaos is feminine. Chaos is intuitional. Chaos is has a very flirtatious relationship with language, and the process of creating a culture has to do with how we relate to this thing. And since we're talking about everyday life, it seems reasonable to talk about how we come to be in the kind of planetary mess that we're in, and whether these extremely rarefied and abstract matters that we've been talking about can in any way be brought tangential to the burning planet. And I think that they can. That the key is the power, number one, of chaos, which is feminine and beyond prediction and beyond full rational apprehension, and the imagination, which is our richest legacy. Really, the birthright that connects us to the divine is our poetic capacity, our ability to resonate with an idea of ideal beauty and to create that which transcends our own understanding in the form of art through the imagination. So what does all this say about the situation we're in and how we got here? Well, I believe that the importance of the psychedelics is primary here, and that it doesn't simply have to do with the fact that they synergize cognition, which they do, the synthetics as well as the natural ones. But it's deeper than that. It's that we have a secret history, knowledge of which has been lost to us and only is now recoverable in the light of the kind of mindset that becomes possible to us if we accept the new paradigm. And what this secret history is and has to do with, and how it relates to the Gaian mind and the world soul, is that we are the victims of an instance of traumatic abuse in childhood as a species, because a symbiotic relationship with the world-girdling intelligence of the planet, which was mediated through plants, through shamanism. I mean, it wasn't an abstraction, it was an experience, was eventually broken up and disrupted by progressive climatic drying of the Eurasian and African landmass. And so this is literally the fall into history, the expulsion from Eden. All these primary myths of a golden age found and lost have to do with the fact that once we lived in dynamic balance with nature, not as animals do, but as human beings only could, but in a way that we have now lost. Well, how have we lost it, and what have we lost? How we have lost it is the way in which these psychoactive compounds that were being brought into the diet were acting is they were psycholytic upon the formation of the ego. They literally suppressed the formulation of the formation of the ego and promoted instead collectivist, tribal, partnership values which were operating intuitionally in a resonance relationship with the feminine vegetable matrix of the planet. In other words, nothing was verbalized, everything was felt, everything was intuited. And regularly at the new and full moon, these small groups of hunter-gatherers, later pastoralists, gathered and took these hallucinogenic plants and dissolved boundaries and engaged in group sex and annealed, a new word that we've brought in here, annealed the irregularities that had cropped up in people's personal self-imaging in the interval since the last session. And this kept everything grounded on the plane of that which is important, i.e. the values of the group, of the species, of dynamic balance with the ecosystem, and so forth and so on. Well, when this was disrupted and the supplies of these plants were diminished and new religious forms arose and the time between the great festivals grew longer and longer, the ego begins to take hold, first as a kind of cancerous aberration, but then quickly becoming a new style of behavior, which quickly then eliminates all other styles of behavior by suppressing access to the chaos. And this is the point I want to make, that there is between the ego and full understanding of reality a barrier, a problem. The fear of the ego to surrender to the fact of chaos. Now, in a pre-modern society, no woman could escape chaos because of the automatic birth script that would have women give birth over and over and over unto death in these societies. Women are biologically scripted into being much closer to this thing simply because there are certain episodes in the life of a female which are guaranteed to be boundary dissolving. And in fact, the whole psychology of feminine sexuality, which is the acceptance of penetration, is an entirely different relationship to boundary than the male relationship, which is, to be able to fulfill the potential to penetrate. So chaos is what we have lost touch with. This is why it has been given a bad name, because it is feared by the dominant archetype of our world, which is the ego, which clenches because its existence is defined in terms of control. And the furious modeling process, and this will now sound like a knock on modeling, the furious modeling process that the ego endlessly carries out is an effort to fight the absence of closure. The ego wants closure. It wants a complete explanation. The beginning of wisdom, I believe, is the ability to accept an inherent messiness in your explanation of what's going on. Because nowhere is it writ that human minds should be able to give a full accounting of creation in all dimensions and on all levels. Wittgenstein had this idea that philosophy should be what he called true enough. And I think that's a great idea. Let's just make it true enough, because that's as true as it can be gotten. Well, so the imagination is chaos. New forms are fetched out of this chaos. For me, the creative act is the letting down of the net of human imagination into the ocean of chaos on which we are suspended, and the attempt to bring out of it ideas, to bring out of it, sometimes, and this is my model for the psychedelic experience, that it is the night sea journey, that it is the lone fisherman on a tropical sea with his nets, and you let these nets down, and sometimes something tears through them that leaves them in shreds, and you just row for shore and put your head under your bed and pray. And at other times, what slips through are the minutiae, the minnows of this ichthyological metaphor of idea chasing. But sometimes, you actually can bring home something that is food for the human community, that we can sustain ourselves on and go forward. So we haven't talked that much about art and aesthetics, but I think in the human world, the appetition is for beauty, to my mind, and this is another place where the Platonism shines radiantly through, because Plato held that the good was the true, and that both were the beautiful. And this is a very quaint idea from the point of view of modern philosophy, but I think it's in the bones when you actually connect yourself up to the planet. That's why chaos is capable of being the tremendous repository of ordered beauty that it is, because there is no chaos in the old definition, which is to say that which by any definition or any test is found to be disordered. That is just a kind of a hell notion, a kind of hypostatization of an ultimate state of disorder. But nowhere in the world that is deployed through space and time do you encounter that. Instead, what you encounter is embedded order upon embedded order, this fractal thing. And then finally, for me, the imagination is the goal of history. I see culture as an effort to literally realize our collective dreams. And, it's on a very crude level when it's you make your mask and I make my mask and then we dance around together. And it's even at a very crude level when it's you design your shopping mall and I'll design my World Trade Center and we'll put them on the same piece of real estate. But we're coming now into, through media, I believe, through virtual reality and human-machine integration and this kind of thing, into a situation where the imagination is going to be something that we can share, that the path of mind through its own meanderings will become something that can be recorded and played back. We will have the possibility of living in our own past, or creating and trading realities as art. And art, as life lived in the imagination, is the great archetype which rears itself up at the end of history. Life in the imagination. The imagination is this auric field which surrounds the transcendental object at greater and greater depth as you approach the transcendental object. And as we now close distance with it, all of our cultural expression, all of our self-awareness is taking on this curiously designed quality. I mean, you must have noticed this, that the world is very heavily designed in a way that it never was before. Morphogenetic fields of great size and scope, which are international schools of architecture and design, touch whole continents. Entire cities are given certain ambiances. This is the summoning of the imagination into the human scale. It's like a god that we wish to call down and draw to earth. I mean, this is why William Blake called it the divine imagination, because it is the four-gated city. It is the flying saucer. We are on a journey to meet this great attractor, and as we close distance with it, it is more and more a multifaceted mirror of our images of beauty. So it's like an ascending learning curve that becomes asymptotic, and at that point you're face to face with a mystery, a living mystery that is within each and all of us. It's the imagination that argues for the divine spark in human beings. It's absolutely confounding if you try to get biology to produce it for you as a necessary quantity. It isn't that. It's an emanation from above. It is literally a descent of the world soul into all of us. We then become the atoms of the world soul, and our channel to it is by closing our eyes and obliterating our immediate personalized space-time locus and falling into the imagination, which is running like a river through all of us endlessly, driven by the hydraulic momentum of the cataracts of chaos, which usher into the creativity of the imagination. I mean, these river metaphors are just endlessly applicable to this. The flowing of forces over landscapes, the pressure of chaos on the imagination to create creativity, and it's looping back into the same. I mean, these things are the icons for the world that wants to be. But the key is surrender and dissolution of boundaries, dissolution of the ego, and a trust in the love of the goddess, which transcends rational understanding. There will come a moment which will be an absolute leap into space, and we will simply have to have the faith that there is something waiting there, because the dominator style has left us no choice. So that's my wrap on that.
The cataracts of chaos. they roll off his tongue, you see, which obviously has a direct connection to the cataracts of chaos. So, well, we are progressing toward a dialogue now is the idea. But there's so many different ideas to respond to here. I'll try to limit myself to one or two. I'd like to try to connect these up, these two statements. And I think the key, the intersection, is the Eleusinian mysteries. And this is not validated by all the scholarly research, just a speculation. It was generally supposed by historians that there's sort of a straight line from Babylon to Ugarit to Minoan Crete to Mycenae to Athens and so on. So it was supposed that there's a cultural diffusion, including the festivals, which, as I said, are very similar. But in the Babylonian festival, you already had, by 2000 BC, the extensive domination of the male god of order and the patriarchy and so on. Whereas in Minoan Crete, you find, according to the evidence of the excavators and all who have examined the artworks that remain, an outstanding, a long-lasting fluorescence of partnership culture with no domination by a male god. So there is a little question mark there as far as the diffusion from Babylon to Crete. Instead, there's a complementary theory of a renewal of the partnership concept in Crete coming from India in the early days of Cretan culture in 3000 BC. In any case, there is established that there's the diffusion from Crete to Greece. And the last remainder of the Cretan culture, which is a very interesting one, it must have been sort of the last vestige of the Garden of Eden. We're talking about a tremendous happiness and fluorescence of beauty in all aspects of life. The Eleusinian mysteries and the related mysteries of Plua were said to be identical to those in Crete, which were celebrated publicly. So they became secret after the patriarchal takeover by the Mycenaeans in Crete and the exportation of this dual culture to Greece, where you had kind of the overworld and the underworld, the conscious and the unconscious, and the goddess and the partnership of gods and goddesses of Crete continued to exist in Greece, but as this accepted but still unacceptable secret festival. And among the aspects of the Cretan and Eleusinian Plua festivals are the sexual rites and psychedelic rites celebrated in a highly specified ritual format and on an annual basis. So is a speculation on what happened to the cataracts of chaos in the hands of the patriarchy. This is, I don't know, I think you guys know a lot more about this than I do, but this, our conversation has stimulated this speculation. In patriarchy, because of the patrilineal aspect, you have to know who is the father of the children, not just who is the mother, and therefore monogamy is very important, and this was in a strong conflict with the ritual. And so sooner or later, that aspect had to go. I don't see that there's any, I don't understand the direct connection between the patriarchy and the repression of chaos. But I can see the simple explanation for the repression of the other aspect of these rites that were celebrated together, that somehow, I don't know if they go together, of sexual license and the psychedelic ritual. Anyway, the Eleusinian mysteries disappeared, and what we are left with is this control of Marduk order, the constipation of the imagination, and in our fantasy it's consequent, the world problems. Now there are some open questions here I'm not addressing, maybe you can consider. One is, if we consider the practical aspect of what we're talking about in these world problems, it seems like a main motor of world problem is the population explosion. So I don't know. Do you think it would be true if we had a partnership society instead of a dominator society? Would we still have the population explosion? That's what I don't understand.
Can I ask you? You said that you didn't understand the suppression of other parts of the partnership society, other than the orgies which confused knowledge about who was the father?
Yeah, you see, the New Year's festival continued on to our day, but these aspects of it were removed and replaced with, in all cases, with the recital of the conquest of chaos by the god of order.
Well,
and part of his conquest, I assume, was the elimination of sexual license as well as psychedelic ritual.
Don't you think it's because the ego is basically a control trip, and so the ego, the person who has the ego, becomes the center of the space in which they're operating in. They control the women, assuming it's a man. They control the resources, and vigilance is the key. It reminds me of the national motto of Albania, which is, "Fear it is that guards the vineyard." Now, so this is definitely an egocentric dominator view, and so the fear of the psychedelic experience is quite literally the fear of losing control. And even if you approach dominator types today and say, "Wouldn't you like to try some psilocybin?" or something, say, "I'm afraid I would lose control." This is the great, and it's not important to maintain control if you are not in control in the first place by definition. In a tribal society, for instance, where there is no property and where there are no assigned sleeping places, everyone behaves according to something which we can only call whim. But whim has replaced, mine, yours, my spot, your spot, my food, your food, and the psychedelic thing dissolves this and makes it all very threatening and throws it all up for grabs. And then you have to rely on group values and not yourself. The ego is basically paranoia institutionalized, I think.
So I guess it's a package deal. You've got the dominator, you've got the patriarchal, you've got the ego, as in our culture we see primarily as a male disease like testosterone poisoning. And
well, I don't see it as a male disease. I think everybody in this room has a far stronger ego than they need. And in the society, I think the great thing that Rian Eisler did for this discussion was de-genderize the terminology, so that instead of talking about patriarchy and all this, what we should be talking about is dominator versus partnership.
yes. But the fact is we have very little personal or historical experience with dominator matriarchal societies. Nevertheless, I agree with you, it's a good service she has done, and I'll try to follow. Why not? But in this package deal, I mean, basically we're faced with this problem, how to get back to the other paradigm. So one suggestion, I think, if I'm interpreting what you said as, I shouldn't do that. That's sort of it's not exactly a missionary appeal for psychedelic usage, but since ego is an aspect of the problem, and this ego problem had arose not only by through the suppression of psychedelic usage in ritual, but even through the gradually increasing interval between the festivals, which would be something like the parameter of the cooling off of the universe, out of which crystallizes different, through phase transition, different material forms. And then the dominator society, in short, had sort of crystallized out through the gradual increase of the interval between rituals. Is that?
That's right. I mean, this is part of it, definitely. The phonetic alphabet is in there, too, playing a further abstracting role from process and giving permission for all kinds of curious disensoling maneuvers on the part of the dominator ego.
Well, we still have mathematics and music.
Yes, but so few had them. You know.
Few did. Well, we tuned up.
And those few who did were the creative engines of those societies. They kept the connection to the muse.
Well, are we supposed to... Do you think that if the Eleusinian mysteries could be reinstituted, which I guess is ridiculous because it's part of a package, now lost in wholeness, right?
Well, I think this is the psychedelic rebirth is an effort to find our way back to something like that. I mean, we don't have to advocate mass psychedelic conversion. The sly thing to do is to call attention to the words of someone who's dead, to wit Arthur Koestler, great anti-communist freedom fighter and scientific intellectual, and in a book called The Ghost in the Machine, his final conclusion is that there has to be mass pharmacological intervention to, he wants a drug that destroys territoriality. He thinks that, well, this is just an unpsychedelic analysis of the same problem. I mean, the dissolving of boundaries is certainly an anti-territoriality drug. So we are not the first nor the most eminent to suggest this kind of re-engineering of the human animal. Our reflexes and our mental set is highly and well adapted to the stoning to death of woolly mastodons. But since we so rarely do that anymore, we need to retool for living in peace and universal brotherhood.
Well, do you think that some of our existing national holidays or something could be changed, or that a mythological mutation could be introduced which would go in this direction? For example, in Switzerland, they recently invented Fasching, or I think Fastnacht, they call it there. They had no ritual at all, barely Christmas, and there was a suffering of enormous boredom among people there. It was said that there was no known way to make a new friend in Switzerland. I don't know how it started, but just a few years ago, recently, they started this Fastnacht, which is in February, 3 days of day and night alcoholic revelry around a fantastic reenactment of a medieval drama, which involves people marching in the streets in parades led by musicians who practice a medieval song on medieval instruments all year long just for this 3-day ceremony. And now it is said that during Fastnacht you can make a new friend.
Well, it's a new tradition. Something along that line that I've advocated, sometimes facetiously, sometimes seriously, is that a calendrical reform would be a wonderful thing, and I have just the calendar all worked out. And I won't lay it all out here tonight, but the basic notion is that it's a lunar calendar of 13 lunar cycles, so it has 384 days. Consequently, it precesses 19 days against the solar year. Well, this would have the effect of taking the great yearly events of the calendar, and through the lifetime of a person, they would slowly move through the seasons. So that, for instance, if we kept Christmas on December 25th, and you as a child celebrated Christmas in winter, as a teenager you would celebrate it in spring, and as a young adult you would celebrate it in high summer, and as an older person it would occur in autumn, and then when you were truly old, Christmas would have returned again and occur in winter. And the notion here is to overcome this really, really bad idea, in my opinion. It's very much a dominator idea, that the calendar should be anchored rigidly at the equinoctial and solstitial points. That sends the message that there is stability. It's an effort to deny man's mortality, this solar calendar. It's reinforcing a false notion of permanence. And what we actually want is a calendar that says to us, all is flow, all is flux, all relationships are in motion to everything else, a truer picture of the world. Now you see, this may seem trivial and like, this is why eggheads are harmless, that this guy would bother to tell us something like this. But think about it, the calendar is the largest frame there is in which all other contexts are somehow subsets. So if we yield the structure of the calendar to the dominators and let them tell us what kind of calendar we shall have, then we shall all live within the context of their framework. I think changing the calendar is an extremely interesting and idea, because I think it would have tremendous consequences, and it would not be opposed by the dominators until it was too late, because they would regard it as some kind of a crank thing, and because they would not realize that what you were twiddling with were the dials of the whole civilization's image of time and change and itself. So that's one thing that could be done.
That's a bit technical, but I think we've got to admit that is a major runnel jumper. In fact, I would say that is a 12 Waddington runnel jumper. And so that suggests to me that it's time for a little play, a little mathematical play, and the construction of a chaos theoretic model for the imagination, explaining why runnel jumping is important and giving a map as to how to do it.
Well, you're right, it's runnel jumping. The year 2000 provides a built-in opportunity to switch the train to a new track, because at these millenarial moments there's a certain uncertainty about how to proceed in the mass mind. And if you just jumped up onto the stage and said, "This is it, folks," you might be able to pull it off.
Well, maybe if it was too difficult, one could be satisfied to introduce a wandering festival, which, if indeed it were attractive, as attractors are supposed to be, would eventually win out in a gradual solar...
That's a great idea. You mean, yeah. So it would be like one full moon later every year.
Yeah, but it will become the New Year's festival in time because of the ritual that's designed for it.
That's a great idea.
Something like Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
Something like a wandering Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras is in the right idea, right? It's the right spirit. You break the train. I mean, it's a chaos festival.
We
right?
could call it the...
Destroy all order.
The day of the cosmic giggle.
Yeah. Well, it's Runnel Jump Day.
Runnel Jump Day. Yeah. Well, perhaps we should get some Sheldrakean feedback.
Yes.
Well, the first thing that occurs to me, just on a few technical details, this calendar that processes in this lunar way around the year, so the major festivals move around, and therefore it breaks the dominating mold, is already in place in the world. It's the calendar of the Islamic world.
That's right.
And the Ramadan, the feast of Ramadan, the fasting month, and the feast at the end of it processes around the year, so that people who had Ramadan in winter then have it in the dry season or the monsoon in the course of their lives. But it does seem to me that it's not exactly a total confirmation of your theory.
Where is the partnership?
Well,
this deeply feminist society of the Ayatollah
well, now is it precisely a 384-day, 13-month lunar calendar?
I don't know if it's 12 or 13 months, but it's certainly a lunar calendar. And it certainly processes around.
Well, I know in ancient Israel there were 384-day calendars, but your point is certainly unwelcome.
I'm still baffled about chaos, you see, because as soon as the negative aspects of chaos everyone disapproves of, I mean, even Merlin knows that they're meant to be disapproved of, because having tipped out his food from the bowl, he then points and says, mess. The thing is that we've had the meaning of chaos, of course, shifts, as most things do, but this one shifted a lot this evening, and I'm still trying to keep up with it. We start off with chaos not being with any negative connotation, but just the yawning void. In fact, as Ralph explained, something like the sky. Then it's the great womb, perhaps, or the source of all things, or whatever. It then gets turned into this Tiamat, who is slaying. Or actually, in the first chapter of the book of Genesis, then it's the deep. And the model of creation there, the spirit moved on the face of the waters, sounds to me like a wave theory of creation, and wind on water sets up waves. But that's another version of the chaos theory, and I think it's a more interesting one than the Marduk slaying the monster, because there we have the wind moving on the face of the waters. And chaos there is the deep. It's the abyssal void from which all things can come forth. It's the primary cosmic womb. Anyway, so we've heard about that, the sky. Then we hear the negative connotations. And one of the things that's clear is that chaos is feminine. And creation out of chaos is like the creation out of the womb, coming out of darkness. So one of the metaphors that Terence used of the imagination is dipping down nets into the ocean of the deep and pulling up coelacanths or whatever of the imagination. Well, he used that image, which would correspond to the kind of imagery used by the Jungians about the unconscious and bubbling up from below. And it would also fit with the idea of creativity welling up from the earth and the creation of the earth bringing forth from within the darkness. Again, a model that's used in Genesis. The biblical account of creation doesn't have God creating animals and plants. It has God starting off by saying, let the earth bring forth grass and herbs and trees. And the earth then brings them forth. The earth brings them forth from herself, and presumably from the darkness of the centre of the earth. Anyway, that's one model. The chaos is a kind of feminine womb or all-containing potentiality from which things come forth, and you dredge them up. But then you also use the metaphor of the imagination descending from above, which is a traditional Platonic or Neoplatonic imagery of creativity coming down from above and becoming more and more manifest through a series of stages. So that's a top-down model of creativity, and the chaos one's a bottom-up model of creativity. The interesting thing is that most theories of creativity I've come across oscillate unstably between those two models. Usually try to resolve the conflict by saying, well, it must be a mixture of both. But this top-down and bottom-up creativity model occur in innumerable contexts, and I was fascinated that both of them emerged in your talk this evening. But in the realm of theology, they emerge in what's called descending and ascending Christology. In the first three Gospels in the New Testament, the model is that Jesus Christ is born as a child. He's initiated by John the Baptist. A new spiritual illumination occurs at the time of his baptism, and he undergoes a development and becomes God. So it's a process of a bottom-up developmental process of a man becoming God. But then in St. John's Gospel, you've got the opposite model, which is the Platonic model of the Word becoming flesh, and you have the idea of God becoming man, the top-down model of creativity. And it's interesting that they've coexisted in Christian theology ever since the New Testament, in a kind of tension where at one time people emphasize one, and at other times they emphasize the other. And I think in most discussions of creativity one gets into this unstable oscillation. Ralph has it too, of course, because chaos on the one hand is this chaotic indeterminate process that in some sense liberates us from some of the older models of control and mechanistic determinism and so on. But on the other hand, he also wants the top-down thing, because he wants models or possibly even the generation of chaos to come from some simple mathematical principles, which are definitely a top-down model. And so we've still got the attempt to tame chaos by modelling it from the top down, and mathematical modelling of chaos, if not exactly in the dominator mode, is still, I think, within the St. George and the dragon archetype. It's the Tiamat, it's St. George slaying the dragon. Actually, St. George doesn't slay the dragon. He pierces the dragon and tames it and leads it captive into the city. But the dragon in that myth is obviously another form of the monster and chaos. Anyway, I was interested to see what you thought about this unstable notion of creativity and this unstable notion of imagination, which has some of it being dredged up from below, and the rest coming down from above. And how would you understand these metaphors? Are they just alternative things that one switches from one track to the other? Are they different pictures of the same process, or are they complementary processes?
No, I think they're different pictures of the same process. I mean, in the afternoon session, there was the image of the Star of David as the interpenetration of the two triangles. I think it's the notion of as above, so below. You don't understand it unless you're somehow able to hold both images simultaneously. This is a general idea, I think, that in talking about these kinds of things, you can't force closure. You have to be able to... it is alchemical thinking, because the things that are being described are multidimensional objects in a way that they can sustain seemingly contradictory descriptions. It's not double talk, or at least if it is, it's sincere double talk. It's just that these things are compound, complex concepts that seem to have this overlay to be correctly appreciated.
As above, so below. That's good. That disposes of the problem. We had the painting of the Earth God. What is her name? The Catholic.
The Virgin of Guadalupe.
Of Guadalupe. Yes. So Rupert took me into the Church of Holy Cross in Santa Cruz, where I'd never gone, and showed that there was a shrine of Our Lady of the Virgin of Guadalupe there as a black goddess, and Phonic Earth Mother figure, right? But she's wearing a dress or cloth with stars printed all over it. Well, in the history of the chaos concept, as I gave it, you have a syncretism of the Hesiodic chaos, the Milky Way, which is celestial, with the Tiamat concept carrying our current meaning of chaos as part of its idea, which is Tiamat was a water goddess and was symbolized as a dragon or a sea serpent in Babylon. And there are numerous pictures in Babylonian art of this sea serpent with a halter, Marduk standing on its back, holding the reins, driving it along. Marduk has conquered this sea serpent. So for some reason, the history of mythology at this point required in the syncretism that celestial figure should be overlain on a chthonic one, an earth figure. And it happens, I mean, there are so many gods and goddesses in the pantheon, and frequently they are different aspects of the same thing. Here I think it's good to have this Easter basket figure, that the sky as a hemisphere, as a visible hemisphere, comes to an end on the horizon, and then the earth begins, whether it's flat or hemispherical or whatever. And the connection between the sky and the earth is actually through the Milky Way, which is the royal road of the gods, through which Orpheus, for example, goes to the underworld to look for Eurydice or whoever, and goes down the Milky Way to and then disappears underneath, and is supposed to come up in this same way. So the duality, I think, between the sky and the earth, and the actual connection between where this basket, where the handle of the basket connects to the woven part, is actually where the mathematical model meets the unconscious of the Gaian mind, where the mathematical version of chaos meets the chaos of everyday life, where if there is going to be erotic or synergetic relationship between the earth and sky versions of chaos, including creativity and the imagination, it is going to take place at the joint where the handle attaches to the basket.
Yes, I wanted to say, Ralph, that reminded me that it was good that you mentioned Eleusis. And I agree with Ralph that this was a great turning point and a cultural episode not frequently enough discussed, that this thousands and thousands of years of this goddess-worshipping, orgiastic, psychedelic religion finally is confined to a few shrines in Greece and Crete, and then ultimately a few shrines only in Greece until the time of Alaric the Visigoth, who is the clown who finally did it under. And so that this boundary-dissolving relationship to the vegetable Gaian mind is even in our tradition only about 1,700 years in the past. But it's in that 1,700 years, in the absence of a dialogue with the Gaian expression of chaos, that we have elaborated these successively more and more deadly cultural forms, just beginning with the phonetic alphabet and moving on to movable type. And each one of these things has had tremendous negative consequences on our self-image and entangled us deeper and deeper in a kind of Faustian pact with the physical world. And it's that blindness that has led us to the present situation. So it's in the absence of this boundary-dissolving ecstasis, in replacing that with the machinations and plottings of the ego, leads very, very quickly into a cultural cul-de-sac from which we are now gathered here to debate whether there is or is not any escape. So it's very powerful. This was the wrong turning. And studying that wrong turning and what was betrayed and what came out on top and what was suppressed, we see that by running the film backwards, we could perhaps in some sense restore that previous situation. And that involves opening our lives to chaos in whatever way, becoming much more a part of the will of the world soul than recapturing that Greek sense of fate that has been replaced in our minds by this Faustian sense that is an illusion of control and dominance. So that was all I wanted to say about that. Shall we take
That's a good
questions?
place to stop, I think, this phase. And a good time for some audience participation. I know there is a fatigue factor at this time.
Terence, it's nice to get the validation of the feminine principle emerging. so I just wanted to say that. But what would happen if the feminine principle emerged and became the dominant principle? Isn't this domination?
No, because it isn't really the feminine. See, that style of talking has to be overcome because it's really the difference between dominator and partnership.
Could you explain that more, then?
Okay. Partnership is where everybody has an appropriate role which they carry out, and it's sort of implicit, and everybody is able to occupy many of these roles. So roles aren't fixed habits, they're not scripted. And the dominator style is simply the style of ego. It involves a dominant male, territoriality, pecking orders, fixed rules of behavior and presentation, all of this sort of thing. What would happen if we had a partnership society is that we would manage the planet for the good of the group, which is certainly not what is happening now. Now, the dominant metaphor, including even the very popular democracy metaphor or meme, is basically every man for himself. And I think it's going to have to be a kind of socialist democracy. We were just saying before we came in here that recent studies of world economies show that the most successful world economies are capitalist economies strongly managed by quasi-socialist regimes, i.e. Japan and West Germany are doing much better than the open-ended laissez-faire style of capitalism that's practiced here. My fantasy of what a partnership society would be like is everybody would behave appropriately, and there would be this Zen-like smoothness to all interaction. And I've been on the edge of partnership societies in the Amazon where I really felt that I could see this happening. And I have certainly been in psychedelic sessions where in the Amazon where people who were one generation removed from that kind of partnership tribalism recovered it during the ceremony and were able to act out the way of the ancestors. It's terrible, the most horrific thing that is put against the women followers of Dionysius was that they devoured their children at the height of their frenzy. I mean, this is a human crime for which, so far as I know, there is not even a name in English. I mean, it must be, I can't even create it. But this is what we are doing. This is what we as a society are guilty of, a crime previous generations couldn't even conceive of. It's the absolute apotheosis of dominator fury. And that's why, you want to talk about real life stuff and ecological crisis. In the midst of the effort to save the rainforests, which as we all know are terribly damaged and endangered, the dominator mentality has conceived a plan to aerially drop herbicide onto the Amazon in order to wipe out coca plants. So this is like, you cannot trust the dominator style not to go psychotic here at the end. I mean, they may have to surround the place and lay siege to it. And the question is, who are they? Who is it who has the power to pry the dead fingers of the dominator culture from the instrumentality of power? This is why the chaos which is rising in the world is literally the Gaian fury. It is a moment of opportunity. everyone should understand this, that chaos provides opportunity for commandos of the new persuasion to rush forward and jam vital machinery of the dominator metaphor. So the key to a correct political stance in a situation of chaos is to be alert to opportunity, because it will come. The whole thing is advanced incrementally by people who are always aware of the possibility that the next moment will be the one in which to take a step forward.
And that's surrender?
Surrender to the Gaian mind, to the intuition of the forward cascade into chaos, but never surrender to the dominator metaphor, because it will eventually, it's death. I mean, it's death, it's unhappiness, it's neurosis, it's sexual impotence, it's fear of other people, it's xenophobia, it's all these things. It's psychosis on a mass cultural scale. We have been so long victimized by it that we're like, well, no, that's almost too harsh, but well, what I was going to say was the kind of culture that we inherit from the late Roman emergence of Christian dominance is the kind of culture that I imagine would come into existence if the Third Reich had lasted 1,000 years. In other words, the rough edges get smoothed off, but the main human suppressing thrust is kept fully in place. And now it's no longer a personal or cultural matter that we are so deeply diseased by this kind of neurotic conditioning, because the planet itself is at stake. The arsenals that have been piled up, the industrial processes that have been set in motion, there has to be, a phase transition. The cusp must be just ahead, or else we will just script ourselves out of existence.
I might interject at this point that we had great teaching on some of these points from Rian Eisler's book, The Chalice and the Blade.
Yeah.
Not only on the characteristics, the potential characteristics of a partnership society and the history of the dominator society, but also on the role of chaos in social transformation. And this book, if you want to just eyeball it, they do have it here in the bookstore.
Ralph, I was just curious if you or Rupert or Terence are familiar with the ideas of Hans Moravec, who's an AI and robotics specialist, that has a new book where he claims that, talk about a fall into imagination, that the human beings will, within 50 years, be downloading their brains into robotic vehicles, into computer minds. And he says that not only is this a response, the only response we'll be able to take in the face of ecological disaster, but also or dramatic change in our environment, but also as a technological imperative. Anyway, he claims that this is what we're facing. Are you familiar with him?
I'm not familiar with him myself. I have heard this kind of future fantasy before. It's sort of it's a far-fetched alternative to Terence's idea that the leap into space is an imperative for our future. And personally, I'm not interested in this kind of future fantasy. I think that it would be nice if some alternative such as this, maybe the arrival of the aliens in the spacecraft, one parked over each large city and so on, if there is such a miraculous resolution of our problems, that's fine, then we don't have to worry about it. But what is our challenge at this time, I think, is to try to solve the problem within the existing context. That's the real challenge.
Although I'm not as pessimistic as Ralph, I think there is potentially what I call a forward escape into technology. I mean, downloading our brains into computers is an absolutely 16th century
just the wheel carries far.
But if you, possibly, well, this question of whether there can be consciousness without an object is interesting, and it is possible that there are virtual realities into which we may migrate. One trend that's been noticed in cultural evolution is what's called neoteny, the retention of adolescent characteristics in the adult form. And we all have this. Our hairlessness is an infantile hairlessness, and many other aspects of us are preservation of infantile form. And on the microcosmic scale of human history, each generation views the generation which it spawns as more childish, more childlike. And it's possible to imagine that, especially if the notion of the sanctity of life tears loose and manages to inculcate itself deeply into jurisprudence, it's possible to imagine gigantic electronic hives in which very nearly fetal human beings by the billions are connected into a self-sustaining virtual reality, and that it's a tremendous privilege to get your papers to vacation in 3D, and that 3D becomes a kind of exotic resort destination, and that most people spend their lives in sorts of levitowns of the imagination as larval forms integrated into machinery. A pleasant vision, but...
Terence, I think we're reaching the cusp.
I think so, yes. Well, here's...
In terms of dissolving ego boundaries, with work in therapy today, there's a lot of controversy about building a solid ego before one can transcend an ego versus just transcending it before you have integrated yourself. And I was wondering if you could speak to that in relation to what you believe needs to happen.
Well, I don't really feel the force of that. I think maybe we need to retool the terminology. I'm not suggesting that people should be fearful, meek, and self-effacing, which is sort of what I imagine a person who might be diagnosed as having a weakened ego to be. I would say they have a self-esteem problem, and that the self and the ego can be clearly distinguished here. There may be individual cases where people are socially dysfunctional because they can't assert themselves, but by and large the overwhelming tendency is in the other direction.
One thing on this dissolution, I would say that the current state of the electronic global communications event goes a long way to transcending all these boundaries. They disappear sort of down from
dissolving boundaries,
territorial boundaries and differentials, and recreating McLuhan's tribal village.
Well, a lot of people disagree with me. Maybe Ralph does. I don't know. But I think of the whole cybernetic thing as a feminization. People, as sometimes women are disturbed by this because they tend to think of machines as cold and emotionally neutral and all that. But the actual effect is what you're talking about. This dissolving of boundaries, the free movement of information, a new fluidity, a new accessibility, new dimensions of freedom that are definitely promotional of chaos.
It's got good runnel potential.
Runnel potential. Well, why don't we turn now to the films and close off the live part of the broadcast and move on. Is that all right with everybody? Okay, thank you very much.
I've been thinking a lot about light. One of the problems that I've been thinking about is the connection between physical light, the kind we study in physics, and light used in a whole host of other senses, like the light of consciousness, the light of reason, the light of understanding, or the light of God. And it seems to me that if these two kinds of light, it's not that one's physical and the other's just kind of metaphorical, but that in some sense they must be aspects of each other. They must be talking about the same thing, of which we're seeing different aspects. So this suggests there's some relationship between light and understanding, or light and vision. And then, of course, we realize there is a connection between light and vision. Light is the medium of vision. Vision not just in the visionary sense, but in the sense of ordinary visual perception. So then, if one thinks about ordinary visual perception and thinks, well, how much do we understand about the nature of vision? What is vision? What is seeing, of which light is the medium? Then we find that science doesn't really tell us very much. What it tells us is that light moves from the thing we see, goes through the eye, inverted image on the retina, patterns of electrical and chemical activity in the optic ganglia and nerves and in the cerebral cortex. And then somehow what we're seeing seems to spring up in a totally unexplained way as a subjective image of what we see somewhere inside the brain. And we then falsely imagine, according to the standard theory, that this image inside the brain, subjectively experienced we know not how, is then projected outwards until it appears to be in the place where the thing seen is. So if I'm looking at you, Terence, the light rays come into my eye, and then I have a subjective image of you, which is actually just my understanding or my subjective awareness of an electrochemical pattern in my optical cortex. That gives me somewhere in the brain a subjective image of you, which I experience subjectively and imagine is where you are, but actually it's inside the brain. That's the standard theory. And it seems to me an extremely peculiar theory of vision, because it has a one-way movement of light into the body. It has things going on inside the brain. And then the visual world we experience is imagined to be located inside the brain, and not around us where it seems to be. So what I've been considering is the idea that when the light comes in, the visual image is a mental image. It's definitely a mental and subjective image. My image of you is interpreted by me. It's a mental construct. But I think this mental construct may not be inside the brain, but right where you are, namely outside me. And this is an idea which is developed with great clarity by Bergson, who gives, in Matter and Memory, who gives the idea, the notion that what we see, our perceptual world, is all around us. And the idea that it's inside the brain corresponds not at all with our actual experience. It's just a theory. It's a theory of remarkable hallucinatory power, because we forget it's a theory quite quickly. Anyway, so if there's an outward projection of images as well as an inward movement of light in the process of vision, then if this outward projection has anything to it, if I'm not just playing with words, producing a different metaphor, there must be something moving out, some influence moving out, as well as the light moving in. And if so, people or things might be affected just by being looked at, if some influence is going out from the eyes as well as an influence coming in. Now at this stage, we recognize that the idea that things go out from the eyes as well as come in is a very old and traditional view of vision. It was present among the pre-Socratics. It's present in an implicit form all over the world in the fear and practices associated with the evil eye, which is supposed to be the outward movement of influences from the eye to the thing or person looked at. And we find there's also an enormous folklore in our own culture, known to everybody, about the phenomenon of the sense of being stared at, the feeling that people have when they think they're being looked at, for example, from behind, and turn around and indeed someone's looking at them. There seems to be an influence of the eyes that is actually detected by people.
And 95% of the normal population in England, according to a recent survey, have actually directly experienced this. It's very common. Now, there's not been much empirical research on the sense of being stared at. 3 published papers in 100 years. And it's a subject that parapsychologists have ignored as well as psychologists. And it's, I think, oddly enough, the biggest blind spot in our whole view of the world, because I think it holds the key to moving to an entirely new paradigm, an entirely new understanding of the relation between mind and matter, or spirit and body. I've been doing experiments to test for the sense of being stared at. Most people aren't very good at it under sort of initial conditions. The only way is to do long series of experiments where people train the ability to do it under the artificial condition of experiments. But let's assume, for the purpose of discussion, that it can be established empirically that there is such a thing as the sense of being stared at. I mean, that's an empirically investigatable point. Assuming that there is some influence passing out of the eyes, which can be detected empirically in the sense of being stared at, then what kind of influence could this possibly be? What kind of influence could be moving outwards through the eyes as part of the image-forming perceptive process? And in this outward projection, in some sense, projects the image we see, or the image we see is part of this outward flux, or this movement outwards, the opposite direction to the incoming light. Now, there's 2 possibilities for explaining such an outward movement. One of them is that this outward movement is in a kind of mental field, let's say, which I'd think of as a morphic field, which is somehow over and above the electromagnetic field and has nothing much to do with it except for the fact the electromagnetic field sets up all the normally understood electrochemical changes in the brain, and then somehow an organizing or morphic field organizes and meshes in and relates to that field but is not itself part of it, and then projects out the image. That's one possibility. The other possibility, a more economical one, is that the outward projection process takes place by a reverse movement along the photons of light which are coming in. In other words, that when the photon comes in, it corresponds to an antiparticle moving out, a kind of opposite of a photon moving out. And that these outward moving influences that move along the exact track of the photons are associated with vision, perception, comprehension, subjective experience of an object, that they're, as it were, the grok wave, if you like, or the outward moving, somehow this vision is born on the reverse movement of photons. Since physically speaking, from the point of view of a photon, no time elapses as it travels, the connection between the source from which it leaves, the reflection from my skin, and the place where it arrives, namely a rod or a cone cell in your retina, that there's no time taken, and therefore the contact is, from the point of view of the photon, instantaneous between the source and the sink. But an instantaneous connection, if there were a reverse flow of action, could mean that there'd be this kind of instantaneous grokking, as it were, and that the 2 would be connected together. And one is the subject, the other is the object, as it were. But through this connection together, there's this reverse flow between them. And so vision may be very closely related to light. Vision it would be too crude to say that the antiparticle of the photon is the vision, but there may be the missing link here between vision and light may simply be that the photon is in some sense reversible, and that the electromagnetic field is, in some sense, the field of vision as well. So that was one of the lines I've been thinking about, because it has further implications. But so I just wanted to see what you thought about it.
Well, there are a number of questions to be asked here. I noticed you were careful to say that that the vision was not simply the antiparticle of the photon, and I imagine this was because you anticipated the objection that if it were simply the antiparticle of the photon, then the phenomenon of light pressure should not exist, and it is, in fact does exist and is well studied, because the vision would cancel out the impelling force of the forward-moving photon, and so solar sails and things like that would not work.
Or it could be polarized differently.
This is no problem at all. We can allow that the photon is a particle with physical properties in the physical realm, and therefore exerts a physical pressure. Now, if the vision is in some sense to do with the conscious properties, or properties of, let's say, properties of understanding, that's moving in the opposite direction, setting up a wave in the opposite direction, and the sense of being stared at, for example, would be sensing that wave impinging.
Right.
As it were, there'd be a kind of pressure in that direction of the psychic kind.
Well, I think then a more elegant description of what you're trying to say is not to call the vision a particle which accompanies the photon, but to call this reverse wave phenomenon a quality of the photon itself. As you point out, from the point of view of the photon, the travel time to and from its destination is zero. Likewise, travel time from destination back to origin is zero. So why not simply take a page from superstring theory and visualize the photon as a kind of a particle which is stretched in one dimension and is both co-present at its origin and its destination simultaneously, and thus able to impart information at a distance by that means. You see, if you don't do that, if you say that the vision accompanies the photon but is not an antiphoton, then you've violated a major symmetry in the edifice of physics, because the question can then be asked, well, what about every other particle? Does it have a ghost particle which is not its simple antiparticle, but which partakes of some of its properties, but not others? And I think you'd unleash a lot of messy speculation at that point. So I'd prefer a more complex
It might not be
photon.
so messy. It might not be so messy, you see, because the antiparticles of most other particles are antimatter. And antimatter, in some sense, doesn't exist.
Well, in what sense?
Well, first of all, that the universe is not symmetrical. If the universe had mostly its same amount of matter and antimatter, they would self-annihilate and we wouldn't be here. We're only here because there was an enormous change in symmetry between matter and antimatter, so that matter is predominant in our universe. For a start.
In this part of
At
the
least in
universe.
this part of, yes, all right. But then in this part of the universe, you see, there's a tremendous asymmetry between the two, and antimatter has a symmetrical relationship to matter in our mathematical imaginations, but it doesn't in physical reality.
As we know it.
As we know it.
That's true.
So I would have thought that to follow this, if one did want to see, you see, I'm not so wedded to particle theories of, let's say that light moving in one direction, which already has pattern, quality, etc., is associated with vision moving in the other. To put it in the most general terms, we needn't bring in the photons necessarily, but we see still that there's the thing that moves in the other direction is in some senses its opposite, but in other senses is different, because it doesn't have as physical a reality as the light does. And that's exactly the same is true of the antimatter, which is supposed by symmetry considerations to be, at least originally, equal and opposite to matter.
Yes, I see what you're saying. Ralph, how do you take to this?
This discussion is very hypothetical. In fact, as hypotheses go, this is the big bag full. Certainly, if there was established that there was no effect could be produced in a person by looking at them from behind and so on, then this discussion is less interesting, although there still remain some serious outstanding questions about the M fields, about morphogenesis and
the relation of mind and matter, the nature of vision and light. These still remain questions.
They still remain questions. Nevertheless, it does seem very useful and correct to make this assumption that such effect had been established. But this assumption then puts us at some time in the future, supposing that sometime in the past and so on. In that case, the science that we'd be using to carry on this discussion would be a different one than we've got now, and that's a further speculation that we're making. For example, if such thing were established, then that would be the first of all the various so-called paranormal phenomenon of recent decades in science to be validated and accepted.
Exactly, that's why I think it's so important.
Me too. But probably that means that a lot of paradigms would be shifted, and therefore we would also be seeking explanation of telepathy and other kind of things that have to do with vision at a distance, remote seeing, clairvoyance.
Second sight, as it is.
Yes, I don't think it would automatically follow, if this effect were established, that people would think it had anything to do with eyes or light at all. People would say,
mind.
Yes, you've established that attention can be felt across space. And this is an establishment of telepathy. It isn't the fact that I'm looking at the back of their head, it's that I'm focusing my attention. And you know, it's most effective when you really bore in. Well, output of the optical system is not increasing. Output of the mental act of concentration is what is increasing.
I just wanted to get to the end of this sentence.
Go for it.
If we agree then in the implication of this hypothesis that science has been stood on its head, as it were, by the discovery of one paranormal thing, so all of them are fair game, we have to assume that field theory and so on would have expanded considerably so that various proposed mathematical models for the M field and so on would abound. And therefore, when we come to your argument in favor of Model 2 over Model 1 on grounds of economy, I don't think that would be effective. So therefore I'm posing this question to think about. Why isn't Model 1 actually more interesting, where we would think of the return influence from the receiver to the sender to be carried in possibly a different field for which any model would be fair game. I don't really see the sense of identifying let's say we have an experimental result that in laboratory people can get someone's attention from behind by looking, by boring in, as Terence says. Would it really be useful to propose the electromagnetic field as in any way an intermediary for that influence? Or would we rather just have another field that would be a conceptual model for the observed phenomenon, including its variation of force with distance and so on, trying to measure the speed of light, as it were, if it were measurable within that field, and see if there was any comparison and so on?
Yes. Well, I think that this question is actually empirically testable. And I'll tell you how. It's just occurred to me that one of the ways I'd thought of testing for the sense of being stared at is first train people to get sensitive subjects, so people can do it fairly reliably. Then try the effect of distance, staring through binoculars and so forth. Then doing it over closed-circuit TV, different rooms of the same house. Can they tell when they're being looked at through the TV? And if that works, real TV, people, when they're seen live on the air by millions of people, feel any different from people being with a blank camera at them where nobody's looking at them? Is there any difference? Broadcasters say they can tell a big difference when it's live. And maybe it's just imagination, but whatever the reason for it is, that if one could find that this worked over TV, that people in a studio could tell when people thousands of miles away were looking at them, satellite and stuff. If it were going through a reverse circuit, it would then have to go through electrons through the TV screen, back through the wires of the TV set, out through the aerial, then through the electromagnetic field, and then back through other electronic apparatus to sort of vibrations of things inside video cameras. So I think that would be rather the field hypothesis in that case would be more economical. But then one could test out the the rate of movement of that field, because if one could insert a time delay into the TV transmission, for example, 2 minutes or something, and then ask the person to say when they felt the thing hit them. I mean, it would be a very crude measure, this, but it could tell one whether it was moving at the speed of light, or at least anything roughly like that, or whether it took much longer or what.
I think the stack of hierarchical hypotheses here is sufficiently thick to call this more or less fiction. And let's take an audience survey. Terence, do you think that it's more or less economical to assume that this kind of influence is carried in a new or more or less fictitious M field invented to model this phenomenon alone, or to try to cram it into the electrical wire?
I think I'd have to go for a new field.
Me too. And furthermore, the idea of identifying this field, well, thinking of this phenomenon as mental. I mean, I think here's the bottom line. Since ancient times, we have thought of the mental, physical, and spiritual phenomenon as operating in different planes. And I think that these planes used metaphorically by the ancients and the rishis of India and all the other mystical cultures are more or less what we're calling fields. And so they have found it useful to separate these fields. So if we get a physical perception, whatever that word means, I'm not sure, is it the same as reception? We get, some photons, and then we get a mental picture, or we get a brain picture, we get a visual cortex picture, and then somehow this is, by resonance, becomes a mental picture in the mind, and so on. Then that has suggested a resonance between these two planes, an object, as it were, in the physical, and an object, as it were, in the mental. Now, the electromagnetic field is physical, at least I think of it as physical, although physicists might think of several parallel planes where there are different fields operating, like the strong force and the weak force and so on, the gravitational field, but thinking of all of that as collectively as the physical field. And I like, this is prejudice, I like the idea of the separate mental field. I like the idea that you had mentioned before of the mind somehow follows the eye out and extends itself so as to actually engulf the object, so as it were to know it through an intimate touch, that cognition could be a kind of engulfing, like paramecium eats the food. That this motion then is visualized in the mental plane, and therefore belongs to a different field. Now, we're not inquiring as to the actual structure, the true structure of the phenomenal, mental, and spiritual universe. Only what kind of models are useful to us, and economy is not the only consideration. So coming from a deep habit, an old runnel of thought with mental and physical being separate fields, I guess I'm feeling a bias toward that view. On the other hand, if you could show that this telepathy, or whatever it is, the transmission of an influence from one person to another, could be modulated electromagnetically by holding a magnet here that would strengthen, then that would strengthen the idea of the association, the actual proximity of the two separate planes, without even then suggesting to identify them.
Yes, well, I mean, there's a part of me, you see, that thinks the separate field idea is more attractive. But I've been leaning over backwards to try and see whether, instead of introducing separate fields, one can come to a new understanding of the electromagnetic field, and that the connection between vision and light may be a very, very close one. And so that even if there is this other field involved which moves out and engulfs it, this other field may be in intimate resonance with the electromagnetic field, as it may be in the brain. I mean, there's no doubt that the changes in the nerves are largely electromagnetic patterns, and there's scope for resonance there. But the light that's coming to our eyes is a complex. The fact I can see you all that complexity is in the light that's coming to my eyes. And if this thing is resonating with the whole field of vibration, then indeed it will connect me through the light, because the field of vibration is between us in the light, and comes from you and it comes to me. And so anything that resonated with the light that's in between us would indeed directly connect us, as it were, via the light.
Well, I have trouble with this, the particle view. I'm more comfortable with the wave metaphor, and since the experts assure us that they're more or less equivalent, let's just think of waves. Here I am looking at these waves on the ocean, and I see that there's a rock out there, and as the waves pass the rock, their shape is changed, and somehow there is a hologram of the rock is the wave that comes forward. It crashes on the beach, and then there's a reflected wave that goes back. And I think that the electromagnetic field, as theoretical physicists or something view it anyway, is something very, very like that. It has a mathematical model, which is a wave equation, and the speed of light in the waves, and you see the ripples going along, and so on. Then this does seem a suitable medium for influence to go both ways, but somehow I don't see it as having a rich enough structure to model all of mental processes.
I'm not suggesting all mental I'm only modelling vision on this so far.
Yes, so to see that the visual part of the mental field as part of the M field, the mind, the visual part is maybe just a very thin slice, which is somehow in very intimate contact and close resonance with the electromagnetic field. That must be right. But to identify them for sending influences around between people, I think, is very limiting. But it would be somehow better to carry on the conversation about the model of the phenomenon after seeing the phenomenon and the result of actually these experiments with the video and so on.
Well, yes, except that, one doesn't have to wait for empirical results to discuss the possibilities. And the reason why why I think it's a bad strategy to wait for empirical data is that if one thinks through this phenomenon, if one thinks it through, one can derive perhaps other experiments which are simpler and easier to do, and which might even correspond to existing data.
It's a question of this. It's the Terence said, what was it you said about this is your definition of progress, things progress toward a higher level of integration or something. So the urgent desire of Einstein and other physicists for a unified field theory is an expression of this universal urge for progress. And here we have Rupert, I think, lusting after this unification that I think is maybe this is a really good idea if we can put it this way, that the electromagnetic field is to be thought of as an integral part of the M field, of the mind, of the soul of the world. That it just belongs in there, more in the mental part of the picture than the physical.
Well, I think surely if we do have the idea of interfacing planes, if you were trying to take your metaphor of the levels, the old idea of different levels, with the planes being thought of as fields, in the physical universe we do actually have a series of stratified levels. We've got the quantum matter fields, which are to do with the strong and the weak nuclear forces in atoms. And the quantum matter fields are supposed to determine the shape, structure, properties of atoms and molecules. But once you get they only work over very short ranges. The electromagnetic field is what actually holds together atoms and molecules and crystals more than anything else. And the electromagnetic field becomes the kind of higher organizing field of more complex structures. So one could say the electromagnetic field is the associated with, or the medium of the morphic fields, if you like, of molecules and crystals. And then then when you get to plants and vegetative growth, there's a morphic field of vegetative growth which interfaces with the electromagnetic field somehow as the lower level field. It sort of intervibrates with it. And then that can be included in animals within what Aristotle called the animal soul, which is the organizing principle of instincts and movements, which organizes and coordinates the activities of the nervous system. And then you can have hierarchically higher planes above that, more embracing fields, perceptual fields, fields of sort of higher level understanding, etc., which work down. So you have this plane of fields, which are like the planes, but they're in a nested hierarchy. And then the gravitational field embraces all. It's as the universal field.
I got it. Novum organum. It's a new order of the universe, in which there's more fields. The electromagnetic field as a constituent component of the end field, the mind field, or the world's soul, should be utilized economically to carry as much of the burden of explanation as possible. And certainly all of these morphogenetic phenomena about crystals and so on they're so intimately connected by resonance with the electromagnetic field that the EM field itself might be enough to explain this evolution of structure. Terence, I think it's time to bring up dowsing.
Well, you mentioned evidence for this sort of thing, which is then ignored. I mean, dowsing passed through my mind. Pheromones is another possibility here. There are not only electromagnetic fields, but there are chemical fields, and I think that pheromones are vastly underrated for their organizing power in biology and social systems, and that in fact the whole Earth may be essentially chemically regulated through very small molecule organic compounds that are a byproduct of the metabolism of various species, but which percolate out through the environment and set up the field, the ambiance in which a lot of animal and plant business is done. I mean, to me, the vegetative mind and all this, there have to be mechanisms for all this influence, and I think probably easily volatilized, low molecular weight compounds are running a lot of this. It's even conceivable that Rupert's experiments on looking at the back of people's heads would show that it worked in a room of this size, but that the television transmissions would fail, and that would argue to me that it was in fact pheromonal. I mean, if materialists can seriously argue that the crystallization phenomenon has to do with seed crystals moving around on chemists' beards, then they will certainly be in agreement that the percolation rates of nature are effective enough to move these control and message-bearing chemicals around everywhere.
Well, this idea, I think, is very supportive of Rupert's economy move, because the olfactory bulb is nothing but a transducer from the chemical field to the electromagnetic. For example, in Walter Freeman's model, just a small number of molecules of the scent, the pheromone, is enough to excite the identifiable morphology of electromagnetic wave across the bulb, which is then identified by some kind of associative memory living primarily in the electromagnetic activity of the brain with whatever is the association for that scent. So there's a coupling that kind of shows the electromagnetic field as an intermediary between the chemical field and the mental field. So we have
which it obviously is, because the chemical field is simply a higher order manifestation of the electromagnetic field, because these most of these volatile compounds have very electronically active ring structures. And
yes, it's a resonance phenomenon.
Exactly. Charge transfer and resonance and all of this stuff is happening. It is the most electronically active molecules that are the drugs, the pheromones, the growth regulators, and so forth.
Yes, so here we've got sensors that respond in a kind of electromagnetic resonance to these things, which then could, by morphic resonance, bring into play a much larger field of memory and association. But the interfacing would be electromagnetic again. And in hearing, you see, if we follow through these lines, the smell isn't localized anywhere particularly. Our vision, when I see you, you are localized somewhere outside me where you are. If I hear you, the sound is also localized outside me. I don't hear sounds as if they're arising inside my auditory cortex. I hear them as if they're arising around me in three-dimensional space, and I can locate, in fact, which direction they're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So this means that we must not only be surrounded by a kind of visual perceptual field that spreads out from us and fills the space of our perception right out to the distant stars when we look at them. But we also are surrounded by an auditory perceptual field, which is again located around us. And it means, therefore, that something must move out. The sounds come in, and something must, as it were, move out from us in the opposite direction to the sound. Well, this perhaps militates against the photon argument, because in this case it would have to be a kind of antiphonon that was moving, and it would move at the velocity of sound, not the velocity of light, if it was the kind of shadow side of the sound wave that was used as the medium.
And its undetectability is going to be troubling.
Well, people may be able to tell when they're being listened to. I mean, you sometimes doubt it when you see some people talking, but there's a simple experiment here. You have people talking, saying a message down a telephone, and at the other end, according to some random program, you have somebody listening to what they're saying or not listening, and they have to be able to tell you when they think they're being listened to. That's a simple experiment. It can be done by anybody. If it's done locally at local call rates, it would be very inexpensive, not requiring a large grant or anything. Well, with radio too.
Uh-huh. I just think it won't work. You look at the ocean and you see it has infinite structure and complexity, and nevertheless, it could never function as a brain. I think that, the brain is, in the neurophysiology it presents to the experimentalist, certainly much simpler than the mind. Mm-hmm. It's a poor shadow of a mind. And its structure is definitely richer. I mean, it cannot function through electromagnetic field alone, even though all of the effects are kind of manifesting the electromagnetic field. For example, a given thought might be a pattern where electromagnetic fields in the extracellular space control clouds of calcium ion, for example, that we can think of them as clouds in the sky that are being pulled this way and that electromagnetically, and then if there's a large number of them adjacent to some empty receptors or something, well, this motion of the cation is through the electromagnetic field, but the electromagnetic field without some charges moving around can't really manage to control all these multidimensional patterns where you have the layered structure of cortices with pyramidal cells connecting, and then you have solid bodies of stuff like the glial cells, that the actual materiality of it, the fine structure with the ion channels and this and that, and somehow that structure is much richer than the electromagnetic field. Just to think on the level of mathematical models, you have an excellent mathematical model. I mean, not to identify these models with the field, but just to think of an idea of a measure of the complexity of one of these fields as currently conceived by us would be the complexity of the mathematical model currently in vogue. So we have Maxwell's model for the electromagnetic field. It's all described by a tensor field to a bivector. It has 4 indices. It takes this much complexity. A simple tensor field describes the electromagnetic field, their relationship in regard to an observer moving through at whatever velocity in the context of special and general relativity and so on. For the physical fields in the brain, the usual models are tensors that are much larger, that take into account this physical structure, symmetries, the creation and destruction of symmetries moving around, and so on. So the brain, as described by currently the better mathematical model, which is, it'll get much more complex as time goes on, it requires much more mathematical structure to even discuss the thing or imitate its behavior than does the mathematical model for the electromagnetic field, and that brain is like much closer to the physical universe than to the mental. So I think the electromagnetic field is too thin to occupy more than a fraction of a fractal dimension of the entire structure of the field, carrying recognition, memory, how to serve in tennis, and learning a new language, and recognizing haiku, and all this.
Yes, well, I mean, I am somewhat inclined to agree, but I think somehow it has to play this kind of interface role between the chemical and the psychic, or the morphic realm. You know, if it has to interface with morphic fields somehow, because one has to have these planes linked together. There's another question, you see, that arises: how does the electromagnetic field interface with the quantum matter fields of the electron? Because the electron and the nucleus, its structure, and the electrons in their orbit are held in those orbits by quantum matter fields, not by electromagnetic fields. In fact, being opposite charges, if it were just electromagnetic, the electrons would plummet into the nucleus. So the structure is actually maintained by fields which in a sense are stronger than the electromagnetic field, which resist it and override it, and the electromagnetic field sort of works around those fields. It's a more subtle field, but it works around them. So we've already got one model. I don't know how much attention people have paid to the interface of those two fields, but they are separate kinds of fields, and they interface because the electron and the nucleus are electrically charged, but at the same time their structure is made of quantum matter fields.
Yes, well, if Nick Herbert were here, he'd say that it was the quantum matter field and not the electromagnetic field. Maybe he would say that was the intermediary between the physical and the mental planes. So the brain, as described by currently the better mathematical model, which is, it'll get much more complex as time goes on, it requires much more mathematical structure to even discuss the thing or imitate its behavior than does the mathematical model for the electromagnetic field. And that brain is like much closer to the physical universe than to the mental. So I think the electromagnetic field is too thin to occupy more than a fraction of a fractal dimension of the entire structure of the field, carrying recognition, memory, how to serve in tennis, and learning a new language, and recognizing haiku, and all this.
Yes, well, I mean, I am somewhat inclined to agree, but I think somehow it has to play this kind of interface role between the chemical and the psychic, or the morphic realm. You know, if it has to interface with morphic fields somehow, because one has to have these planes linked together. There's another question, you see, that arises: how does the electromagnetic field interface with the quantum matter fields of the electron? Because the electron and the nucleus, its structure, and the electrons in their orbit are held in those orbits by quantum matter fields, not by electromagnetic fields. In fact, being opposite charges, if it were just electromagnetic, the electrons would plummet into the nucleus. So the structure is actually maintained by fields which in a sense are stronger than the electromagnetic field, which resist it and override it, and the electromagnetic field sort of works around those fields. It's a more subtle field, but it works around them. So we've already got one model. I don't know how much attention people have paid to the interface of those two fields, but they are separate kinds of fields, and they interface because the electron and the nucleus are electrically charged, but at the same time their structure is made of quantum matter fields.
Yes, well, if Nick Herbert were here, he'd say that it was the quantum matter field and not the electromagnetic field. Maybe he would say that was the intermediary between the physical and the mental planes.
But Ralph, if you feel that the electromagnetic field is inadequate to what Rupert's asking of it, then you must be equally skeptical of the morphogenetic field. It sounds to me like what you're saying.
No, I'm not skeptical. I think that what we're trying to do is, through the revision of the actual phenomenon of light, of our experience, to make up a model for some of the phenomenon, which now modelers, scientists, prefer to totally ignore. And the electromagnetic field and its history as a modeling effort, its hermeneutical history, is an excellent history to imitate, and that what we must do is try to fashion a field concept around the phenomena that have been ignored. And it does seem very attractive to think of the electromagnetic field as some kind of favored intermediary among all the physical fields. Well, let's just put it this way, that perhaps the M field, or the mind of the world, the oversoul or whatever, will end up with a mathematical model which is simply field theoretic, maybe with many dimensions, and that is coupled only to the electromagnetic field. And the electromagnetic field, of course, is coupled to all the other physical fields, and through that intermediary. So this is a combination model, a sandwich model, which might be successful in explaining perception, cognition, idiosyncrasies of time, and that there would be sort of eventually a general relativity theory for the M field, which would explain time anomalies like clairvoyance and so on. And in that case, I think what we're talking about now is the conception, the struggle to envision the coupling between the M field and the electromagnetic field, including wave metaphors, particle metaphors, and so on. That's kind of what it's about. At least Model 1, you described at the beginning explicitly in these terms.
That's right. Well, my first model, you see, has always been that the perception and mental activity must have a kind of field-like structure. They'd be morphic fields of some kind. These perceptual fields are in turn part of these behavioral fields, which involve action as well as perception. The perception and the action are linked together. It's not motiveless perception that one's usually carrying out. It's linked in some way to action. Bergson said all perceptions are potential actions, or possible actions. There's a sense in which they're very closely related. So this was my first model, and I thought of the sense of being stared at as a way of testing for the existence of this other kind of field. It then occurred to me that there's this mystery of light. I still think, you see, that Maxwell's electromagnetic formulations of light are much too simple. You see, whereas you were saying the model of the brain, to get the complexity out of it that's in it, would have to be more complex than his equations. That's obviously true. But when I'm seeing you, all the information about you, everything that's transferred to me through my vision, is coming through the electromagnetic field. And Maxwell's equation could...
Well, is it? I mean, are we not then buying the oversimplification of the physicist in assuming that? Why not have a full mental wave traveling from my mental being to yours as a wave phenomenon or particle phenomenon, resonance phenomenon that takes place in the mental field alone?
Plus you exist in a cloud of pheromones that are also transducing information.
Yes, but in parenthesis about the pheromones, this staring at test can exclude those by being done through double glazed glass windows.
But in fact, in all cases when it's been done that we're aware of, hasn't the possibility that the pheromone was carrying the effect been
No, it's been done through windows. One of the most common anecdotal sources of this is people who tell me that when in traffic jams, they're stuck in traffic jams or at traffic lights with the windows rolled up, you know, and the air conditioning on, and in the window, they look at the back of the neck of women in other cars who turn round. I mean, there are a lot of men who find this a favourite pursuit at traffic lights. I've had many anecdotes told me of this kind. And that's through 2 lots of glass.
No, that's pretty good.
So I think that...
No, but even if you could handle this, if you could explain this with pheromones, that means that I would have to have the capability to focus my pheromones on a single person with mental power alone, or visual, or looking, or whatever it is. So
it's not a very good hypothesis. Anyway, I think it could be empirically excluded at a very early stage through these glass partitions. So back to the physical... The electromagnetic field. If one wanted to model the information coming, you know, through, if one did want to model it properly, how I could see you through the electromagnetic field, you'd need more than Maxwell's equations. Yes. And the thing is that the way we treat light is we take for granted the information that travels through it. Virtually everything we read is going through the electromagnetic field. All the information in libraries we access through it. I mean, everything that human knowledge is capable of in a stored or written form is mediated through it.
We'd be in a pickle without light.
We'd be in a pickle without light, and so Maxwell's equation does seem a little simple to model the transfer of the entire stock of human knowledge.
Well, we've come to the crux of the problem, because Maxwell's equations was made up to model the observables, and it did a really good job. And here we're kind of stuck for lack of observables, in spite of this anecdotal evidence, which to me has the same force as a report from the Argonne National Laboratory. Nevertheless, I think that we ought to think about the possibility that this effect will not be confirmed in laboratories, which is already the experience of so many experimental efforts over these years with the cards and so on to confirm the so-called paranormal. Whereas there is evidence, it always seems to be just the slightest bulge of the curve to the right or left of the absolutely insignificant result, that these phenomenon that we want to capture in a model don't seem to be very robust, and they come and go because due to the fact perhaps that they live primarily in the mental field. They're very subject to the noise, the heat bath in the mental field, which maybe all the time I'm trying to get the person to turn. Somebody else somewhere is trying to get them not to turn, or they're trying to get somebody else to turn. I mean, I don't know. For whatever reason, these effects are very difficult to confirm, and I'm thinking of that as being a kind of evidence in itself, that on the one hand we have the very widespread impression that these things exist on behalf of many people, dowsing and so on, and on the other hand the impossibility to confirm them in the experimental paradigm of modern science. That somehow this is just suggesting to me the necessity for a thicker model, a richer field in which to try to do the modeling, where there's just chaotic attractors everywhere and no homeostasis or anything like that.
Well, yes, I agree we need a thicker field to deal with most of these parapsychological phenomena. I suspect the sense of being stared at may be different under laboratory tests. You see, whereas the others have proved evanescent and hard to pin down, it's not that this has proved like that, it's that this is something that parapsychologists, for some mysterious reason, have assiduously ignored. And there literally are 3 published papers in the literature, and I gave a lecture on this 3 or 4 months ago to the Society for Psychical Research. I gave a lecture called The Sense of Being Stared At, and there all the veterans of the British Society for Psychical Research were present, you know, ghost investigators of yesteryear and hardened experimentalists and so on.
Ectoplasma nuts.
Yes, you know, veterans of many seances and so on. They were all there, and all the luminaries of the society, and not one of them had ever thought of this as a paranormal or psychical phenomenon. After 50 years of psychical research, they told me so afterwards. They were fascinated by the lecture because, in a sense, this really has been a blind spot of parapsychology. And if you look through any textbook on parapsychology, there's nothing, no mention of the sense of being stared at.
Well, will this result in some new experiments then, or what must we do to stimulate some research?
Well, I'm working on it. First of all, I've decided that I've got to try and train myself. I've got this biofeedback training system for this. You have 2 people. One sits with their back to the other. The other tosses a coin. If it's heads, you stare at them. If it's tails, you look away and think of something else. And so you make a click when you've done the coin, you're ready to stare. If it's heads, you then stare. And the other person from the click knows the trial's begun. And then they say yes or no, depending if they think they're being stared at. And they're right or wrong. You record the result. And then you tell them correct or incorrect. So there's instant like biofeedback. And one can train oneself to test various subtle, I've done hundreds of trials of this, test various subtle sensations. And the interesting thing is that most people are more often right when they are being looked at than when they're not. But the reason I wanted to discuss this in the first place is that I actually don't know which to think. I don't know whether it's better to adopt the electromagnetic hypothesis, which has certain it has the attraction of giving another side to the phenomena of light, which most people think is just physical, and it's all in textbooks. Because I think light's far more mysterious than that. And it also, that's one advantage. The second is that it then takes us into a whole other area, which is that this metaphorical use of words like the light of consciousness, and the fact that when we dream we see things in a kind of light. We do have a kind of inner light which illuminates psychedelic visions, dreams, daydreams, visual images with your eyes closed. There's some sense in which our imagination, our image-making facility is self-luminous. Now, is that kind of light, if understanding or perception, if vision is related to normal physical light, here we may have something where the physical light comes first and vision comes second when we're looking at somebody. If you turn the light off, you don't see them. But in this other case, it may be the other way around, and their relationship may be expressed in the reverse sense. That if you have vision, in the visionary sense of vision, that vision may itself generate light through an association between vision and light, so that at least subjectively they're self-luminous. And then if somebody has visions enough, according to all traditions, they start developing halos, and their bodies actually become luminous, according to mystical and spiritual traditions.
It's interesting, according to one school of pharmacologists, attention is the thing they most suspect of being mediated by DMT, because DMT is so quickly able to be brought forth and degraded. It's very has a fast reaction time, which is exactly what you need in a system where you're going to throw attention first from one object to another. And these tryptamine hallucinogens certainly fill the head with light. I mean, if you take the intensity of the visionary experience as an index of the intensity of inner light, then they release this. And their near relatives in brain chemistry, serotonin is transduced to melatonin by a light-mediated reaction. In other words, light actually enters through the eyes, and a part of the visual pathway breaks off and goes to the pineal gland, where photons work a chemical change on serotonin and turn it into melatonin. So the tryptamines, their near relatives, all this stuff is going on in the pineal, and it's all light-driven chemistry.
Nevertheless, it seems that this kind of vision has nothing to do with light, with the electromagnetic field. So even though these neurotransmitters are very photosensitive, the fact is that in the dark you have very bright visions, so that the neurochemical activity in the visual cortex or somewhere is, as it were, mimicking the effect of the photons falling upon the visual, on the retina, producing a chemical wave, etc. So in the alternation many times back and forth between electromagnetic and chemical waves in neurophysiological level, these psychedelics, for example, are taking over at some point and supplying what appears to be the result of the previous train of several reversals. So this illumination on that level, actually, the photons can be replaced, as it were, by this other messenger.
Well, it's interesting, this business of light. I probably tried this out on you in the past, Ralph, but one of my cosmological fantasies of years past was, there's this curious problem with the fact that the photon has no antiparticle. It's the only particle without an antiparticle, and this is a really sort of disturbing asymmetry in things. And so who preceded me in this? I think Hans Alfvén, this Swedish cosmologist, he suggested that at the Big Bang, the reason there is such a low incidence of antimatter in this region of the universe is that actually the Big Bang was not a spurting of matter into the continuum, but that it went in two directions and out of a single point, like a double jet. And
two bubbles were blown at once, in other words, and we are in one universe with a very high proportion of matter versus antimatter, and there is a twin of our universe, the anti-universe, and we cannot detect it or see it or transmit information between ourselves and it in any way. And in this anti-universe, every particle's antiparticle exists. Well, in a higher dimensional manifold, these things have gone off into the great void, but they are actually on a collision trajectory of such a nature that after a certain amount of time they will re-encounter each other. And when this happens, because it's happening in a higher dimension, it isn't like a collision of two solid objects. It's more like the sudden, instantaneous superimposition of two objects, so that this cosmic collision, if you will, could actually occur across the entire face of the topological manifold instantly. It would be as though every particle in the universe underwent collision with its antiparticle at the exact same moment.
Three-dimensional blackout.
Yes, and at that moment, parity would be conserved. All particles in the universe would cease to exist except the anomalous photon, which would be in this moment in which all the rest of matter disappeared. The photons would then be left to obey the physics of a universe made entirely of photons. And what this would be, we can't say, but the form would be preserved in that final moment. All form would be turned to light. And
the body of the cosmos.
Yes, and so since tradition is so keen on resolving things into light, and what's also amusing about this kind of cosmology is that it's a totally apocalyptic cosmology. There would be no warning. This collision with the antimatter twin could occur at any moment.
Another vision of the end. Terence McKenna.
Of cosmologies, there is no end.
And of apocalypses, there is no end.
I think it might be useful, Rupert, to think about the habits of electromagnetic nature and the behavior of the electromagnetic field as evolving according to habits of the morphogenetic field, explaining in this way the resonance between them. As above, so below, that the M field has created the EM field to do its bidding in the quantum matter level.
Well, certainly, you see, if the electromagnetic field, it is the bearer of all visual information in the world. I mean, of everything we see, of everything in every book, in every diagram. Now, this brings me to another fantasy or idea, as the electromagnetic field as an interface, not just between the matter fields in us and the mental aspects or psychic or morphic aspects of our being, but also the electromagnetic field as playing a similar role in the mental structure of the soul of the world. You see, if the soul of the world, if there is a world soul which permeates the entire cosmos, which in its bodily level is mostly expressed in the gravitational field, but which at its sort of knowing or psychic or perceptual level is mainly expressed through some kind of interface with the electromagnetic field, the electromagnetic field would be a perfect medium for the world soul's omniscience, and then through the world soul for divine omniscience, because nothing that happens doesn't affect the electromagnetic field. The holographic reality of the electromagnetic field at any one moment is what's happening. At least it's in exact correspondence with what's happening. And so all the light in the universe, including the kind of cross-currents of memory that would be set up, for example, by the continued presence of the cosmic microwave background radiation of the fossil light of the Big Bang. It's still there as a kind of background. So there'd be even a kind of light memory built into the whole universe. So this similar model, you see, gives us the universal electromagnetic field as the universal basis of the world soul, of its knowing or perception or interfacing with other planes of reality, and as a medium of divine omniscience.
Well, I like the idea of the electromagnetic field being the chosen representative, the ideal intermediary that is positioned in the hierarchy of fields. In that way, its position in the hierarchy of fields is very much as the position of our individual consciousness in the hierarchy of consciousness in the world soul. Mm. And therefore we have in our individual consciousness a particular affinity with the electromagnetic field, with electromagnetic perception, reception, and so on, as epitomized by vision. And if this fantasy has any reality, then it seems like it should be easier if there would be phenomenon of mental effect of the action of mind over matter. Mm. Then the easiest thing to affect should be the electromagnetic field. Mm. As in dowsing is a sensitivity, direct sensitivity to magnetic field. Then you'd wonder, is it easy to, for example, to mentally influence a magnetometer?
Let me tell you one fantasy I've had for an experiment of this kind. You know those puzzle pictures that I did experiments with? You know, you have those black and white blotches. Did you see those ones I used in my experiments? When you recognize it, there's a visual gestalt is set up. You see the man on the horseback against the pattern of blobs, and you now see it differently. So if there's anything in this sort of thing coming out as well as coming in, when you look at that picture of black and white blotches, knowing what it is, as opposed to scanning helplessly for trying to find what it is, you should be seeing it differently. And in particular, where the lines, the outlines of the horse are, which you sort of fill in mentally, those lines should be reinforced as above other parts of it. Now, if this picture were produced by means of a liquid crystal display or something of that kind, where you could actually work full of sort of probabilistic processes that could actually be monitored in some way, I'm not quite sure how to do the technology of this, but some probabilistic light-sensitive processes that were built into this picture that you're looking at, little units. It might be possible to pick up, when you explain to somebody, you have somebody look at it, you then show them the answer and they look at it again, and the pattern of output from this thing, of these pattern of probabilisms, may change because it may be less random now that certain lines and directions have been recognized and reinforced. And that might be a way, if one could possibly design the sensor side of this apparatus. It's a matter of finding something that's probabilistic. I would imagine that in a photographic film, whether the silver grains go or not is probabilistic, except with high light intensity they'd all go very fast, but I should imagine with very low light intensity it must be probabilistic. Mm-hmm. So one could possibly do it with some kind of suitably fine grain photo emulsion thing that where one has a light intensity where it's a probabilistic matter whether you get the thing going over the edge or not. Do you see what I mean? Some experiment of that kind, some
maybe
sense
with computer terminal or a photoluminescent screen, there might be a way to affect it by looking that someone else could see.
That's right. If it's a photoluminescent screen that's working probabilistically at a low level of intensity, you might be able to get a kind of enhancement of the luminescences along the outline, as it were. Just one more word on divine omniscience. You see, it seems to me that any theology of divine omniscience would require any all-knowing mind, any theory of any omniscience, whether it's the world soul as an intermediary or God directly or the goddess or any form of omniscience, would require the divine mind to know everything. And since knowing everything would include knowing all the properties and states of the electromagnetic and the gravitational fields, one can be pretty sure that what's going on in those fields is essential to divine omniscience, just on general principles. But the usual model I've found when people think about divine omniscience is to think of it as an entirely miraculous process, totally disconnected from any kind of physical reality, somehow standing outside it. Yet, any reflection on this subject would show that divine omniscience must involve not just sort of somehow standing outside all things, but in some sense being immanent within them as well, knowing from within, it's not just seeing from outside. And therefore must, in some sense, pervade the electromagnetic field. Just as Newton thought the medium of divine omniscience was space, absolute space, which he called the sensorium of God. Everything happens in space, and therefore if space is the sensorium of God, everything happens in God's sensorium, and God therefore knows where everything is and how fast it's moving.
Why is divine omniscience a necessary concept?
We need a little primer on divine omniscience.
I mean, can't the universe get along just being partially aware of what's going on?
Well, it depends whether you think there's any... There are a lot of people who think that if they're pantheists, they think that the universe is in some sense conscious, or the soul of the world in some sense is perceiving what's going on, not just entirely unconscious. And there are many theological traditions of divine omniscience. There are a lot of people who've got a stake in cosmic omniscience. I'm just stating this as a sociological fact.
And what is so good about it?
Well, that there's a lot to be said for models of reality. They're very popular, and I think that they're intriguing. To think of models of reality in which there is a sense of knowing associated with the cosmos. I mean, it's in so many religions.
Isn't that different from, divine omniscience? We all have a sense of knowing, but we're not omniscient.
No.
What problems are solved by hypothesizing that notion?
It's to do with the question of the nature of our own minds. You see, there are two possible models. One is that our minds are the most advanced in the universe, and that's the standard model of secular humanism, that the rest of the universe is essentially unconscious, and that living organisms crawled out of the primal broth, and then through the miracles of random mutation and neo-Darwinian natural selection gave rise to organisms such as ourselves with complex nervous systems that happen to have this interesting subjective correlative consciousness. And this consciousness we have is emerged out of the darkness of the earth and the darkness of the universe, and is the highest consciousness there is. That's dogs and cats, may be a little way towards us, and it's conceivable intelligent beings exist on other planets, but basically this is it. That's the one model. The other model, the more traditional one, is to derive human consciousness from a much larger consciousness, which pervades the cosmos, pervades the earth, pervades the whole of life on earth, and that our consciousness has arisen by a kind of diminution or descent of some higher kind of consciousness, rather than ascent from a lower and finally from a non-existent kind of consciousness, that we're a reduced version, a self-contracted version of a higher consciousness, rather than an inflated version of a lower one or none at all. That's our metaphysical background. I find it more reasonable to suppose that our minds are in touch with larger minds and in many ways shaped with larger mental systems, those of whole societies, the ecosystems, Gaia, the galaxy, the entire cosmos, and maybe a cosmic mind beyond that, or a universal. I think it more reasonable to think that our minds
Well, I can go as far as a Gaian mind, because it seems a biological object, not a theological hypostatization. The mind of the whole universe, it seems unnecessary to hypothesize and unlikely to be encountered.
It's no problem. Suppose there was another Gaia, another inhabited planet. Then it will have its own Gaian mind.
And they will be citizens of the universe even as we are.
And between our Gaian mind and theirs, there might be a dialogue in progress.
Yes, but nothing of this suggests theology. This is just exotic biology.
You just projected theology onto it as an association with the phrase divine omniscience, which is usually associated with Yahweh, the one God, and His divine omniscience. That is unnecessary to make that association. As soon as you have
wasn't thinking
gone as far as the guy in mind, you can certainly go further, as there is obviously a hierarchy of worlds up into the universe, as it were.
Yes, although I'm not convinced that the hierarchy is minded at every level. The universe is obviously a hierarchy, but if there were simply...
Does Jupiter have a Jupiterian mind?
Well, possibly, but a stranger question is, does the solar system have a mind? I think that's a sort of silly notion.
Now we've reached your limit. That's the interface to discuss then.
No, yes, I think that's the interface, you see, because for me it seems entirely natural to suppose, on any holistic model of reality, that if Gaia has a kind of mind, the soul of the Earth, then the Gaian mind would be embedded in the solar system mind, and that in the galactic mind. And that these these higher levels of mind, consciousness, being, which may be hard to conceive by us, are very likely to exist by a simple logical argument. I don't think that...
Although not necessarily in a hierarchical order. I mean, chipmunks are not small portions of whales.
No. But chipmunks are not inside whales. Chipmunks are inside sort of terrestrial ecosystems. They're small portions of terrestrial ecosystems. Whales are in different ecosystems, and both these, the oceanic and the terrestrial ecosystems, are part of the Gaia.
Mm-hmm.
So the hierarchy is of more inclusive units. The solar system is not on the same level as the Earth. It's a higher level of organisation of which the Earth is part. The galaxy is a higher level of which the solar system is part.
So we need to decide whether we can have any interest in a lunar mind or not, or a solar mind.
I think it's an Earth-lunar mind.
Yes, I think the moon's part of the Earth as a system. It orbits the Earth. It's in its gravitational
It's in
field.
our blood.
It causes our time.
If you accept Gaian mind, do you think there's a similar kind of mind associated with Jupiter?
Yes, I think
without
planets
having
are animals.
Primates and so on running around.
Yes, planets are like animals. But I don't believe that... I think that...
then there's a mental ecosystem of our solar system, which is the solar mind. Now we've got to there.
And that's in astrology, you see,
that's
the island. It's the movement.
Now we've got your limit. But a minute ago it was the Gaian mind. Now we've boosted you without rockets to the solar mind.
Other places in the solar system seem potentially open to the support of recognizable forms of life, the oceans of Europa.
No, but does it need recognizable life to have a mind? You see, in the Gaian mind, it is not only the so-called living beings in it, microbes included, that have mind, right? The ecosystem is a mind.
Well, but you don't want to define mind so broadly that it's no longer recognizable as what we say when we ordinarily use the word
that's
mind.
the problem. I think so.
Well, we don't know what we do use.
The Gaian system, as described by you yesterday beautifully, as this system of control, self-control, interpenetrating, holistic system, that the functions of all these different components of the complex system appear to think. I mean, they fit exactly our model of thinking. Now, to ask if it's conscious or unconscious is a different question, I think, which very much complicates the issue due to the fact that we have consciousness and unconsciousness.
Oh, well, I'm definitely into the notion that if you can't have an I-thou relationship with it, it's fairly uninteresting to call it a mind.
Well, do you think that the Gaian mind would then be dead if the human species became extinct?
No, any more than anyone else is dead if an acquaintance dies. I communicate with the Gaian mind.
Then why can't Jupiter have a Jupiterian mind without the necessity of microbes?
Oh, I grant that. It's these more diffuse abiological systems.
Well, no. Who said that? If Jupiter has one, the Sun.
The Sun is a hard step to take.
Well, this is one we discussed the other day. If
Right.
the Sun indeed is a very complex resonant pattern of magnetic fields.
It has neurons.
With little sort of cells and vortices throughout its whole surface. The whole thing with very complex resonant patterns, as has recently been shown, with complete magnetic polar reversals every 11 years, starting at sunspot maxima, and longer periods of resonance too. A very complex system of highly probabilistic turbulences, resonances, and so on. There's a physical interface for, if a mind has to have a physical interface, then there's a pretty good one for the sun. And the solar system as a whole involves what's going on in all the planets, all the gravitational interactions, the electromagnetic field of the sun, in which everything is made manifest. The electromagnetic field of the sun includes us sitting here in this room. Everything that's illuminated. And if there's some kind of associated mind with the light, which is one of the things we started off knowing, the solar mind, which is the source of the light, directly and indirectly, of everything that we see, is in a sense we're in it. We're in that solar. The light is coming from the sun, and in a sense we're in it. So all things may be seen by the sun. The sun is often in many cultures called an eye in the sky. And on the dollar bill, that eye of Horus, which is in the triangle there, but it's the radiant eye. It's the sun. It's not only the seer, but the emitter of light.
Mm-hmm.
Which brings us back to the sort of theme from which we started, the connection between light and vision. And if the sun has both this inner dynamics, plus is the field of which all things in the solar system are seen and related, plus is related to them all through the gravitational field. We've got galaxies, clusters, and the cosmos.
There's no doubt that we can jack him up the rest of the way.
But
I
where
think that the problem has to do with divine omniscience.
Divine omniscience.
That's more difficult.
It certainly
that put you off. That's we should.
Because it implies a kind of knowing that is never met with.
Well, that's surely implicit in the very concept of divine omniscience. Any notion that our consciousness is less than higher forms of consciousness implies there must be forms of knowing that we don't meet with.
But omniscience is a kind of mathematical notion, not something you could expect any biological system to attain. Biological systems just get, sentience, and then a little more, and a little more, and then a lot. But divine omniscience is like mathematical absolute. It means certain knowledge of everything. That's some program.
Well, I just was suggesting the simple thought that conceive for the purpose of argument that there's some kind of sense of knowing associated with the electromagnetic field.
But
then would that not amount to complete knowledge of everything in the physical level?
Well,
does it include knowledge of the future?
I'm talking now about perceptual knowledge of the present. I mean, my discussion has been entirely centered on omniscience of the I'm not now thinking of future knowledge of the future.
That's a separate question.
Although this is the Laplacian thing, wasn't it? That if you knew the initial positions, i.e. in the present, this divinely omniscient mind could calculate all future.
Well, yes, that's Laplace, but that was in a deterministic universe where the God was modelled on Laplace. But what I'm talking about is divine omnipercipience, let's say, omniperception. That if there were a mind associated with the electromagnetic and the gravitational fields, the positions and everything that's happening in the universe would be known to it, not through some kind of external mind looking and examining it, but because this knowing would pervade these fields. There'd be nothing in the universe outside them on the physical level.
True, although within my own body I have very little understanding of what's going on.
Well, the divine omniscience may be, it may be as unconscious as your omniscience of what's going on in your body. What you need to know in your body is when something alters.
Right.
And if you had a pinprick, you'd instantly know it. But you'd know it by contrast with the non-pinprick state, because your present state is different from being asleep or
you might not
unconscious or comatose.
You see, the fact is that our mind is primarily unconscious. And consciousness is not a necessary consideration of omniscience. And it's, I think, a major fallacy of the modern system is to emphasize the grandeur of consciousness. To imagine that our mind is primarily conscious is just to deny the existence of the unconscious, which is part of the rational approach, is to the denial of the irrational. The fact is that consciousness is a drop on the bucket of the individual mind. And it could be that the Gaian mind is completely unconscious, and that wouldn't matter at all. I think that it functions as a mental being, and even the concept of consciousness is inappropriate for the world soul, the cosmic mind, and so on. It's just not an appropriate concept. There's no need to project that little tiny self-reflection aspect of our own being onto the cosmic mind. It's unnecessary. One could discuss that at a future time.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Well, I think that the cosmic mind may be largely unconscious, because I think that most things that happen in the cosmos are habitual and therefore unconscious. But there's a curious kind of consciousness or awareness associated with habituation. I mean, all sensory modes that we know of work on the principle of difference. What you detect are not fixed levels, like when you're sitting on a cushion. You're not sensing the pressure on your bottom. You habituate. And even in the simplest organisms, habituation is the first form of learning. It's the ability to sort of filter out or become unconscious of everything that's habitual in the environment. The way consciousness
novelty
works,
is the big thing.
What attracts attention is novelty. Anything new in the environment immediately attracts the attention of a person, an animal, or anything. And they usually react with fear, then followed by approach and curiosity, and then if it's harmless, it's just accepted as part of it and ignored. This pattern shown by pet dogs. It's
Gregory Bateson's theory of information.
So it's the difference that makes a difference. I mean, this is standard sensory physiology. It's not just Bateson. It's that sensory systems work on differences, and sensory perceptions are all based on differences. So you become sensorily aware. If you're just staring vacantly at a whole area of what we call the visual field, appropriately enough, you don't notice anything particular. As soon as there's any motion in it, your eye immediately battens onto the moving object. And there's because it's a difference. So this is the way our senses work. Now, I think that if there were to be something like the Gaian mind or the mind of the solar system, or even the galactic mind, that it would probably work in a similar way. Be habituated to anything that stays the same or follows regular cycles. But it may be that consciousness would flare up, as it were, or become associated with anything that challenge, crisis, problem, pain, or anything that makes or any new thing that makes a difference. There might be a kind of rising of awareness about that in the Gaian mind. There might be, against a large background of unconsciousness, which is the way.
What you're saying is novelty would drive this.
Novelty would drive it, and it would be driven by, and also discomfort, because there's certain kinds of pain that we have that persist and act as motivations for our behavior. And I think there'd have to be some kind of...
So disequilibrium would drive it.
Yes.
Is a better term.
Yes, so there'd be disequilibrium and novelty. I mean, there'd be a variety of things that would drive it. But the reason I think that this is a reasonable view is that we see the same pattern, not just in our own minds, but this thing of sensory differences and habituation, right back to unicellular organisms and plants. And it seems to be a kind of universal mode of awareness, or at least of sensory awareness. And since we're talking about perceptual, the perception of the world soul, as it were, if the electromagnetic field is, as it were, its sense organ, or a part of its sensory system, then something of this kind would apply.
We're talking about reductionist Gaian psychology.
Well, it's not just reductionist Gaian psychology. I mean, the electromagnetic field is only part of this, just as the electromagnetic changes in our brains are only part of the brain.
Well, it's valuable to parse the system into parts without necessarily reducing it to some of its parts.
We're talking at the moment, anyway, only about Gaian perception, not about Gaian understanding, nor about Gaian hopes, fears, and goals, and nor about Gaian dreams, nor about Gaian daydreams, nor about Gaian memories. So there's much more to the Gaian mind than its perceptual mode of knowing what's going on now. And light is just one of the aspects of that perceptual mode, as it's just one of the aspects through which we know the world around us. But somehow the light and what happens in the light has to be related to our vision. And so the question is, First, this question of our own vision, how it's related to light.
Gaian vision.
And then how Gaian vision or other forms of vision are related to it.
Yes. So we're on the track of a cognitive map of the Gaian mind. That seems to be the appropriate level. We've tried smaller, we've tried larger. That feels comfortable this year.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
A cognitive map of the Gaian mind.
Maybe we should rest at this point.
Yes.